simultaneously crossing from Japanese anime to American comics. A powerful blow. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 226, One-Sided Massacre. That guy died before he could even use his strongest stage. Wandering Emperor was extremely shocked. Black Sperm's strength was among the top few in the entire Monster Association. That man only threw one punch. Boring. Chu Yang was a little disappointed. The so-called dragon level monster was so vulnerable. He moved his eyes to Wandering Emperor, and the hostility in his eyes instantly became extremely strong. Your companion is a bit useless. I hope you can hold on for a while. After all, you have to pay a price to mess with me. Death is the simplest thing. The creepy Wandering Emperor let out a shrill scream and turned to escape, but then a fierce breath came from behind him. He turned around and saw Chu Yang holding his fist high. If he ran away like this, he would definitely be beaten to death. Thinking of this, Wandering Emperor immediately attacked Chu Yang. A large number of light balls appeared out of thin air around him, just like countless planets revolving around the Earth. Wandering Emperor pointed at Chu Yang, and those light balls shot out together. Each light ball contained powerful energy, and the temperature of the entire underground suddenly increased. Your attack is rigid. Compared to Kizaru, your flexibility is far inferior. Wind is coming. Chu Yang, who had refined the 5 spirits magic pearl, had the ability to control the power of the 5 spirits. With his words wind is coming, a storm immediately blew up from the deepest part of the ground. Tornadoes rose from the ground, forming an invisible barrier in front of Chu Yang. The light ball collided with the wind column and was torn apart by the storm in an instant. Wandering Emperor's eyes went dark and his face turned pale. He gritted his teeth and summoned more light balls, almost filling the entire underground space. Each light ball was like a turret firing a laser beam as thick as a bucket, interweaving together to form a large net, covering Chu Yang. Thunder is coming. A cold voice sounded, and purple lightning burst out from the void, sweeping around like a tsunami. Wandering Emperor's light ball was hit by lightning, and immediately exploded into a group of brilliant halos. Chu Yang stretched out his hand to the void and grasped it. The lightning gradually gathered into a spear in his hand, and threw it at Wandering Emperor. At the same time, Wandering Emperor's hair stood up, as if he was locked by an unknown evil creature, and could no longer escape. He was ready to fight to the death, so he gathered all the light balls together and finally merged them into a large light ball with a diameter of 100 meters. Wandering Emperor raised the light ball high, and threw it at the lightning spear. Two terrifying energies collided with each other. The ground was shaking. Even the laboratory on the ground felt this terrifying power. Damn it, what happened underground? Kinus desperately operated the computer, but the screen was pitch black. No matter how many robots were sent down, they would be destroyed in an instant, and could not transmit the picture back. The lightning spear penetrated the light ball bit by bit, and the golden and purple light was shining. Compared with the size of the large light ball, the lightning spear was more like a thorn piercing into the flesh. And it was only a matter of time before this thorn penetrated the skin. The sound of the light ball breaking became clearer and clearer. Wandering Emperor widened his eyes, and his ears were buzzing because of the sound. His heart was beating wildly, almost jumping to his throat. Run. Must run. Under the huge pressure, Wandering Emperor moved his feet with difficulty, and his figure quickly swept into the darkness. But at this moment, the lightning spear completely penetrated the light ball, split it in two, and shot straight at the fleeing Wandering Emperor. The terrifying killing intent came from behind him, and Wandering Emperor's temples were beating like drums, and the heat of his heart pressed against his throat, making it difficult for him to even scream. The lightning spear pierced Wandering Emperor's body from behind, and nailed him to the stone wall. Warm and slippery liquid flowed out of his nose and mouth. Wandering Emperor touched a handful and put it in front of his eyes, and the scarlet color came into view. A large amount of blood gushed out like a spring. His entire abdominal cavity disappeared, leaving only a hollow filled with lightning and the smell of burnt meat being roasted. Wandering Emperor raised his arm and tried to condense the light ball, but a lightning bolt streaked across his wrist, leaving only a bare forearm. Chu Yang held lightning in his hand and slowly came to Wandering Emperor. You have good abilities, but it's a pity that you don't know how to use them. Wandering Emperor looked at Chu Yang in fear, and the lightning in his hand suddenly burst into a brilliant light. No. The scream stopped in an instant. Wandering Emperor's head fell at Chu Yang's feet. He picked it up and smiled meaningfully. God's creation is just like this. He picked up Wandering Emperor's body and flew back to the ground. Chu Yang returned to the laboratory and threw Wandering Emperor's head and body to Kinus. Analyze the contents. Kinus hurriedly sent Wandering Emperor, whose head and body were separated, into the life analyzer. After analyzing the body data, he could immediately extract the opponent's bloodline factor. At this time, the big screen in the room was playing a battle thousands of meters away. Sonic was fighting 1 against 2, and his opponents were Wend and Frame, who were also ninjas. He completely suppressed the two with his extremely strong speed. Wend and Frame had even turned into monsters, but they still couldn't catch up with Sonic and were played around by him. It was only a matter of time before they lost. It was just that Sonic was obsessed with using ninjutsu to defeat the two, which seemed to have a special meaning to him. On the other side, under Chu Yang's prompting, Maya, the mosquito girl, successfully found out the true identity of Sykes hidden behind the big eye, and the two were competing in superpowers. Sykes' telekinesis level was very strong, and even defeated Tornado. In a simple superpower competition, Maya was at a disadvantage. But fortunately, she was different from Sonic, and her mind was very active. Superpowers were just a cover for her to confuse Sykes. What really determined the outcome was a second hidden bloodline ability. The Thousand Hands gave her strong vitality and outstanding physical ability. Tornado was a pure superpower person, so her body was very weak, which was a breakthrough for Sykes to defeat her. But Maya was not. Her body was even stronger than telekinesis, and it was her hidden trump card. If Sykes treated Maya as an opponent similar to Tornado, she would definitely suffer in the end, and she might even pay the price of her life. As time passed, the battles on both sides entered a white-hot stage. Sonic was the first to decide the winner. He first used his shadow clone and illusion to restrain Wend, who was faster. Then he used Fire Escape to burn to death Frame, who was also good at using fire. Frame, who was infernal fire, finally fell under the flames. Wend's fate was not good either. He was pulled into an illusion by Sonic and tortured severely. In the end, his spirit completely collapsed. As soon as the illusion was lifted, he committed suicide. Mr. Sonic is really amazing. Chu Yang looked back and saw the unlicensed knight coming out of the medical cabin. Since Garou disappeared inexplicably, Chu Yang took on his original task and was responsible for continuing to stimulate the potential of the unlicensed knight. However, he accidentally used too much force and sent him to the emergency room. It was not until now that the rescue was completed. The unlicensed knight was just a little bit away from being really gone. But he did not blame Chu Yang, but instead deeply realized the gap between the two. Mr. Yang, do you need my help? The unlicensed knight stretched his body and looked at the screen eagerly. Wait a minute, the really tough guy hasn't appeared yet. Chu Yang has been waiting for the god to show up, but from the current situation, it won't go on the field in person unless one of the House of Evolution and the Monster Association is exhausted. This guy is even more wretched and cautious than Chu Yang imagined. I can go help Mr. Bang and Mr. Genus. Everyone he knows is fighting outside, and the unlicensed knight also wants to make his own contribution to repay Chu Yang's kindness. He knows very well that, if it weren't for Chu Yang, he would still be a powerless C-class hero. No need, your opponent is over there. Chu Yang pointed at the screen. Sonic, who defeated his opponent, was about to return to the House of Evolution, but an unexpected person appeared in front of him. Garou. I was planning to arrest you in person after the matter was over, but I didn't expect you to come back on your own. Sonic sneered and mocked Garou. Perhaps you are too comfortable staying in the House of Evolution. You seem to have forgotten that you are a prisoner, not a guest, and you can't go wherever you want. Thank you for your reminder. I almost had the illusion that we are companions. After all, we see each other almost every day. Garou licked his lips, and the murderous intent in his eyes gradually became stronger. Sonic didn't see that fine scales grew behind him, which was a call for the monsterization. Facing Garou, Sonic pulled out the narrow samurai sword and stared at Garou's movements coldly. The samurai sword is made of special materials, has good chakra absorption ability, and is much sharper than ordinary alloy weapons. Sonic can easily cut the body of a dragon level monster with this sword. Come on if you can't help it. Garou waved at Sonic, with a sneer on his lips. Sonic took a step forward without hesitation and disappeared in front of Garou like a dream bubble. The next moment, he appeared above Garou's head. The katana in his hand was full of strength. Blue chakra covered the blade, and he chopped it hard towards Garou below. Garou suddenly raised his head, and the sneer on the corner of his mouth became stronger and stronger. The katana chopped on Garou's shoulder, and a blood mist burst out, but Sonic was not happy at all. The blade seemed to be stuck in something, and no matter how hard Sonic tried, it didn't react. When the blood mist dissipated, Sonic's pupils suddenly shrank. The muscles on both sides of the wound seemed to come alive, bulging high and clamping Sonic's katana. At this time, Garou's appearance changed completely. The erect hair turned into sharp horns, and the whole person exuded a beast-like breath. Sonic was shocked and angry. Garou finally chose to become a monster instead of sprinting to the strongest peak as a human. What a cowardly choice. Sonic simply let go of the katana and quickly formed seals with both hands. The chakra gathered into flames in his mouth, and then he took a deep breath and exhaled forcefully. Fire style, great fire extinguishing. The high temperature flames that were enough to melt steel and sand exploded in front of Garou, and the dazzling flames drowned the world in his eyes. Cowardly? What qualifications do you have to judge me? I was just lucky to meet that man. Otherwise, you would not be qualified to be my opponent. The fist shadows fell like a heavy rain against the sea of fire. The terrifying fist pressure made the surrounding area a vacuum zone in a few seconds. The sea of fire was extinguished by Garou's fists. Sonic's eyes became more and more solemn. From the momentum of Garou's punches, he saw the shadow of his master. So many beatings were not in vain. Garou, this bastard, really learned something. Your weapon, take it. Garou pulled the samurai sword from his shoulder, splashing a large amount of blood, and the wound healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. He threw the samurai sword to Sonic. The moment he got the sword, Sonic launched an attack. He was not afraid to fight Garou in close combat, taking the initiative with his inhuman speed. The crescent-shaped blade kept licking Garou's flesh and blood, and the blade light kept falling, and Garou's flesh and blood flew all over his body. The intense pain stimulated Garou, but made him more excited, and his eyes were as bright as sparks. Yes, that's it. You are his disciple, so you should show the corresponding strength. I don't know if it was an illusion. Sonic heard jealousy from his words, but he didn't have time to think about it at the moment. The ghostly body kept turning and moving, looking for the best attack angle, and Sonic, who was one with the sword, gradually showed an invincible posture. Chu Yang taught him not only ninjutsu, but also the way to use the sword. While Garou and Sonic were fighting, the laboratory was also paying attention to this battle. Mr. Sonic is very powerful, he shouldn't need me. Garou will be defeated by him. The unlicensed knight sincerely expressed his admiration for Sonic. He thought that, if he fought with the other party, his end would probably not be much better than Garou. Who would have thought that after hearing this? Chu Yang shook his head and said, Sonic is no match for Garou. Unlicensed Knight and Genis turned their heads and looked at Chu Yang in surprise. Sonic on the screen clearly had an absolute advantage, and Garou couldn't even fight back. Genis said in a deep voice, Sir, Garou has not made a move yet. He has no way to hit Sonic. He didn't make a move because he was observing Sonic's attack. Chu Yang shook his head and said, Garou is in a state of monsterization. His recovery ability is much stronger than you think. He can completely withstand Sonic's attack. Sonic hasn't discovered this yet. When Garou has completely figured out his attack, he will be the passive person. The unlicensed knight said anxiously, what should we do now? Chu Yang said lightly, go and replace Sonic immediately. Garou is your opponent, not his. The unlicensed knight glanced at the screen and nodded. Garou is very strong now. I may not be his opponent, but don't worry, I will never let him get close to the House of Evolution, I promise. I believe in you. From the moment you stood in front of the deep seeking for ordinary people, I have always trusted you. Chu Yang used words to give the unlicensed knight a shot of chicken blood, and the effect was very good. After listening to it, he seemed to be encouraged and excited. Looking at the back of the unlicensed knight leaving, Chu Yang's eyes flashed with expectation. This should be the last stimulation of your potential. I hope that more mysterious qualities will emerge in your bloodline factors. Chapter 227 The Monster King Orochi and the Miserableness Competition. Sonic swung his sword faster and faster, and fell into a frenzy. The sword light surged like a tide, drowning Garou. A lot of blood and flesh flew everywhere, but Garou had no expression on his face, and his indifference was chilling. He never took his eyes off Sonic. His pupils kept moving, and at first he often lost Sonic's figure, but now Garou's eyes would lock onto his position immediately wherever Sonic was. Under the sunlight, the samurai sword in Sonic's hand shone brightly, and the black shell on Garou's body was equally bright. As his hair turned into horns, his skin also developed in the direction of a monster, gradually turning into a hard shell. Sonic was not afraid at all, because the touch of the blade cutting on the shell was not much different from flesh and blood. Go to hell. As if he felt that the time had come, Sonic slashed at Garou's neck. With the blessing of supersonic speed, the sword force condensed into a line, exploding with a burst of explosions, and the terrifying power was enough to cut through anything. The sun shone on Garou's face, as if it had given him a layer of golden light, and what was even more dazzling, was the amazement in his eyes. That's how it should be. The stronger the opponent, the more excited Garou was, which reminded him of the time before he met Chu Yang. Before the sharp blade touched his body, a series of blood red lines suddenly appeared on Garou's dark shell, like the veins of a human body. The fist whistled, and hit Sonic's samurai sword accurately. The knuckles and the sword collided with each other, and the harsh friction sound continued to sound. The bloodlines on Garou's body were like a beating heart, flickering and extinguishing. Crack. A narrow crack suddenly appeared on the blade of the samurai sword. Sonic's pupils shrank. Garou grinned and laughed, and his rampant laughter made Sonic's ears hurt. You're done. The sound of the blade breaking sounded at the same time. Seeing this, Garou grabbed Sonic's wrist with his backhand, clenched his fist and smashed it hard. Between life and death, great fear quickly gripped Sonic's heart. He twisted his waist in the air, dislocated his arm to avoid the punch, and then kicked Garou in the face with his toes. Garou had to retract his other hand to protect his eyes. While blocking Sonic's attack, he also let him out of control. Sonic quickly retreated, and took his arm back with a sullen face. What a pity. With the blessing of speed, Sonic's kick was very powerful. If Garou didn't block it, he might pay a heavy price. Garou licked his lips, and looked at Sonic with unsatisfied eyes. This guy was very strong. Almost the strongest opponent he had ever met except for that man. Sonic exuded a strong murderous aura, but he was also a little helpless. Without the samurai sword, he could not effectively kill Garou, who had turned into a monster. Garou's spirit was extremely tenacious. Even if he dragged the opponent into an illusion, it would be useless. If he couldn't kill the enemy, no matter how many figures he had, it would be just empty talk. Thinking of this, Sonic had the idea of withdrawing from the battlefield first, going back to the evolution house to get a handy weapon, and then fighting with Garou. The two sides were in a stalemate, feeling that you can't do anything to me, and I can't do anything to you. Sonic wanted to leave, but Garou was unwilling to let him go. But his speed was still not as fast as Sonic, so he could only try every means to entangle the other party. Boom. The ground suddenly shook violently. The line under Sonic's feet exploded, and countless shadows rose from the ground. In the shadows were a bunch of dragon-like and snake-like tentacles, with ferocious mouths, trying to bite Sonic. Sonic kept moving with his speed, but there were too many tentacles, blocking all the space, and besieging Sonic in a small area. Seeing that the situation was not good, Sonic used the shadow clone technique, and decided to forcefully break through the siege of the tentacles, but as soon as he got close, he was swallowed by the ferocious big mouth. Fire style, flame tornado. The raging fire spun wildly around Sonic, forming a fire tornado, layer by layer to firmly guard him. The fire tornado blocked the countless dragon-like and snake-like tentacles outside, giving him time to breathe. The ground exploded not far away, and a huge figure gradually appeared in the dust. It was a huge monster more than 10 meters tall, with countless tentacles wrapped around his body. Those dragon-like and snake-like monsters were all part of his body. Monster King, Orochi. A monster carefully cultivated by people, with extremely powerful potential, even more powerful than the creation of gods. From a certain perspective, Sykes, who created Orochi, is more like a god than gods. You can't even deal with this kind of guy? It's really disappointing. God gave you power, not to let you waste it. Orochi stared down at Garou, and both his tone and eyes showed extreme disdain. Do you want to fight? If you want to fight, I'm happy to accompany you. I don't care who the opponent is, even God is fine. Garou's eyes were bloodshot, and he was emitting danger signals all the time, like a hysterical madman. The snake looked at him deeply, without caring too much about his rudeness, but reminded him, before that, you have to complete the task assigned to you by the gods, otherwise, it will take away the power you have now. Garou was silent for a moment, and finally looked at Sonic, who was surrounded by tentacles, turned around and left unwillingly, disappearing towards the direction of the evolution house. Looking at Garou's departing back, the snake's eyes were cold. This man was quite dangerous, and his position could not be judged simply by the camp. No one knew whether he would turn the gun head and point it at himself in the next second. After dealing with these humans, the next target must be him. The snake was still thinking about how to get rid of Garou, and suddenly a piercing pain came. When he looked at Sonic's position, he found that it had been burned into ruins. Sonic was gone. Garou strode towards the evolution house, feeling his body getting stronger and stronger. He was looking forward to meeting that man again. But before that, another fateful enemy appeared in front of him. The familiar goggles made Garou feel a little sick. I won't let you take another step forward. The unlicensed knight stood in front of Garou, preventing him from getting closer to the House of Evolution. That annoying tone again. Do you think you are the savior after getting this power? Garou showed a sarcastic smile, with unspeakable disgust in his eyes. The unlicensed knight was the kind of person he hated the most. I have never been a savior, not before, and never will be. I just want to protect others. For this, I'm willing to pay the price of my life. The noisy voices around gradually quieted down, and it seemed that only Garou and the unlicensed knight were left in the world. The next moment, the two rushed towards each other at the same time. My lord, more than half of the monsters below the dragon level have been wiped out by the Iron and Steel Mechanical Legion, and the remaining monsters are also fleeing. Do you want to continue chasing? Genis monitored the battlefields in front of the computer, and then informed Chu Yang of the results. Of course, those are all excellent materials. I want to know how Sykes and the gods create monsters. Chu Yang stared at the screen with interest. The results from Maya's side will probably come out soon. Sykes' ability is very simple, and he is no match for Maya. If the adults are interested in her, I will contact Maya and ask her to hold back. Well, remind Maya not to kill the other party. It doesn't matter if he is seriously injured. The battle between Mr. Bang and Mr. Bump is about to end. The dragon level monsters fighting against them have very special abilities, but they are not very strong. Don't kill that husky if you can. Leave it to look after the house. And try not to kill that strange water-like creature. It has high research value. Do you want to try to transplant bloodline factors into that special creature? Yes. The two sat in the laboratory and decided the life and death of a large number of monsters in just a few words. If there was a third person present, it would probably be horrified. The screen flashed, and the figure of the big snake appeared on Sonic's side. Chu Yang's eyes immediately moved over. Genis was shocked. The appearance of the big snake was too hideous and disgusting. Just looking at it made him feel that his sin was going crazy. The image of this big monster brother was very Cthulhu. Genis couldn't help but comment, "Sir, this weirdo gives people a very different feeling." Chu Yang glanced at him and explained, "He is artificial like the weirdos under you, but you are taking the route of machinery and genes. Is he also an artificial monster?" Genis immediately looked at the snake carefully, no longer feeling disgusted, but more like a fine work of art. "Catch him, the research value must be very high," Genis said eagerly. Chu Yang rolled his eyes. "You are quite bold. The Monster King also wants to catch him for research, and he is the leader of the Monster Association. As long as the Lord takes action, whether it is the Monster Association or other organizations, the result will be the same. Kinus said sincerely. You, a scientist with thick eyebrows and big eyes, are also starting to learn to flatter. Chu Yang was helpless. There were more and more people like this around him. What was wrong? Kinus scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. However, you are right. He does have a high research value. Even Sykes himself would find it difficult to create a second snake. Chu Yang stood up and slowly walked out of the laboratory. Since the god wants to hide, let him continue to hide. Kill all these monsters. Chu Yang doesn't believe that he won't come out. The wind whimpers. The battle between the unlicensed knight and the hungry wolf is not fancy at all. It is all fist to fist, flesh to flesh, and savage. Unlike an S-level hero and a dragon-level monster, there is a blazing fire in the eyes of both of them. There are bloodstains under their feet, and there are potholes everywhere. The ground seems to have been plowed over and over again. Boom, boom, boom. The fists hit the body, making a dull sound like a drum. The momentum of the two is like pouring a basin of cold water into boiling hot oil, stirring the air and churning. The airwaves are like waves, rippling circles. The bloodlines on the surface of the hungry wolf's body are beating more and more intensely, as if representing some kind of signal, like a countdown. The unlicensed knight doesn't care about these, staring at his target, punching again and again. He doesn't have the strong ability to resist blows that the hungry wolf has after becoming a monster, but his recovery ability is better. He was covered in blood, but not too seriously injured. The unlicensed knight still remembered Chu Yang's evaluation of Garou in the laboratory before, so he also prepared to learn the other party's fighting style. Observe calmly and then counterattack. In terms of fighting skills, the unlicensed knight cannot compare with most heroes, let alone Garou. He can only rely on wandering between life and death again and again to hone his fighting instincts and chase others in the stupidest way. The fist quickly enlarged in front of his eyes. The unlicensed knight crossed his arms and blocked in a stereotyped way. The familiar feeling of fracture came, but he didn't feel anything. It's not that it doesn't hurt, but it's numb. Almost between breaths, the unlicensed knight's arm returned to normal. He punched in the way Garou attacked, and his fingertips were like a white chain across Garou's neck. Garou, who was familiar with his own moves, easily blocked the attack, and his arm covered with black scales stood upright in front of him. Two lights, one white and one black, intersected in front of the two people. Suddenly, Garou felt a pain in his throat. He looked down and saw a horrifying wound on his neck, with the skin and flesh rolled up. How did you hit me? Garou looked at the unlicensed knight in astonishment. The opponent used a very clever way of exerting strength, which he and Bangu could barely perform. Who do you think was beating me during the days you were away? Speaking of this, the unlicensed knight suddenly felt aggrieved. In the past, fighting Garou only looked miserable at most. Except for the first few times, when his life was really in danger, the difficulty of the latter was equivalent to punching in for work. But fighting Chu Yang was really like tying your head to your belt every day. Every time you were struggling wildly on the line between life and death, the suffocating terror often lingered in the heart of the unlicensed knight. Compared with Chu Yang, any enemy seemed much more merciful to him, even the Garou in front of him. It's all your fault. Do you know what kind of life I've been living these days? The unlicensed knight became more and more angry as he thought about it, and his roar shook the ground under his feet. At this moment, Garou could even empathize with him, and almost burst into tears. Bang, bang, bang. The sounds of explosions came one after another, and a series of blood mists burst out of Garou's body. His hard body with scales became fragile under the fist of the unlicensed knight. Fuck. Who do you think he beat before he beat you? Garou roared. I didn't say anything, and you're still feeling wronged? Letting the fist that was so close to him fall on him, Garou launched a counterattack, and the tip of his fist brushed against the unlicensed knight's arm and stabbed out, like a spear hitting the other's heart. Boom. The fierce punch made the unlicensed knight's mouth and nose spurt hot blood, and he didn't care about it, and punched Garou like Garou, hitting Garou's waist and abdomen. The feeling of his internal organs being broken came, and Garou couldn't help it either, and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. The two were like crazy people who didn't care about their lives, attacking each other's vitals back and forth. The fighting style was quite tragic. At this time, I'm afraid that the Monster King would have to walk around the two of them if he saw them. Such a crazy battle is really hard to imagine. The reason behind it is actually a unique competition of misery. Chapter 228 3 Punches. Bugs are bugs. They will only run away when they encounter danger. The Monster King Orochi wandered around, chasing Sonic's trail. The rat-like man was very good at running away. After searching for a while, Orochi lost his patience and stopped caring about Sonic. He turned his head and headed towards the direction of the evolution house. His huge body crushed the surrounding flowers, plants, and trees, and wherever he went, it was a mess. The earth was shaking. Many auras disappeared. Black Sperm and Wandering Emperor died almost at the same time. Who did it? Is there something here that the god urgently needs? So much so that he helped us at all costs. What exactly is he? Orochi had many questions, but these questions could only be answered after victory. Now the only thing that worried him a little was the reason why Black Sperm and Wandering Emperor died at the same time. If they were ambushed, it would be understandable. If not, then Orochi would have to consider whether to continue attacking the evolution house. Thinking about it, Orochi stopped and a figure appeared in front of him, blocking his way. He didn't care much, and the tentacles on his body opened their mouths to spit out super high temperature rays, ready to melt the stones blocking the way. The man stood there, like a mountain, pinching his knuckles, making a crackling sound. The unstoppable super high temperature rays rushed to the man in the blink of an eye. He grinned, as if with some sarcasm. His eyes were bright, with an indomitable edge. Huangquen. The man suddenly had a pitch black ancient sword in his hand, and a torrent of cold water surged out of the void. Not only did it block the killing move that the big snake was proud of, but it also submerged the surrounding forests, forming a huge swamp. In a blink of an eye, half of the big snake's body was completely submerged. The water seemed to have a special power that made him uncomfortable. Who are you? A glimmer of light flashed in the big snake's indifferent eyes. You came to my territory with great fanfare, and you dare to ask who I am? Chu Yang looked at the big snake with a look of death. The person the gods want to kill is you? The snake looked at Chu Yang in surprise, then looked him up and down, and asked in confusion, why? Why would the high and mighty gods want to kill an ordinary person like you? Chu Yang said with a half smile, you will know soon. The snake's eyes moved from time to time, and it was unknown what it was thinking. A large dark cloud suddenly floated overhead, temporarily blocking the sunlight, and the area around the two of them became dim. In this dimness, a shrine rose from the ground and stood quietly on the water. Behead. With Chu Yang's cold shout, countless slashes suddenly broke out, tearing the space in front of him. Thousands of wounds of varying depths appeared on the snake's body, and fist-sized drops of blood fell and gathered into a bloodstream, merging with the surrounding yellow spring water to form a red blood pool. The snake's eyes were wide open, and all its tentacles attacked Chu Yang at the same time, with super high temperature rays crisscrossing, and its hideous and terrifying mouth biting Chu Yang. Behead. It was still a cold word. The fierce storm of slashing appeared again. Not only did it cut off the tentacles, it also cut off the rays, and even fell on the snake with its remaining power. The sound of the wound tearing was as loud as tearing clothes. Soon, the snake was covered with blood and flesh, standing in the water like a tattered rag doll. For the first time, the snake's eyes showed a look of shock. This ordinary looking man in front of him was so fierce. On the other hand, he was also confused. He had an almost unsolvable ability to imitate and learn, but after 2 slashes, he didn't learn anything. The snake couldn't understand the principle of slashing, nor could he understand the sudden appearance of the yellow spring water. Human, your name. The snake's momentum soared, and his tone was as majestic as a king. The dead don't deserve to know my name. Chu Yang shook his head. I'm the king of monsters, you should respect me. The snake roared angrily, staring at Chu Yang fiercely. The words just now offended his dignity as a king. The king of the damn monsters. Chu Yang's fingertips gently stroked the ancient sword of Fengdu, with a sneer on his lips. Suddenly, the sword flashed, and one of the snake's arms was cut off. The snake, which was continuously stimulated, fell into a state of extreme rage, and the tentacles wrapped around its body seemed to have turned into real dragons. The dragons were intertwined and were completely liberated by the snake. The body was raised again, and the whole body was burning with raging fire. Chu Yang had foreseen that the large marshland formed by the yellow spring water would restrict the flames on the snake's body from spreading further. The power was immediately reduced by half. The higher the flames rose, the more the snake could feel the suppression of the yellow spring water on itself. The nearly 50 or 60 meter tall body jumped, intending to get away from this depression. Innocent water. After melting the water magic beads into his body with a refining treasure technique, Chu Yang's ability to control water was like a divine help, which was better than any water escape. Dozens of water tornadoes were like chains, firmly tying up dozens of dragons on the snake's body, and the burning flames were completely extinguished. He was like a prisoner waiting to be executed, hanging high in the air by Chu Yang. At this moment, the dark clouds moved, and the sun shone directly on the snake. For a moment, he was like the hanged man in the tarot card. The coldness of the yellow spring water eroded the snake's skin, making his body seem heavier than usual. Dozens of dragons opened their mouths, and powerful energy brewed in their mouths, all aimed at Chu Yang, and the scorching hot wind blew in his face. Don't remember. Chu Yang sneered, and with a flip of his hand, the yellow spring water poured into the mouths of dozens of dragons at the same time, and the torrent of water poured out. The snake howled in pain. The yellow spring water directly entering the body is far more painful than outside the body. The coldness under the 9 hells can even freeze the soul. The reason why I took some effort to let you live a little longer is because you are worth studying. You should thank every piece of flesh and blood in your body. The indifferent voice was like the whisper of a devil, making the snake suddenly open his eyes wide and reveal a strong fear. He struggled frantically, trying to break free from the chains formed by the yellow spring water, but it was all in vain. Water has no fixed shape. Since it is invisible, it cannot be broken by brute force, unless his super high temperature rays can evaporate the yellow spring water. Unfortunately, it is not possible. Even the strongest death god Yamamoto Jinryusei Shigekyu's Ryujin Jaka can't do this. The vitality of the snake is very strong, which also means that he will experience pain for a longer time before his death than others. With the endless yellow spring water pouring in, the frequency of the snake's body trembling gradually decreased, and after a quarter of an hour, it lost its breath. With the death of the snake, the yellow spring water rolled back and disappeared into the void again, and the ancient sword, Fengdu, also returned to the depths of Chu Yang's soul. Kinus, come and reclaim the body of the snake. Okay, sir. Not long after, a group of robots flew over Chu Yang one after another. Small holes appeared between their fingers, and with a bang, large nets and hooks were sprayed out, covering the body of the snake layer by layer. Seeing this, Chu Yang assuredly handed the follow-up processing to the robots, locked Gerao's position with his observation haki, and left. On another battlefield, the melee between the unlicensed knight and Gerao entered the final stage. Gerao had already changed a lot at this time, and he could no longer see his former appearance. His whole body was covered with scales, and the horns on his head were extended, becoming as sharp as a blade, shining in the sun. The biggest change was that a pair of flesh wings grew on his back. The black wings were like the wings of the devil in the legend, which greatly increased Gerao's speed, almost not inferior to Sonic. Compared with Gerao's leapfrog growth, the unlicensed knight seemed to lag behind a lot, as if he had returned to the state when the two first met, and was unilaterally beaten. It's not that the unlicensed knight who unlocked the limiter is not as good as Gerao. His growth curve is steadily improving, not like Gerao's blowout growth. Gerao was forced to grow under the intervention of the gods. Although the growth is gratifying, it is not long-lasting and lacks stamina. With a few more battles, the unlicensed knight will be able to surpass Gerao, and by then, it will be Gerao who will remain standing. However, if no one intervenes, the unlicensed knight may not have a chance to surpass Gerao. He is about to be killed by Gerao. Blood mist continued to explode on his body, and the unlicensed knight's vision gradually blurred. The salty and fishy taste spread in his mouth, and the warm and greasy feeling filled his mouth. He almost became accustomed to spitting blood. A large amount of blood filled his nose and mouth, giving him the illusion of drowning. The sound of flesh and bones being torn apart kept ringing in his ears, but the unlicensed knight was completely unaware, and even felt like he was listening to music. It hurts. It hurts a lot. But he can no longer feel this kind of pain. His nerves are numb to the point that his 5 senses are all gone. At this moment, the only thing that keeps the unlicensed knight from falling is faith. He has lost many times in his life. Even if he becomes the first C-class hero, he is still easily abused by monsters during missions, and often has to rely on others to save the situation. My life is given by others. It does not belong to me. I want to save people. Can't die easily. The unlicensed knight was like a candle in the wind, wavering and almost going out. Only a faint flame was left to illuminate the road that could not see the future. You are really tenacious. Until now, I have never seen an opponent more tenacious than you. The hungry wolf, whose heart was filled with killing, had a moment of clarity in his eyes, but soon it was occupied by red, and he became a slave to killing again. He became more and more ruthless, breaking the bones of the unlicensed knight's body, making him unable to stand up again. The unlicensed knight fell down, lying on the cold ground, staring blankly into the distance. Suddenly, he seemed to see something, and a light lit up in the depths of his eyes, and then he exhaled a long breath, as if he had unloaded a heavy burden. At the same time, the hungry wolf seemed to sense something, and turned his head suddenly. The sun was blazing in the sky. The heat radiating from the man was even more blazing than the sun, more like a big sun across the sky. Oh, you're wearing skin. You look pretty scary. Did you meet a sponsor these days? Chu Yang's shadow was stretched on the ground, twisted and long, like a demon with bared fangs and claws. When the almost crazy hungry wolf saw his figure, he still shuddered subconsciously, and thought of running away. But the next moment he felt ashamed of his previous thoughts, became more hysterical, and yelled at Chu Yang. Although I don't want to admit it, I'm a member of the Appearance Association. You don't look good now. Chu Yang's eyes were so cold that they seemed to ooze ice. It even makes people feel disgusted. Disgusting seemed to have touched some kind of switch, and the hungry wolf's killing intent suddenly soared. He slowly leaned down, his arms hanging naturally, his thighs bent, and his body swayed slightly, just like the way a cat hunts. Treating me as prey? You have completely given up thinking now, right? Although your brain is not smart. As soon as the voice fell, the hungry wolf rushed out like an arrow from a bow, so fast that the air could make a friction sound, and there was a faint smell of burning. Chu Yang was amazed, stepped on the ground with one foot, and chopped it lightly a few times. Come on, soil. Mountains rose up from the ground, blocking the hungry wolf, and he rushed over like a runaway train, knocking down the mountains in front of him. Boom. The ground shook. Chu Yang looked at the hungry wolf with interest, and then narrowed his eyes. A large shadow suddenly appeared above the hungry wolf's head. When he looked up, he saw a huge mountain falling from the sky, pressing down unreasonably. The hungry wolf let out a strange cry, his back straightened up, like a dragon raising its head, his hands raised high, his muscles bulged like a dragon, and his face was ferocious. Mount Te was pressing down on him. With a bang, the mountain and the ground were completely solid, and the hungry wolf seemed to have never appeared. Isn't that a bit too much? Chu Yang touched his chin, and suddenly felt like a villain boss, testing the protagonist. The calm mountain suddenly shook and the sound of the mountain cracking was heard. I'm going to kill you. The angry voice of the hungry wolf echoed in the mountain, gradually becoming clearer, and then the mountain split in two, and he rushed out from the gap. At this time, the hungry wolf had a new change, as if it was evolving to a higher level of life. The scales of the demon on the surface of the body shattered, revealing a hollow body with no organs, and only a galaxy could be seen. The whole body turned into the universe. Cosmic hungry wolf. Just like the fireworks in the summer flashed by, the speed of the hungry wolf was just as fast as it flashed. At the moment, when he was about to hit Chu Yang, his body bent to an incredible arc, like a longbow that was fully drawn. He threw a punch with endless violent momentum, as if he wanted to perish with the enemy in front of him. Not bad. In the time it took for the hungry wolf to throw a punch, Chu Yang threw 3 punches. The dragon elephant king used all his strength. The sound of dragon roar and elephant cry resounded through the sky. The first punch hit the strongest part of his fist, crushing his fist with overwhelming force. The second punch hit his heart, and his blazing fire of life was extinguished, turning into a candle in the wind. The cosmic wolf degenerated into a demon form. The third punch, Chu Yang swept towards his head, but when he threw this punch, Chu Yang took back 5 points of his 10 points. And these 5 points of force broke the wolf's hard horns and shattered his skull. Large pieces of flesh and blood peeled off, leaving a bare area, bloody and miserable. The wolf's vision was covered in blood, like a kite with a broken string, flying away limply. The wolf fell in a pool of blood, trying to raise his head, with tears of blood in his eyes. He looked at Chu Yang with empty eyes. Why? Chapter 229 God is coming. Stupid choice. Why are you so strong? Why am I still no match for you, even though I have become so strong? I can't even see the hope of keeping up with you. Can you tell me why? Hungry Wolf gradually turned back into human form. He had a lot to say, but he couldn't say a word. But Chu Yang had sensed his thoughts. Even though Hungry Wolf fell, the unwillingness and anger still burned in his eyes. Chu Yang was unmoved and looked at him indifferently. In Hungry Wolf's eyes, his condescending attitude was no different from that of a god. At this moment, he seemed to understand that these two people who were out of reach were from the same world. Don't lose to anyone, or I won't let you go. Hungry Wolf burst out with strength at the moment he was about to faint, and grabbed Chu Yang's trouser leg tightly, staring at him with bloodshot eyes. Aren't you talking nonsense? Chu Yang looked puzzled, and was about to kick him away, but Hungry Wolf fainted first. Kinus, come and take these two away. Remember to extract the bloodline factor first, after you go back. Not long after, another team of robots slowly flew over, and dragged away Garou and the unlicensed knight with a net. Both of them looked miserable at the moment. The unlicensed knight's leg and hand bones were cracked from the middle, and were slowly healing. His flesh and blood rolled all over his body, just like a pig in a slaughterhouse. Garou was not much worse. His head was almost exploded, and his body was covered in blood. He didn't look as miserable as the unlicensed knight on the outside, but he was in pieces inside. He was alive, only because Chu Yang showed mercy. The blood around him alone was enough to fill a swimming pool. On the other side, Sonic, who had just found a weapon that suited him, was returning to the battlefield with big strides. When he looked up, he saw Garou, who looked like a dead pig, being hung back. Is the fight over? Sonic was furious. He was still thinking about avenging his previous humiliation, but it was over in just a few minutes. Why are you so weak? Sonic scolded Garou with a look of disappointment. At the same time, the others also finished their respective battles. Bang and Bang were basically not in danger, and Genis, who had upgraded his equipment, was also relaxed. Mosquito Girl Ma carried the unconscious Sukusu into the laboratory, attracting everyone's attention. The clothes of both of them were torn, revealing a large area of beautiful scenery. My lord, where are you? Ma raised Sukusu high, as if to ask for credit, touching the other's wound, causing the unconscious Sukusu to groan in pain. The battle just ended, and my lord defeated Garou and the leader of the Monster Association. Genis' words did not cause much reaction, because everyone thought it was natural for Chu Yang to win them. The process is not as simple as you think. The robot recorded the process of the battle, and Genis projected it on the big screen. The process was extremely brief, but it was enough to shock people. Whether it was Orochi or Space Garou, the pressure they showed was terrifying. To be honest, no one present had the confidence to beat them. This was no longer the scope of dragon level monsters or S-level heroes. What was even more shocking was that even such powerful snakes and space wolves could not last even a minute under Chu Yang, and that included the time he spent talking. Master, you have become stronger again. It's a pity that he didn't use ninjutsu much in these two battles. Sonic looked at the screen excitedly, with a faint disappointment flashing through his heart. Bang and Bump looked at each other and sighed helplessly. It was only a luxury for them to catch up with Chu Yang in this life. In short, it's over, right? Maya frowned and said, why hasn't the master come back yet? What is he looking at? As soon as this was said, everyone looked back at the screen, only to see that Chu Yang in the picture not only did not walk towards the House of Evolution, but walked further and further away. His eyes were always fixed on the sky, or rather, above the sky. It was as if someone there was looking at him. I have a bad feeling. Those weirdos kept mentioning a term. Bang looked around at his companions with worry. Then, everyone said in unison, "God." It seems that everyone has encountered the same situation. The monster I fought said that he was created by God. Do you believe in the existence of God? If it is really God, why did he create monsters? Shouldn't he protect humans? Genis was unwilling to believe the so-called God's words, with a little contempt in his tone. I think God is just a nickname. It is also possible that he is just a monster with a higher degree of evolution. Or maybe it is a human. The oldest Bang and Bump are used to looking at problems from multiple angles. If there is really a god in the world, it will only be Master, not others. Sonic sneered decisively, but his words aroused Genis' dissatisfaction. The latter's expression changed slightly, and he said without hesitation, Saitama teacher is more powerful than God. Even if there are gods in the world, they can't be the teacher's opponent. Sonic narrowed his eyes and said unkindly, what do you mean by this? Genis raised his head high. It means literally, robot. Sonic showed the samurai sword he had just obtained and threatened, you want to fight with me? The engine sound on Genis' body suddenly became louder. He took a deep breath and said seriously, I don't like meaningless battles, but if you want to fight, I'm always here to accompany you. Then now. Shut up. Maya scolded the two with a cold face, then pointed at the big screen, and said in a trembling voice, God has come. Sonic and Genis turned around suddenly. Saitama, who was playing games in the room, seemed to have felt something. He put down the controller with a solemn face, and walked out of the room under King's puzzled eyes. Saitama stood on the balcony, and looked into the distance. A huge lightning storm was approaching. The dark clouds covered the earth, like a black tide sweeping over. What happened, Mr. Saitama? King followed him out of the room, and saw the dark clouds, and lightning in the distance. He was so shocked, that he couldn't speak. The next moment, he heard Saitama's heavy voice. It's raining. We have to go to the rooftop to collect the clothes. King. Saitama walked to the door, and said to the monitor on the wall, Jarvis, you idiot, go collect the clothes quickly. An electronic synthesized voice came from the monitor, and replied respectfully, Mr. Saitama, the weather is sunny today, and there is no need to collect the clothes. Anyway, I have reminded you. If you don't collect the clothes, wait for Yang to come back and scold you. Saitama walked back to the room and sat down, picked up the controller, and stared at the screen. Why are you standing there? Let's start the next round. Countless lightning bolts seemed to contain some kind of power, disrupting the space. Wherever Chu Yang looked, everything was distorted, like pieces of broken lenses. The space was shaking regularly, as if there was a beast behind it that was about to break out of the cage. A dull sound rang out, from far to near, and the whole world was shaking because of it, as if some giant monster was approaching here step by step. The trembling of the air became more and more intense, and the spider web-like cracks continued to spread, almost reaching the edge of breaking. Stop dithering, why don't I help you? Chu Yang licked his lips, raised his hand impatiently, pinched his 5 fingers together, and the veins on his arm were exposed, like a dragon twisting. A punch fell. The shaking space was completely shattered, revealing a large black hole, and the surrounding space fragments were still peeling off. A slightly funny scene appeared. On the other side of the black hole, a bare foot stretched out, without complete skin, only flesh, bones and hundreds of millions of blood vessels. Or rather, his skin was transparent. It was a huge foot that had never been seen before. The House of Evolution seemed extremely small in comparison. With just 1 foot, it could destroy the entire city. Everyone in the laboratory felt terrified just by watching this scene through the screen. Who could have the heart to resist such a huge creature? The foot was bathed in lightning. With every step, the size began to shrink, but the momentum was infinitely rising, and the sense of oppression became stronger and stronger. The dark clouds and lightning had covered all the places that could be seen by the eyes. It was clearly the peak of the sun at noon, but it was so dark that one could not see one's hand in front of one's face. The only light source was the lightning in the sky that was like a dragon. I want to help Master. Sonic flashed, knocked open the door of the laboratory and left. Even Sonic, who believed in adults the most, was restless. The sense of oppression given by gods is really terrifying. Genis slumped in his chair, cold sweat soaking his back, and his hands and feet were cold. I can understand him. The pressure from the god was too strong, and Genis no longer looked as confident as before. After a brief trance, Maya flew out with a whoosh. Bang and Bump followed closely behind. I'll go find Mr. Saitama. The only person Genis could think of now was Saitama, the guy who could give people hope from desperate situations countless times. When Sonic arrived at the scene, the black hole was gradually shrinking, and the god also revealed its complete form. About 20 to 30 meters tall, very similar to the space wolf, except for the obvious bones and blood vessels in the limbs. The rest of the body is as empty as the universe. There are also bright stars moving in it. Compared with most monsters, the god's appearance is a bit too simple, without any fancy organs. He has no eyes, but it gives Chu Yang a feeling that he is watching him. You are a very special human. You haven't broken through the limiter, but you have been getting stronger, even to the point where I have to be careful with you. You are completely different from that bald guy in a cape. Can you tell me how you did it? The god's tone was neither hurried nor slow, giving people a polite feeling. If it weren't for the terrifying oppression he exuded, Chu Yang almost thought he was a positive character. Chu Yang's fingertips twitched lightly, and he crushed the lightning floating in front of him with his bare hands. The lightning exploded on his fingertips, and he said in a calm tone, "Beat me, and I can tell you everything you want to know." The god fell into silence. After a long time, his voice echoed again, "If you think you can rely on that bald guy, you may be wrong." Chu Yang's mouth corners slightly raised. "I have always relied on myself." The huge figure of the god suddenly disappeared, and when he reappeared, he was already close to Chu Yang. Sonic shouted at the top of his voice, "Master, be careful." The lightning flashed. Lightning bolts fell one after another, like chains, blocking the space around the two people. The surrounding rocks and land exploded, and the smell of renovated soil and burned odors mixed together. A large number of trees were instantly chopped into ashes, leaving only half of the charred trunks. In a blink of an eye, the place where the two were located had become sure hell. Cracks appeared in the space again, just like when the god appeared before. He seemed to want to open some kind of passage. Chu Yang looked around and chuckled. "Where do you want to take me?" the god asked in surprise. "You are not afraid, you don't resist?" Chu Yang smiled but said nothing. He wished that the battlefield would be far away from his evolutionary home, so as not to affect the laboratory. The few flying birds in the forest were scared by the huge noise and scattered, flying away in groups, and it is estimated that they will never return next spring. Sonic rushed to the battlefield with a knife, trying to cut off the thunder chain and rescue Chu Yang. Cut it down with a knife. The samurai sword turned into ashes in the lightning, and Sonic himself was blown away by the power of lightning. When he landed, his eyes were wide open and his face was a 10. He was very angry at his own weakness, and even the thunder could not be cut off. But, how many people in the world can cut off the thunder? A scream came from the sky. Maya used her telekinesis to shake the thunder chain, and the interference space was further broken. After a few breaths, blood oozed from her mouth and nose. It costs a huge price to interfere with the power of the gods. But whether it is Maya or Sonic, they have no idea of giving up, even if it means giving up their lives. "Your companions disturbed me." The god was dissatisfied with the behavior of the ants. He thought he was offended, so he turned his head and looked at Maya. An invisible force repelled and enveloped Maya. The horrible shadow of death fell instantly, causing Maya's breathing to stop, her hands and feet trembling, and she instinctively wanted to escape from here. No. It was the Lord who gave me everything, and gave me a new life. I must not abandon him. Maya gritted her teeth, used her strong will to fight the fear of death, and continued to use her telekinesis to prevent the space from breaking. "You are looking for death." The voice of the god became angry for the first time. He has existed since ancient times. The entire earth has spent countless years under his watch. No one has ever dared to disobey his will. How dare this ant? Exclamation mark. The god stretched out his hand towards Maya and grasped the void. The space around the latter collapsed rapidly. Maya's telekinesis was blocked in an instant, revealing a terrified expression on her face. "I'm going to die," Maya murmured miserably. The next moment, the space returned to normal. Maya looked up in surprise. The feeling of surviving a disaster made her heart beat. "Ah." A wail drew her eyes. What came into view was the god who had lost an arm. He was looking at Chu Yang angrily. Who allowed you to attack my people? Because of your stupidity, I changed my mind. Chu Yang's face was full of cold murderous intent. I will kill you right here. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 213 A Bridge. Miserable God. Chu Yang took a step forward, and the sun and moon rose on his shoulders. A more terrifying aura than that of a god suddenly erupted. The dragon elephant Prajna art merged with the golden light indestructible divine art, and upgraded to the dragon elephant Mingwangju, which greatly increased the strength of the Yuan Wu true body. The light of the sun and the moon shot up into the sky, crushing the dark clouds above his head, and the thunder chains around him collapsed one by one. The world suddenly became clear. The sun fell, bathing Chu Yang, and set a layer of gold for him, as if he were a god. He pinched his 5 fingers together, and strands of crystal silk flowed out between his fingers, as if he was holding the stars. The Yuan Wu true body is about to usher in an unimaginable evolution. The key bottleneck is the blood of the 3 emperors. As long as any one of them is integrated into the body, the Yuan Wu true body will completely transform. However, this requires a breakthrough in the limiter, so that Chu Yang's body can carry more bloodline factors. Chu Yang, who entered the Yuan Wu true body state, brought great pressure to the gods. The other party's fist clenching action seemed to pinch his heart. The god's breathing became rapid. Since he became a god, he has never encountered such a strong opponent. Chu Yang threw a punch, and the surrounding space was squeezed with a crackling sound. The people watching the fight suddenly felt that their bodies became extremely heavy, as if they were fixed in place, and could hardly move a step. The strong pressure also fell on the god, or it could be said that he was the main body under the pressure. The space around him even showed signs of collapse, not the orderly shattering before, but the destruction of withered and rotten. You want to kill me like this? The god snorted coldly, and a missing arm healed quickly. The body burst into brilliant light, and streams of light floated out of his body like the tail of a comet. The space twisted for a while, and then returned to normal, and Chu Yang's fist pressure was also offset. The light of the sun and the moon collided with the streamer of the universe, clearly dividing the 2 worlds. The god and Chu Yang are like the masters of their own worlds. Since the collapsed jade merged all the abilities to enhance the body, to create the Yuan Wu true body, Chu Yang rarely used other abilities, because most enemies could not catch his fists at all. Gods belong to a very small number of existences. However, catching only one punch does not mean anything. I hope you can keep your mouth hard. Chu Yang showed a kind smile, and in the blink of an eye, he threw several punches, and the pressure of the fists turned into an invisible flood and poured out. The sky and the earth in front of the god lost their color, and the surrounding scenery seemed to be frozen, leaving only the terrifying waves. He would naturally not sit and wait for death, and his whole body shone brightly, like the morning light at dawn, and with the mysterious flow of the universe. The 2 terrifying forces began to compete. The space trembled and hummed, and the impact was very wide, forming black holes in the void, crushing everything around. Bangu and others were almost implicated, but fortunately Genis detected the danger in advance, and reminded everyone to move. Large areas of mountain land were sucked into the black hole, and then crushed into pieces by the void. As more fist shadows were thrown, a golden halo gradually appeared on Chu Yang's body. It was the vision produced by the dragon elephant Mingwangju. When Yuan Wu's true body absorbed this martial art, it also carried some of its characteristics. The light on the god's body became more and more dazzling, making everyone dare not look directly at it, as if it was the destructive light emitted before the explosion of the universe. The shock caused by the space where the 2 were located gradually turned from the initial ripples into a violent tsunami. The god seemed to have entered another state. Chu Yang's confrontation with him shifted from the physical level to the level of will. A murmur sounded in his ears. The people watching the battle from a distance only felt that the dazzling sunlight was shining in front of them. They subconsciously wanted to close their eyes, but they couldn't. The supreme will descended in the depths of their consciousness, and everyone's mind roared. Everything in the world seemed to be wiped out by someone's hand. Mountains and rivers, flowers and birds, smells, colors, sounds are gradually disappearing. Consciousness fell into depravity. Chu Yang also fell into endless chaos. The development of things was somewhat unexpected. He didn't expect that the strongest point of the god's power was not material power, but spirit and will. The situation was a bit like the first time Chu Yang and Saitama fought. He used the Samsara to create an illusion space and hurt Saitama from a spiritual perspective. But now, the situation has reversed, and he has become the one being manipulated. The real person spell was launched at the first time, stabilizing Chu Yang's soul form, allowing him to stay awake and think calmly. As for how to fight back, it became a question mark. Haki could not make any waves in front of the huge spiritual will of the gods, and the illusion of the Samsara was also ineffective. This is a completely different opponent from Saitama. Just as Chu Yang hesitated, a sword light broke through the spiritual barrier of the gods, rolling in and pulling Chu Yang back to the real world. When he opened his eyes again, a snow-white ancient sword floated in front of Chu Yang, with a green sword pattern engraved on the sword body, and a mysterious fairy palace. Shanks, although it is a twins and bickered with Fengdu, the mystery of Shanks is still above Fengdu. The former was close to Bankei, but the latter didn't even have the release words. Over time, Chu Yang rarely used it. However, in the world of spells, Shanks had once played a miraculous role, showing its ability to restrain real people's spells. Compared with the simplicity and brutality of Fengdu, Shanks' ability is more peculiar. At this moment, it penetrated the spiritual will of the gods and pulled Chu Yang back from another world. Chu Yang reached out and gently stroked the sword, and Shanks immediately emitted a clear sword sound with endless killing spirit, as if asking the master to let it kill the enemy. Another round of sword sound rang out. Fengdu appeared. Two ancient swords, one black and one white, surrounded Chu Yang like the alternation of the sun and the moon. Wherever the snow-white flying sword went, the cosmic light of the gods disappeared instantly, and the spiritual power with the supreme will of the gods was also suppressed. Bangu and others finally returned to reality, and they were all limp, sitting on the ground and breathing heavily. Just a little bit, they would be lost in that vast spiritual world forever. When they looked up, Chu Yang was walking towards the god step by step, unstoppable. Ripples appeared on the god's empty face, and a voice of shock and anger rang out. This is impossible. How did you leave? This kind of power is not something that humans can control. Could it be you are also a god? With two swords protecting his body, Chu Yang rushed towards the god with big strides. His eyes were like torches, and his fists kept coming out, shaking the heaven and earth. The god's biggest killer move was useless, so he could only take it head on. The moment the fist landed on him, the power of 100 dragons and 100 elephants burst out with the power to destroy everything. The body as vast as the universe and the stars was smashed to pieces in an instant. You can't kill me. The god's breath was disappearing, not extinct, but shifting. It seemed that he was using some ability to get away. How could Chu Yang do as he wished? Under the yellow springs, above the netherworld, forever fallen to Fengdu. As the words of Fengdu rang out, a mysterious long bridge appeared in the void. What can I do? According to legend, if you want to reincarnate, you must first take a boat to cross the yellow spring, then pass through the ghost gate, arrive at Fengdu city, and walk across the Nei bridge, where Mengpio is waiting. Drink the Mengpio soup cooked with Wangcha and water, and all the joys and sorrows of the past will remain on the Nei bridge. Some people also say that the Nei bridge is a bridge to immortals, and if you walk to the end, you can become an immortal. But if you can't walk through it, you will be lost on the bridge forever, and can't find a way out. The moment the god stepped onto the Nei bridge, he felt that he had lost contact with the original world. No matter how he activated his abilities, he couldn't tear the space and go somewhere else. He was locked up. It was pitch black around him, and he could only see the endless covered bridge under his feet. Do you think you can kill me like this? The god suddenly punched the bridge, and the cold covered bridge just shook, and then returned to the silence of death. The cold wind blew on his face, and the sound of the wind was shrill, which made the god, who should have no concept of cold and warm, shudder. A chill rose from my heart. What the hell is this place? Where are you? Come out and face me. The god roared to the sky, and his shattered body gradually recovered, shining with dazzling light again. Countless streams of light flashed across the corridor bridge, forming a dreamlike scene. But under this scene, there was a murderous intention. The god wanted to destroy the corridor bridge like crazy, but all he got in response was endless coldness and silence. After an unknown amount of time, the god became calm, regained his sanity, and walked forward step by step, walking on the endless corridor bridge. I can't go on like this. I have to find an exit. The god walked forward unswervingly. His spiritual will was very strong, and a little difficulty could not stop him. It was quiet around him, and there seemed to be no other sound except his own footsteps. The god walked alone. Time lost its meaning in this place. After an unknown amount of time, the god's originally upright body became hunched, and the body that carried the stars became like an ordinary person. His determined eyes became a little confused. He continued to walk, until one day, he suddenly looked up, with endless confusion in his eyes. Who am I? Why am I here? Chu Yang saw the process of the god gradually getting lost through Fengdu, and a chill suddenly rushed from his tailbone to the top of his head. Even if Fengdu is as intricate, that is one with his soul, such a scene still makes him feel terrible. The passage of time on the Nei Bridge is different from the real world, or there is no time at all. Chu Yang saw that the god was aging continuously, and the time he spent on the Nei Bridge was much longer than he felt. So long that a god who has lived from ancient times to the present would forget everything and become a walking corpse. What would happen if he walked on it? Chu Yang shuddered. Nei Bridge, Nei Bridge. The past is just a passing cloud, and the time of tens of millions of years is just a river flowing eastward. After the god disappeared, the world returned to normal. It was just that the area around the House of Evolution became devastated, which made people feel sad. Especially the center of the battlefield between Chu Yang and the gods. It was even more desolate in the desolation, with only a deadly atmosphere. My lord, is it over? Maya flew to Chu Yang's side immediately, looking up and down to see if he was injured. Master, are you okay? Sonic rushed out and squeezed Maya aside, asking Chu Yang about his well-being. Bang and Bump were old, and their reactions were not as fast as those of the young people, so they could only follow behind and eat some leftovers. Chu Yang could only respond to them with a smile. Genis looked dazed, and the previous earth-shattering battle was still vivid in his mind. He had never seen a battle of that level in his life. Saitama's strongest thought in his heart was slightly shaken. A large number of robots were transferred by Genis to handle the aftermath, and they were preparing to expand the House of Evolution. Anyway, the surroundings were almost demolished, so instead of repairing them to their original appearance, it would be better to make drastic changes. This battle harvested a large number of monster corpses, and it would take a long time just to extract the bloodline factors from them. God will not die for a while, and after he dies, he will become a member of the laboratory cold storage. Back to the House of Evolution, Chu Yang went upstairs, and the battle between Saitama and King had just been decided. Saitama won every round by a narrow margin, and the game was so exciting. Chu Yang was also very happy. Baldy did not participate in the battle, and his laboratory was saved. He patted King on the shoulder and smiled. Thank you for your hard work. Hearing the condolence, King almost burst into tears. God knows how much pressure he was under. Saitama almost noticed that he was letting him go several times. It's so noisy outside today. What are you doing? Having a party? Saitama put down the controller and asked curiously. Yes, we are preparing a grand party to celebrate today. Chu Yang smiled happily. What day is today? Saitama scratched his head, thinking for a long time, but he couldn't think of what holiday it was today. Godless Day. Chu Yang said meaningfully. Saitama was even more confused. He had never heard of Godless Day. Forget it. If you don't know, then don't know. Anyway, the party is much more important than the festival itself. Saitama sat back down, picked up the controller and said, then play another game. Remember to call me when you have dinner. King turned and looked at Chu Yang. Chu Yang said, just play with him. Everything is over. After hearing this, King was shocked, and his eyes immediately became extremely sharp and cold. He sat down silently and picked up the controller with a serious expression. Hey, why do you seem to have changed? It's just one game. You don't have to be like this, right? Saitama swallowed his saliva dryly. He always felt that King was a little different from before. King didn't say anything, staring at the screen, full of murderous intent. Saitama was inexplicably uneasy and started the game in trepidation. Chu Yang smiled, silently wished Saitama good luck, and then turned and left. About half a minute later, Saitama's wailing came from the room. He was killed instantly by King with full health. The second game started again. He was defeated again in seconds. The third game. The two played until dusk, when the sun set over the mountain and the stars gradually shone. The smell of barbecue interrupted the torture that Saitama was suffering. King put down the controller, got up and left with a happy face, and went downstairs to join the barbecue party. Saitama lay on the tatami with a dull look in his eyes, like a salted fish without dreams. At the same time, in a very distant place, a tall figure was constantly shuttling through space, as if looking for something. Why did the breath of God disappear? I clearly trapped him in an alternate dimension. How did he escape? And how did he disappear? Damn it, I haven't figured out his secret yet. Chapter 231 The Only Rule of Death and Return. Who is the Heaven and the Tyrant? Soul Palace. After collecting a large amount of mysterious substances in the One Punch world, the synthesis of the special potion that breaks the limiter has come to an end. Pirate Chu Yang wanted to stay calm, but cold sweat always overflowed from his forehead. He was too nervous. Finding this mysterious substance is one thing, and making it into a potion that breaks the limiter is another. More importantly, it only exists during the period of breaking the limiter, and it will no longer exist once the limiter is broken. There is no such substance in Saitama's body, and now the body of the unlicensed knight has also disappeared. If the potion synthesis fails, they will have to reselect the experimental subject for the experiment. It is difficult to find a standard experimental subject in the One Punch world, and it may not even exist. A group of people surrounded the instrument, looking serious and nervous, and they actually looked a bit like the family members waiting outside the delivery room of the hospital. Ding ding ding, the continuous reminder sound rang, as if knocking on everyone's heart, until the last green light came on. Pirate Chu Yang carefully took out a tube of nearly transparent reagent from the instrument and showed it to others. Who drinks it? Pirate Chu Yang asked in a hoarse voice, looking very excited. It doesn't matter who drinks it, hurry up. Hokage Chu Yang was so anxious that he licked his lips frequently. Give it to me. Magic Chu Yang snatched the reagent from Pirate Chu Yang's hand and poured it into his mouth. Hey, what are you doing? Don't be so anxious. Demon Slayer Chu Yang stretched out his hand to grab the potion, but only got an empty tube. You're a little slow. Magic Chu Yang took out a handkerchief to wipe his mouth. His movements were gentle like a noble gentleman who had just finished drinking red wine. What does it feel like? Everyone looked at him curiously. No feeling, just like drinking water. Are you sure the potion synthesis is successful? Magic Chu Yang raised his eyebrows with a questioning tone. It's okay not to feel anything. One Punch Chu Yang reminded. Saitama and the unlicensed knight also didn't feel anything when they broke through the limiter. It takes time. Pirate Chu Yang frowned and said, what should we do now? What should we do? One Punch Chu Yang spread his hands helplessly and said, wait for it to take effect. The greatest significance of this thing is to help us accommodate multiple bloodlines. It's impossible to think of becoming like Saitama overnight. Increasing the upper limit does not mean increasing strength, at least in a short period of time. The two are not the same concept. Immortal Chu Yang asked, otherwise, extract the newer bloodline on hand, and try to transplant it once. The Chiao bloodline obtained from Jiangcheng and the Demon Lord is too domineering. It has to be purified for several more times to get the Shannon bloodline. Let's put it aside for now. Magic Chu Yang hesitated and said, newer bloodline is indeed milder, but if the potion doesn't work, mildness will be useless. The stronger the physique, the more serious the conflict and rejection reactions caused by different bloodline factors. No matter how mild the newer bloodline is, it can't change this. Although there are many ways to save lives, this kind of collapse at the genetic level inside the body, no one dares to say that it can be cured. The palace fell into a brief silence. Then wait a little longer until it takes effect. Demon Slayer Chu Yang said in a deep voice. Anyway, I practice every day, no less than Saitama. The reason why everyone is getting stronger every minute and every second is that Demon Slayer Chu Yang practices the source of breath 24 hours a day. That's it. The others nodded and then left the palace. Only Jujutsu Chu Yang looked worried. Jujutsu World. The reformists led by Chu Yang are sweeping the entire Jujutsu world. Not only the corrupt senior officials of Tokyo Metropolitan Jujutsu High School have been purged, but Kyoto Prefectural High School has also not escaped. The three major families united to fight against Chu Yang's violent reform model, and the outcome is naturally needless to say. Even Gojo Satoru lost, let alone them. They will naturally be greeted by another wave of purges. Before the cursed spirits took action, the Jujutsu world had already been seriously injured by Chu Yang's overwhelming reforms. A large number of Jujutsu masters who opposed Chu Yang became curse masters and united with the cursed spirits to resist Chu Yang. If there were no companions from the college, Chu Yang's position would be almost the same as Sukuna's 1,000 years ago, and he would become the target of public criticism in his own era. Gojo Satoru, who lost the duel, chose to remain neutral. He did not think Chu Yang was right, but he did not oppose the other party's approach. Someone from the Curse Master secretly contacted Gojo Satoru, and the general idea was to unite his forces to eliminate Chu Yang, but Gojo Satoru did not agree, and killed the Curse Master instead, drawing a clear line with this group of people. In his opinion, the difference between him and Chu Yang was a difference of opinion, not a difference of principle. Both of them wanted to change the corruption of the curse world, but they chose different ways. As for who is right and who is wrong, time will tell. Maybe decades later, people will agree with Chu Yang's current approach. The battle in the curse world has become increasingly fierce, but because of Chu Yang's existence, the college has an absolute advantage. However, the overly fierce struggle inevitably affects the lives of ordinary people. The official has come forward more than once to warn the college of its excessive behavior. In order to protect the lives of ordinary people, the college had to restrain itself and give the cursed spirits time to breathe. Both sides fell into a brief peace. Chu Yang had been looking for the noose and even went overseas for this purpose. The quieter this guy was, the more uneasy he was. I should have killed him directly at the beginning. Chu Yang, who always hated trouble, got himself into a big trouble this time. And the bigger trouble was to come. From a certain period of time, Chu Yang never received any contact from the college again, which made him feel bad. When he returned to Japan again, he found that the entire island country was trapped in a huge barrier. Not some areas, but all places were covered by a huge tent. The black curtain cut off all contact. Such a huge ritual has only one limiting condition, which is to refuse Chu Yang's entry. The death and return journey is still carried out. Chu Yang recalled the discussion of the people in the Soul Palace. Everyone thought that the noose would not give up the death and return journey, and the result was indeed true. Unfortunately, you used a spell. Chu Yang stood in the air. Fengdu floated beside him, and the water of the yellow spring surged out, washing the huge black egg below. Huangquan is the most restrained curse power. No curse can resist the power from the 9 nether hell. In this world, Chu Yang is the absolute king. Not long after, the black egg showed a gap, and Chu Yang flew in. He could also choose to completely eliminate the existence of the tent, but that would take a lot of time, so it would be better to go in and kill Nosso directly. On the other side, Nosso also sensed Chu Yang's existence. In surprise, he did not hesitate to change the rules of the game. Kill Chu Yang. This is the only rule of the Death and Destruction Return Tour. Why can't I get rid of you after hiding for so long? Why do you always ruin my plan? Exclamation mark. Why can you kill Sukuna? What right do you have to kill Sukuna? The ghost is still there. The ghost is still there. Nosso is almost crazy. He hid for a long time for today, deliberately letting Chu Yang think that he was overseas. He finally waited for the other party to go out and spent a lot of effort to set up a huge tent, but it was so easily cracked. Nosso couldn't understand why everything about this man couldn't be explained by the common sense of the curse world. He is no longer the original Nosso. After taking Shinyuan's body, he completed an evolution. Now he is so powerful that he can change the rules of the death and annihilation swim at will. But he still can't stop that man. It seems that all the rules of this world can't limit him. I will give up all my efforts so far and let you die here. As Noso's resentful voice sounded, all swimmers participating in the death and annihilation swim will regard Chu Yang as their only goal. As long as he is killed, the death and annihilation swim will end completely. Otherwise, they will fight in the barrier forever until the soul is annihilated. The curse spirits and curse masters already regard Chu Yang as their mortal enemy. No need for Noso to say more. As long as there is a chance, they will definitely kill Chu Yang. The sorcerers immediately split into two factions. One faction chose to remain neutral and wait for the development of things. Among them, the three major families have the most people. After the three major families experienced Chu Yang's purge, their influence in the sorcery world plummeted and could no longer return to their former glory. It is impossible to say that there is no resentment. The other group chose to support Chu Yang, mainly students from the two technical schools, but some people in the two technical schools also chose to remain neutral and had no intention of helping Chu Yang. Among them was the principal of Kyoto Prefectural Technical School. That guy is the reason for the turmoil in the world of sorcery, and his harm is even greater than that of Ryoma and Sukuna. If the world of sorcery is destroyed one day, it must be because of him. Yoshinobu Rakuganji expressed his position. Old man, if you do this, we in Kyoto will not be able to raise our heads to see people in the future. Tadao Aoi narrowed his eyes and spoke in a low and angry voice. Even if it weren't so, Kyoto would have no place to stand. Yoshinobu Rakuganji shook his head. Stubborn old guy. Tadao Aoi spit on the ground angrily, then walked to another technical school. From today on, I'm not a student of this school. As he left, the students followed him one by one. Only Kamo Kenji, who came from one of the three major families, stood firmly beside Yoshinobu Rakuganji. The group was about to leave to find Chu Yang. Gojo Satoru, are you really willing to lose to that guy? Lion Temple Yoshinobu suddenly looked at Gojo Satoru in the crowd and asked loudly. Gojo Satoru scratched his ears and said with a strange expression, no way, old man, you actually want to turn me against me? This plot is too cliché. Can we chat privately next time? How can I agree with you when there are so many people around me? Lion Temple Yoshinobu listened to the other party's teasing tone, and his breathing suddenly became rapid, obviously angry. I really don't agree with Yang's approach, but he is right about one thing. Gojo Satoru said indifferently, you old guys really should clean it up. Chu Yang searched everywhere for the smell of the noose, but saw a tall figure on the street. He was surrounded by corpses, both human and cursed spirits. The mountains of corpses and the sea of blood piled up at his feet, and the blood flowed like a river, like a fiercely burning flame, showing his supreme majesty, the majesty of being a tyrant. Fuguro Shiner? The figure in front of him didn't have a trace of cursed energy, but he was still so powerful and terrifying. There was only one person in the history of the curse world. Heaven and tyrant Fuguro Shiner. Unfortunately, the Fuguro Shiner in front of him only had the killing instinct and could not respond to Chu Yang with words. The only thing that responded to him was the nunchaku-style curse tool. A sound of breaking through the air came. The cursed tool made a firecracker-like explosion in the air. Not bad. Chu Yang's eyes flashed with appreciation, and he pointed his finger into a sword. The sword energy condensed at his fingertips, and it made a sword sound like a real sword. With a shake of his arm, the sword energy bloomed and turned into silver lotus flowers, falling on the cursed tool. The cursed tool shattered in an instant, turning into a ball of iron filings and disappearing with the wind. Fuguro Shiner's pupils shrank, and the alarm bells in his heart rang loudly. When he looked up at Chu Yang again, a fierce and terrifying breath rushed to his face, like a beast descending from the primitive world. The strange man raised his fist. Fuguro Shire suddenly felt the surroundings were horribly quiet, the sky and the earth suddenly lost their color. His heart was beating violently, and only a buzzing sound remained in his ears. The fist fell, and the world overturned. The whole street seemed to be completely turned over, and the violent shaking made Fuguro Shire unable to stand. In an instant, a huge force fell on him. Fuguro Shire's eyes widened, his arms crossed in front of him, His muscles were knotted, and his veins were bulging, as if he wanted to resist. The next moment, his body was like a broken porcelain bottle, densely covered with blood veins. Boom. Fujiroshia seemed to be hit by a truck and flew backwards. Gojo Satoru and his group heard the loud noise, and when they arrived at their destination, they saw this scene. Fujiroshia landed at their feet. Fujiroshia? Gojo Satoru was a little dazed. Fuguro Megumi in the crowd heard this name, and his body trembled suddenly, and immediately squeezed through the crowd and stepped forward. Looking at the strange, yet familiar face on the ground, he didn't know what to say. It's not a resurrection, it's a different kind of rebirth through borrowing a body. It won't last long. It's the work of Nozomi. Chu Yang came from across the street. Nozomi, after its evolution, didn't know what method it used to resurrect Fujiroshia. Now he is completely controlled by Nozomi, and has no reason at all. However, Chu Yang's punch just now destroyed Nozomi's technique, which can make him sober for a while, but it won't be long before he disappears completely. Hurry up if you have anything to say, otherwise you won't have a chance. Chu Yang reminded Fuguro Megumi, who was still in a daze, and then motioned for others to follow him, leaving some space for the father and son. Was that the room at Heaven and Tyrant? Zen and Maki looked back every 3 steps, her eyes always unwilling to leave Fujiroshia, who was dying. The one who can withstand Senior Yang's punch without dying should be right. Yuji replied leisurely, holding his head. You are a little disrespectful to Heaven and Tyrant. Panda reminded from the side. I'm praising him. There are many people who can withstand Senior Yang's punch. Yuji asked back. Everyone fell silent. Except for Gojo Sensei, there really is no one. Kujisaki Nobara couldn't help but sigh. To be honest, I can't tell who is the Heaven and the Tyrant. I didn't feel the existence of the cursed power in that punch just now. Zen and Maki suddenly stopped and asked a suffocating question. Do you think that is a power that humans can possess? Chapter 232 Infinite Reincarnation. Vacation. Fushiguro Shiro's physical strength depends on the power of Heaven and Curse, at the cost of 0 curse power. What does Chu Yang rely on to be strong? Can you have a body like a god or demon without any cost? Everyone couldn't help but wonder, and their eyes naturally gathered on the tall figure. Gojo Satoru and Chu Yang walked at the front of the team. What are you going to do next? Kill Noose. It may not be easy under the current situation, but it's not difficult either. The tone you speak now is really like mine before. Why don't you say it now? Don't you like it? Ha ha ha. Gojo Satoru couldn't help laughing, and said with sudden enlightenment, it turns out that I was so annoying before. Today I have finally realized it. Chu Yang said, the way you curse people hurts the enemy by 1,000, and hurts yourself by 800. Do you really want to kill Noose alone? Gojo Satoru looked up at the huge black screen. Such a huge account was unimaginable in the past. It is not accurate to describe him simply as special grade. Chu Yang replied calmly, it doesn't matter. Even if he is above special grade, he will die in my hands. There is not much difference. Gojo Satoru stopped and stretched on the spot. How strong are you now? Chu Yang shook his head and said, without an accurate reference, I can't say clearly. You don't even know how strong you are? Gojo Satoru said with a strange expression. This is the most conceited statement I have ever seen. Chu Yang shrugged. Then do it boldly. We will help you with the rest. Gojo Satoru turned around, waved his hand with his back to Chu Yang, and then left with the students. Chu Yang continued to move forward towards the place with the strongest curse power. A large number of cursed spirits were rubbing shoulders with each other, pitch black, and rushing like a tide, intending to stop Chu Yang here. What was waiting for them was the endless yellow spring. The flood washed away the cursed spirits, just like washing away the world, and the filth disappeared along with the hysterical screams. Not long after, Chu Yang's front became empty, just like garbage was swept into the garbage dump, and the world was briefly clean. When I saw Nozo again, he had changed his appearance. He could not see the posture of a human being, but more like a complete cursed spirit. His image was more distorted than Shinelan's, and he called it a great evolution. When I assimilate the people of the whole country, you will understand how great this evolution is. Nozo was originally like a madman, and now he looked even more crazy. Have you asked others if they want this kind of evolution? Chu Yang frowned. I'm willing to take them with me. It is their honor. What else do you need to ask? The condescending tone sounded disgusting. Chu Yang felt that he was a little stupid, actually discussing moral issues with a madman. It is better to send you to hell directly. As soon as the voice fell, a huge ghost gate slowly opened behind Chu Yang. Click click click, the sound of metal collision was like an old iron door being pulled open. The ghost gate rose. The empty world behind the door was revealed. It was a chaos, darker than darkness, as if it wanted to devour people's souls. The door was engraved with countless hideous evil ghosts, staring at the noose with the most evil eyes. Noose suddenly felt cold in his heart. He couldn't be sucked into the world of the door, otherwise something terrible would happen. The intuition of death and fear was maximized at this moment. Come out and kill him. A large number of cursed spirits rushed out from all directions, even from the ground. The curse power was so strong that it became concrete, turning into billowing smoke and rushing towards him. This is a feast, be careful not to overeat. Chu Yang smiled as he gently stroked the sword of Fengdu. The sound of the sword echoed, as if responding to Chu Yang. A terrifying suction force erupted from the other side of the ghost gate. Thousands of cursed spirits flew uncontrollably into the sky before they even got close to Chu Yang. The ghost gate was like the bloody mouth of some monster, greedily devouring these cursed spirits, and the speed was getting faster and faster. Some of the sorcerers who were inspired to come here were so scared that they dared not come forward when they saw this scene. They originally wanted to get a share of the action of hunting Chu Yang, but now they wanted to dig a hole and bury themselves, pretending that they had never been here. Impossible. This is impossible. Luosuo looked at the ghost gate in the sky that was constantly devouring cursed spirits in disbelief. His eyes were bloodshot, and his eyes were full of madness. How could such a power exist in this world? It can devour cursed spirits unscrupulously. This is unreasonable. He originally wanted to use a human wave tactic to exhaust the man in front of him, but the appearance of the ghost gate completely broke his plan. I will take you with me, even if I go to hell. Nozo rushed towards Chu Yang frantically, with a strong smell of blood and stench all over his body, and his cursed power carried a lot of filthy power. You seem to have evolved in a strange direction. A shrine rose under Chu Yang's feet. Nozo's eyes were complicated. He clearly remembered that this was the curse of Ryom and Sukuna. This man not only had a strange curse that restrained the curse power, but also could copy other people's curses. Is such an existence really reasonable? Exclamation mark. Nozo felt the unfairness of God for the first time. Why did he love someone so much? Cut. A voice as cold as winter sounded. The slash that was enough to tear the space swept towards Nozo, and wherever it went, it cut out countless narrow and long space cracks. Nozo arranged a domain around himself to resist the slash, but the effect was not good. The domain only lasted for a few breaths before it was broken. The slash ruthlessly passed through Nozo's body, and he was chopped into mincemeat, and the curse power disappeared. Nozo died. Chu Yang frowned slightly. This guy died too easily, not what he should have done after evolution. There is a problem. His cold eyes kept scanning the surrounding cursed spirits that were everywhere. As if sensing Chu Yang's thoughts, Shanks quietly appeared, suddenly turned, and crashed into the group of cursed spirits like a white comet. A panicked scream sounded. How did you find me? That was the voice of Nozo. The body was a strange curse spirit. Shanks directly pierced the body of the curse spirit, and the latter was burned to ashes by the dazzling white light. But about 3 seconds later, Shanks moved again and killed another curse spirit hidden in the group of curse spirits. Nozo's panicked voice appeared again. In the next 5 minutes, similar scenes continued to appear, and Nozo's voice became more and more collapsed, and he even began to beg for mercy. Infinite reincarnation? This is the change in his curse after evolution. Chu Yang's eyes lit up. Originally, Nozo needed to transplant the brain engraved with the spell into the target body to occupy someone else's body. But now the noose seems to have transcended this limitation and directly resides in the target's soul. If it weren't for Chu Yang, who would be able to stop the noose's reincarnation? Everyone will become his container. As Shanks continued to kill the body that the noose parasitized, his voice became weaker. Shanks' influence on the soul seemed to restrain the noose's technique. In the end, Chu Yang only heard a burst of resentful wails. Yang flew back and kept circling around Chu Yang, as if waiting for Chu Yang's praise. Well done. The sword flashed, and Yang returned to the depths of Chu Yang's soul, leaving behind a faint sword sound. As the noose died completely, the tent that enveloped the entire Japan was also slowly collapsing and decomposing. The speed at which the ghost gate absorbed the cursed spirits suddenly increased, like a guest eating an empty plate before the restaurant closed. When the sorcerers saw the tent disappear, they immediately understood that the noose had been destroyed. No matter what their previous positions were, they now united to eliminate the cursed spirits and curse masters. The three major families worked especially hard, and everyone's face was full of panic. They didn't know how Chu Yang, who had killed Nosuo, would deal with them next. Chu Yang never showed mercy when it came to killing people, and they had experienced a wave of purges before. They hoped to kill more cursed spirits at this moment in exchange for the hope of survival. The people of the three major families cursed Nosuo in their hearts, complaining why this guy was not a little stronger, why he didn't kill the tyrant. The cursed spirits began to flee frantically, and the ghost gate in the sky became their lingering shadow. If they were not careful, they would be sucked in and completely disappeared from the world. The fate of the curse masters was even worse, because most of them were hunted down by Chu Yang himself. When their fists fell, they would be beaten into minced meat on the spot, and it would be difficult to leave a complete corpse. The work of the curse masters changed from chasing cursed spirits and curse masters to dealing with the mess left by Chu Yang. After a day of killing, Chu Yang became the lifelong nightmare of all cursed spirits and curse masters. Even some curse masters and college students were included. After the death and annihilation incident ended, Guillermo Zengdao, who returned to the academy, organized a meeting of a large number of first-level sorcerers. Because of the death and annihilation, a large number of ordinary people realized the existence of the sorcery world and the cursed spirits, and the number of people who stimulated the power of the curse also increased dramatically. Whether it is the former or the latter, the sorcery world now needs to guide them, either to clear their memories or to absorb them into the academy and become new sorcerers. This matter has the highest priority for the sorcery world, and all sorcerers need to put down their current tasks. If the existence of the cursed spirits is made public, the fear will spread. With the surge of negative emotions, more cursed spirits will be born. This is a vicious cycle. The negative impact must be minimized in a short period of time. In addition to the bad news, there is also good news. The special level cursed spirits were basically killed by Chu Yang. The first level and second level cursed spirits all chose to stay away from the city because they were afraid of Chu Yang and disappeared. You have to go to the mountains to see their figures. All cities were left with only a small number of low-level cursed spirits overnight, and the negative impact they brought was easy to deal with. The name Chu Yang has become an urban legend among the cursed spirits, spreading at a terrifying speed. I've lived for so many years, but this is the first time I've seen this. After the meeting, everyone in the college held another small meeting in the classroom. Guillermo Zengdao took out the data and placed it on the table. The facts prove that the cursed spirits are also afraid, but they are not afraid of us. Jiaoliu Naoko put his hands in his pockets and stood at the door of the classroom. This is just right. Everyone has time to deal with ordinary people's affairs. Many cities have fallen into a semi-paralyzed state. Otsutsuko Yuta said with a serious face. Everyone who can be mobilized has been mobilized. It will take time to quell the chaos. Everyone should pay attention to the newly born, cursed spirits during this period. Guillermo Zengdao reminded again. Excuse me, where is Senior Yang? Yuji Itadori raised his hand and asked curiously. I didn't see Senior in the previous meeting. Will Senior not participate in the follow-up work? Masamichi Yaga rubbed his temple, as if he had a headache just hearing the name. Aftermath work is not Yang's specialty. He is on vacation. Vacation? Megumi Fushiguro said in surprise. There is an inexplicable sense of incongruity when using this word used on humans on Senior. Yuji Itadori said dissatisfiedly, are you scolding Senior for not being a human? Megumi Fushiguro smacked her lips. How can he be a human? I even suspect that he is a cursed spirit in disguise. You guy. Yuji Itadori was immediately unhappy and gave Megumi Fushiguro an electric cannon on the back of his head. The two immediately started fighting in the classroom. Masamichi Yaga's eyelids jumped, his anger was rising, and he was ready to use violence to educate the two of them about love. Yutaro Tsutsukotsu suddenly asked, "Where is Senior Gojo? Will he not participate in the future work?" Yaga Masamichi threw the information in his hand hard, and with a bang, everyone was shocked and sat up straight. That brat is also on vacation. These bastards are all on vacation, and I, the principal, am still staying in the school. Damn it. Blue sea, blue sky, golden beach. Chu Yang was lying on a sun lounger quietly enjoying the sunbath. A voice came from the side. "You actually gave me such an answer, which is really unexpected." Yuji, who was wearing beach shorts, was holding 2 glasses of juice and lying next to him. "Just tell me if it works." Chu Yang took the juice and drank it in big gulps. The cold juice went down his throat all the way, which made people feel refreshed. "The effect is good, but you are going to scare the curse spirits like this for the rest of your life. If you die, what will happen to the curse world in the future?" Yuji said meaningfully. "What if I don't die? Live forever like this?" Chu Yang replied. Yuji was stunned. He didn't expect Chu Yang to give such an answer. What does it mean to live forever? Isn't that what Nozomi did? "I finally have a holiday. Can you please stop discussing such boring topics?" There was a third figure next to the two of them. He was wearing sunglasses and had white hair. It was Gojo Satoru, who was on vacation. "You didn't kill me the first time you saw me. You even followed us to the beach to play. I think you have a problem with your brain," Yuji said sarcastically. "Brother, please look at the person next to you. If I can beat you, I will definitely kill you. What can I do if I can't beat you?" Gojo Satoru said lazily. "That is to say, I can't leave his side for the rest of my life. Boss, you have to protect me." Yuji grinned. "If you say such disgusting words again, I will kill you now." Chu Yang drank the juice in his hand directly, and then walked towards the sea alone. Chapter 233, Abnormalities in Ukomundo. The impact of the disappearance of souls on the world. The world of the god of death. After being promoted to the captain of the 5th division, Chu Yang spent most of his time training himself and practicing the 4 basic techniques of the sword, fist, and ghost. The work of the 5th division was much easier than expected. Usually, they were just like street urchins, and the number of encounters in battle was pitiful. In fact, not only the 5th division, but even the 11th division, which was responsible for combat, was encountering fewer and fewer hollows. Since the disappearance of Aizen, such situations have occurred frequently. Chu Yang felt that there must be something wrong with the Hukomundo. When Aizen left, the Haojiaoku in his hand was an unfinished product. He would definitely find a way to make the Haojiaoku complete. To do this, a hard condition that cannot be circumvented is a soul. A large number of souls can make the Haojiaoku complete. Hollows are also souls, but they are just souls with an empty heart. But for Haojiaoku, there is not much difference between the souls of hollows, god of death, and humans. Chu Yang guessed that a large number of hollows were sacrificed to Haojiaoku every moment, which led to a sharp decrease in the number of hollows. According to Rukia, the number of hollows that appeared in the world is also becoming much scarcer, and not even one can be encountered within 2 or 3 weeks. The anomaly of Hukomundo was reported to the Soul Society. In the absence of the reconstruction of the central 46th chamber, it can only be handled by the Captain General Yamamoto Jinryusei Shijakuni. The order given by Old Man Yamamoto was to keep the troops in place. Some radical Shinigami and Soul Society advocated entering Hukomundo to investigate the reasons for the disappearance of the hollows, but their requests were rejected by Old Man Yamamoto one by one. Soul Society needs to remain stable. This is the reason given by Old Man Yamamoto. Not only him, but also the common opinion of most Shinigami who have survived for a long time. Hukomundo is the enemy's territory, and there is no benefit for Shinigami to fight there, especially with the uncertainty of Aizen. The ability of Kyoka Sujetsu is deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. Looking back now, it is still chilling. As companions who have fought side by side with Aizen for a long time, almost all the current Shinigami captains have seen Kyoka Sujetsu. They fought with Aizen, and were at a disadvantage from the beginning. with various unfavorable situations superimposed. Old man Yamamoto would not agree to go deep into Hukomundo. Some Shinigami even think this is a good thing. After all, the number of hollows is actually decreasing. Chu Yang is just a newly appointed captain of the Shinigami, and his words carry the least weight among all the captains, so his opinions will definitely not be taken seriously. As a second best option, Chu Yang proposed to go to the real world to find out the reason for the decrease in the number of hollows. This request was granted. Chu Yang returned to the real world that night. He asked Ichigo to take care of the house he used to live in. He thought the other party would sell it, but he didn't expect to keep it. There is not much dust in it, and it seems that someone comes to clean it regularly. It's either Ichigo or Rukia. Chu Yang only sat there for half an hour, and the entrance outside suddenly lit up, followed by the sound of a door opening. I ate too much for dinner today, which is not conducive to fighting. What should I do if I find a hollow? It's been a long time since I last saw a hollow. Most of the ones I met were ordinary souls. I didn't even sweat. I just took out my Zanpakuto to help them to transcend. Don't be careless. As a god of death, you must be vigilant at all times. Hollows are more cunning than you think. The two figures were arguing while walking towards the living room. When they saw Chu Yang on the sofa, their eyes immediately became dull. Yang, why are you here? Ichigo smiled with surprise and rushed over. It had been a long time since he last saw Chu Yang. I have a mission, so I came to see you. I may stay here for a while. Chu Yang explained with a smile. Mission? What mission requires the captain of the god of death to come to the world in person? Rukia was very perceptive in this regard, and her eyes suddenly became sharp. Come, sit down and talk. Chu Yang asked the two to sit down. Ichigo sat down obediently, and Rukia went to the kitchen to make a pot of tea. She was very familiar with everything in the house, and seemed to have lived here for a long time. Chu Yang asked, does Rukia clean the rooms? Rukia handed him a cup of tea. Not only me, Ichigo and others will also help clean. Ichigo continued, in Aosan, Chat, Ishida, they come occasionally, and there are also those from Urahara's store. Chu Yang smiled and said, did you use my house as a base? Ichigo scratched his head embarrassedly. Rukia nodded and said, it's good to have a base. If there is something, we can sit down and discuss it, and it won't disturb Ichigo's family. But if you want to live back next time, we will move to another place, and won't disturb you. Chu Yang shook his head and said, there is no need for this. We will have to deal with many places in the future. I just told you that I came back with a mission. The two immediately stared at Chu Yang curiously. It's related to the hollows. Chu Yang sighed and said, you should have noticed that there are fewer hollows in the real world. In fact, it's not just the real world. As far as we can observe, the number of hollows is decreasing rapidly. The Soul Society thinks that there is a problem in Hukomundo, but Captain Yamamoto does not agree to go to Hukomundo to find out the reason. Rukia frowned when she heard this. Why? Chu Yang shrugged and said, because the old man thinks the risk is too great, and he also thinks that it may be a conspiracy by Aizen to deliberately lure the god of death to Hukomundo. Rukia fell into deep thought. Ichigo said, so you came here because you think there may be some clues in the real world? You can say that. Chu Yang shook his head secretly in his heart, not sure, but certain. Aizen will definitely take action against the real world. Because his goal is to make the King Key and then enter the Soul King Palace to kill the Soul King. The key to making the King Key requires 100,000 souls and a heavy soul land with a radius of 1 soul. The so-called spiritual land refers to a singularity in the world that has spirituality. The place will shift with the times. It is the land in the world where spiritual things gather most easily and has spirituality. Kirakira Town is a spiritual land. Is there anything we can do for you? I don't have any clues at the moment, so I don't need it for the time being. So, you are free now? Although I don't want to admit it, it's true. Ichigo's eyes lit up after hearing this, and he said excitedly, then come and fight with me. I want to know how strong you are now. Chu Yang thought about it and nodded. It's okay, but you may be disappointed in the result. Ichigo smiled and said, it doesn't matter, I can't. Chu Yang sighed and said, then come on. The two came to the main road outside, and each put on the Shinigami costume. Ichigo decided to take the initiative and rushed over with Zangetsu raised, just like the usual reckless style. Chu Yang did not summon his Zanpakuto, but simply wrapped his fist with spiritual pressure and punched it, plain and simple. Before Ichigo got close, he was swept up into the sky by the huge spiritual pressure. After landing, he was hit by a punch and completely fainted. The battle ended very hastily, and even Rukia, who was watching the battle, did not react. When she walked to Ichigo's side, she found that the boy had fainted. Rukia suddenly raised her head and looked at Chu Yang in shock. Kachiki Byakuya, who was also a captain of the Shinigami, might not be able to defeat Ichigo so easily. Ichigo was not idle. After returning from the Soul Society, she saw the improvement of his strength. I said the result would be disappointing. Chu Yang was helpless. The gap between him and Ichigo was a bit big. Except for the Captain General Yamamoto, other Shinigami captains were not his opponents at all, let alone Ichigo. Ichigo, who had experienced the battle in Karakura town, might be able to barely keep up with his pace. Are you going to carry him back, or wait for him to wake up naturally? Chu Yang looked at the entrance intentionally or unintentionally, preparing to go home and sleep. I choose the third one, put it in your house, Rukia said unhappily. Then she really left Ichigo alone and disappeared into the darkness without looking back. Chu Yang's eyelids twitched and he snapped his fingers. Ichigo's spirit flew up and followed him home. The next morning, Ichigo woke up from the sofa with a scream and looked around blankly. Have I arrived in Soul Society? Not yet. Chu Yang sat at the dining table drinking coffee and kindly reminded him, but if you don't get up to go to school, that's not certain. Ichigo suddenly widened his eyes. I remember we had a fight yesterday. Chu Yang's evaluation was, it's okay, at least my brain is not broken. Ichigo took a breath. Why does my memory end here? What happened next? Chu Yang paused to drink coffee and sighed. I take back what I said before. It should be half broken. It's better to go to school and let Rukia help you with the memories. You have 3 minutes. After hearing this, Ichigo jumped up from the sofa, rushed to the entrance, put on his shoes, and pushed open the door, but turned back and said to Chu Yang with a smile, "Welcome back." Chu Yang was stunned for a moment, and just when he was about to say something, he could no longer see Ichigo at the entrance. He could only lower his head, look at the reflection in the cup, and smile. "Thank you. School. You said I fainted after only one punch? Impossible. Absolutely impossible." Ichigo denied it. Although he lost his short memory, he never believed that he was so weak that he couldn't even take a punch from Chu Yang. Maybe I was careless. We haven't seen each other for a long time. No one thought he would become so strong. The comforting words came out of Rukia's mouth, but they didn't work at all. Ichigo was very emotional. The competition in Soul Society should be very fierce. When we went there last time, everyone there was very strong, wasn't it? I think Yang-san must have put in a lot of effort to survive there. There is not so much competition in the real world, and you don't have many opportunities to become stronger. It's normal for Yang-san to be stronger. There's no need to be so entangled. Orihime explained from another perspective, which made Ichigo feel much better. Ichigo scratched his head and said, indeed, Yang needs to face more severe challenges. He gave up his life and chose to become a god of death. His inner consciousness is stronger than anyone else. Rukia looked at Orihime with some surprise. The young man was actually persuaded by a few words. Orihime noticed Rukia's gaze and smiled embarrassedly. Even if Ichigo was careless, he was able to defeat him with one punch, which shows that Yang's strength should be ranked among the top few among the captains of the Shinigami. Ishida Uryu, who was sitting diagonally in front of Ichigo, lowered his head and wiped his glasses with a very complicated tone. At this rate, the chance of us catching up with him is very low. Orihime smiled and said, isn't this good? The stronger Yang is, the safer the Soul Society and the real world will be. Everyone can live in peace and don't have to worry about fighting with hollows. Ishida Uryu was speechless. Orihime was right. The stronger the Shinigami is, the safer it is for ordinary people. But he is a Quincy, an enemy of the Shinigami. Of course, he subconsciously thinks that the appearance of a powerful Shinigami is a bad thing. Chu Yang is not Ichigo, and he does not have a deep connection with Ishida Uryu. The two of them are in a hostile position between Shinigami and Quincy. Others did not notice that Ishida Urai's face was not good, and everyone kept discussing the reason for the sharp decline in hollows. The decrease in the number of hollows is a good thing for the real world, right? Why do you care so much? Oraheim didn't quite understand the reasoning. Because we are afraid that the balance will be broken. Hollows are also part of the soul's reincarnation. Although it is a wrong link and needs to be corrected, it does not mean that this part of the existence can be directly erased. The decrease in hollows also means that souls are decreasing. A large number of souls are out of balance in the rotation of the world. Whether it is a soul society or the real world, it will have a huge impact. Rukia said with a serious expression. To give a simple example, what would happen if there were no more newborns in the world? Oraheim immediately understood what Rukia meant and whispered, in this case, humans will disappear from the world. Rukia said, the example I just gave is not appropriate because the impact of the sharp decrease in souls on the soul society and the real world is not that simple. It's not that humans will disappear from the world, but that the world itself will disappear and return to its original chaotic form, that is, the state before the Soul King created the world. Hearing this explanation, Oraheim and Ichigo suddenly felt a chill, and even Ishida Urai was shocked. Ichigo said anxiously, the impact is so serious, so we should go directly to Hukomundo to find the cause. Why don't we take action? Rukia sighed and said, Ichigo, you don't understand Soul Society, let alone Hukomundo. It is the graveyard of the gods of death. As long as the gods of death set foot in Hukomundo, few of them come back alive. Captain General Yamamoto's decision is not wrong. Ichigo hesitated. As Rukia said, he didn't understand Soul Society or Hukomundo, so he didn't have any say. But he always felt that it was wrong to do so. The more harmful the matter was, the more the initiative should be in his own hands. Ichigo suddenly thought of Chu Yang. He should have returned to the human world, because he couldn't stand the decision of Soul Society. The source of the problem is in Hukomundo. It's hard to find clues in the human world. Yang made a wrong decision this time. Ichigo muttered softly, not necessarily. Rukia suddenly said, I found Yang very strange when I first met him. He always has an incomprehensible confidence and is inexplicably certain about the next development of things. If he thinks there will be clues in the present world, it means that something will definitely happen in the near future. Chapter 234 I just don't like knocking on the door. The lunch break was over. Before the bell rang, everyone returned to their seats, and the homeroom teacher led a strange male student in. The male student had short hair that reached his shoulders, and he looked like a street urchin. As soon as he walked onto the podium, he squinted his eyes and looked at Ichigo. Ichigo was very confused. Looking at the other person's unscrupulous appearance, he thought he had seen him somewhere before. Classmates, this is a new transfer student. Write your name on the blackboard. The transfer student turned around and wrote a few big words on the blackboard after hearing this. Dirakomako. This is his name. Ichigo repeated it several times, scratching his head and thinking for a long time, but still couldn't think of where he had seen the other person. The homeroom teacher asked Dirakomako to find a seat, and the other person sat next to Ichigo without hesitation. It felt like he was coming for Ichigo. Your name is Kurosaki Ichigo, right? Let's get along well in the future. Dirakomako raised the corners of his mouth, revealing a wicked smile, which made people feel very uncomfortable. Ichigo ignored him and turned his head silently. Soon the afternoon class was over. Today, there was still no signal from the hollow, so Ichigo had to call his companions to find Chu Yang. Ishida Urai did not go with them. A group of people left the school, and Dirakomako stood by the window and watched them. After a while, Ichigo rang the doorbell at the entrance. In the past, he would open the door and go in directly, but today he suddenly felt a little uncomfortable. However, Chu Yang did not let them wait for long. The door opened quickly. The moment they saw Chu Yang, Chad and Oraheim were a little excited. Oraheim greeted happily, long time no see. Chu Yang nodded, long time no see. Everyone come in first. Everyone walked in. You should be more familiar with this place than I am, so I won't treat you as guests. The food is ready. Chu Yang pointed to the dining table on the other side. Don't worry, I don't treat myself as a guest. Ichigo smiled and sat down skillfully. Just as he was about to eat, Rukia slapped the chopsticks in his hand. Be polite. Rukia reminded him unhappily. Yes, Yang has worked so hard to prepare, shouldn't you thank him? Oraheim reminded quietly. Ichigo smiled embarrassedly and said, Yang, thank you for your hospitality. Chu Yang replied, we are all companions who have fought in the Soul Society. There is no need to be so polite. Eat quickly, otherwise it will be unpalatable if it gets cold. Rukia and the others sat down to eat one after another, and while eating, they talked about what happened at school. Ichigo remembered the weird transfer student, so he immediately told everyone about his feelings. You said his name is Mako Hirako, right? Yes, that guy is very weird. Not only does he look weird, but he also speaks weirdly. Your intuition is right, he is not human. Huh. Everyone looked at Chu Yang in surprise. Mako Hirako is actually a Shinigami, and a captain of the Shinigami a long time ago, the 5th division, where I'm currently serving. Chu Yang's calm words sounded like thunder in the ears of others. Ichigo stood up in shock. He is the captain of the Shinigami. Then why is he in school? Rukia frowned and said, wasn't the former captain of the 5th division the defector Aizen? Oraheim covered her mouth. We didn't meet this person the last time we went to Soul Society. Chu Yang sighed and said, I said a long time ago, 110 years ago to be exact. At that time, he was the captain of the 5th division, and Aizen was the vice captain. At that time, in order to break through the boundaries of the Shinigami and seek the perfect balance of the two powers of Shinigami and Hollows, Aizen used the souls of Shinigami to conduct experiments, and Mako Hirako became his experimental subject. Some Shinigami, including Mako Hirako, have their souls infused with the power of Hollows, and can be transformed into Hollows. They were slandered by Aizen, and became Shinigami who coveted the power of Hollows, and they were even framed for the crime of killing their companions. Then they were wanted by the Soul Society, and had no choice, but to flee to the human world. Urahara Kisuke was also implicated, and left Soul Society at that time. That's all I know for now. Chu Yang explained the whole story to everyone. No wonder the uncle in the grocery store always has a melancholy expression. It turns out that he has experienced such a thing in the past. Ichigo showed a sympathetic expression on his face. Rukia still felt something was wrong and asked, we know his identity, but why did he go to school? Chu Yang replied, because of Ichigo. They went to school for Ichigo. Ichigo? Oraheim, Rukia, and Chad looked at Ichigo at the same time. Ichigo also pointed at his nose and asked, because of me? Why? Chu Yang said, you should know very well. I just said that Mako Hirako has the ability to become a hollow. Ichigo's body suddenly became stiff, and he remembered another self hidden deep in the power of the god of death. Hollow. Rukia looked at Ichigo, as if she thought of something, and said in shock, the power you suddenly showed last time was a hollow. Ichigo's lips were so dry that his throat began to itch. Hollowing didn't sound like a good word. Ichigo's ability to become a hollow attracted him. Oraheim said worriedly, the purpose is not simple. What exactly does he want to do? Chu Yang said, it is not easy to turn a god of death into a hollow. In the eyes of Mako Hirako, Ichigo has a very strong talent, and it is normal for him to want to absorb Ichigo into his organization. Rukia exclaimed, he has an organization? Chu Yang smiled and said, there were many god of death who experienced experiments with Mako Hirako and escaped to the human world. It is not uncommon to establish an organization. Perhaps it was because of the excessive amount of information. Everyone sat in their chairs in a daze, with a table of delicious food placed there, motionless. Chadu sighed, I always feel that something big is going to happen. At this time, a gust of wind blew outside the window, and the curtains were blown in rows. A rustling sound was heard. The man named Mako Hirako swooped down, and appeared in front of everyone like a magic trick. Big guy, your premonition is right. Something big is indeed happening. Mako Hirako's face was gloomy. You actually followed us. Ichigo stood up, glared at Mako Hirako with a bad look, rolled up his sleeves, and prepared to take action. However, Mako Hirako, who clearly regarded him as a target, did not look at him, but kept staring at Chu Yang. Young Shinigami, you know a lot of things. Mako Hirako's eyes were full of curiosity. I heard that you have only been a Shinigami for a short time. Where did you get the news from? Chu Yang stood up, frowned slightly, and said dissatisfiedly, remember to knock on the door before entering someone's house. Mako Hirako grinned. That's very troublesome. I just don't like knocking on the door. As soon as the voice fell, his head was hit hard on the ground by a huge force. I like your temper. Just scream softly when you get beaten. Mako Hirako was stepped on by Chu Yang, motionless like a dead man. A big hole was smashed on his head. Blood soon seeped out and spread around like a scarlet rose. Orihime suddenly saw the bloody scene, covered her mouth, and stepped back a few steps. Others looked at Chu Yang in shock. They couldn't even see Yang's movements clearly, and he had already stepped on people. Someone came forward to tell his story, and Ichigo finally understood how he fainted. He subconsciously touched his face and was glad that he was not disfigured. I underestimated you. Your strength is really not watered. Mako Hirako's voice came from under his feet. Chu Yang moved his feet away. He supported himself on the floor and slowly stood up. Blood flowed down his forehead, looking like a door curtain. Mako Hirako calmly took out a handkerchief and wiped the blood stains, then put it back meticulously. I'm afraid it's not good for you to treat your senior like this, right? Chu Yang smiled and said, next time if you come in through the door, I might treat you to a meal. Got it? Mako Hirako nodded, as if she had accepted Chu Yang's suggestion, and then asked, sit down and talk. Chu Yang made a pleased gesture, then slowly sat down, and Mako Hirako naturally sat opposite him. The scene seemed very strange to Ichigo and the others. The man was stepped on by Chu Yang a second ago, but now he was talking around the dining table like a friend. Isn't he angry? Ichigo looked at Mako Hirako with a look of incomprehension in his eyes. Since you know so many unknown secrets, you should also know what Aizen is doing. Mako Hirako said straight to the point. The sharp decline in the number of hollows is inseparable from him. I have a hunch that Aizen will appear in the world soon, and here is what he needs. Chu Yang continued. You want revenge on Aizen, so you need Ichigo's power. Mako Hirako remained non-committal and said in a firm tone, he also needs us to teach him to master the hollow. Otherwise, he will be eroded by the power of the hollow, and I don't need to say much about what the outcome will be. Ichigo looked panicked and his heart began to beat violently. He had already felt the feeling of the hollow going out of control, and after waking up, the feeling good in his heart. Chu Yang said indifferently, he is a god of death. Mako Hirako smiled and said, I used to be a god of death too. Chu Yang said, he will only be a god of death. Mako Hirako's smile disappeared. Then there is nothing to talk about. Can't the senior be more generous and teach him without expecting anything in return? Do I look kind? At least much kinder than I look. Looking at the watertight Grim Reaper in front of him, Mako Hirako felt like he was punching cotton. He was a little unsure about using force. The kid's move just now really scared him. There weren't many Grim Reapers whose movements were so fast that he couldn't react at all. Let me make a deal with you, senior. Next time you meet Aizen, I'll let you stab him twice. Mako Hirako was stunned for a moment when he heard this. Why did this sound so weird? How can 2 stabs be enough? I want to kill that bastard. Mako Hirako sneered. That won't do. Aizen must die in my hands. Even if Captain General Yamamoto comes, I won't let him. Chu Yang shook his head and refused. He was determined to get the Hojioku in Aizen's hand and would never give it to anyone. Mako Hirako raised his eyebrows and said with a strange expression, are you overestimating yourself or underestimating Aizen? It's good to have confidence, but being too confident will kill you. Chu Yang chuckled and said, then don't bother me, senior. Just tell me whether this deal is done or not. Hirako Makoto is not a child. How could he be easily fooled? He smacked his lips and said, we have to inspect the goods first. Inspect the goods. Chu Yang suddenly laughed, and laughed very happily. As you wish. The two found an empty suburb to inspect the goods. Ichigo and others watched the battle on the side. The battle between the former captain of the 5th Division and the current captain of the 5th Division is not common in the Soul Society. Rukia had a serious expression, but when she turned around, she saw Ichigo staring at the two of them excitedly. I said, why do you have such an expression? Rukia said speechlessly. This is not a fun thing. I know. Ichigo explained. I just want to see how Yang beats people. After all, I fainted last time and didn't feel much. And I'm also curious about what that guy said about controlling the virtualization. Orihime smiled and said, the latter should be more important, right? Ichigo took a deep breath. He has been able to feel the influence of Helloization on him more and more recently. Whenever he uses the power of the god of death, the shadow of the hollow will always appear in the depths of his consciousness. Every word that comes out of its mouth can deeply touch Ichigo's heart. Although he doesn't say it, Ichigo urgently needs a way to control the Helloization. Otherwise one day, he will not be able to control this power. The people around him will also be hurt. This is something Ichigo will never allow to happen. It's about to begin. Chad's deep voice reminded everyone. He keenly felt the murderous intent. It came from Chu Yang. It's really scary. Dairako Masahiro slowly drew out her Zanpakuto and said meaningfully, you are one of the people with the strongest murderous intent I have ever seen. In the entire Soul Society, except for the Captain General and the guy in the 4th Division, I guess there are few people with stronger murderous intent than you. Ichigo, who heard this from a distance, asked in confusion, isn't the 4th Division a medical team? Speaking of murderous intent, shouldn't it be Kenpachi Zeraki? Rukia was also a little puzzled. However, at this time, Chu Yang spoke. You are wrong. I'm not one of the people with the strongest murderous intent. Fengdu quietly appeared in Chu Yang's hand, and the momentum that had been restrained suddenly erupted. The sword light in the sky turned into fireflies, blooming in the deep night and rippling in the void. I'm the strongest one. Chu Yang slashed out with a sword, and time and space seemed to stop. The sword intent of the heaven-destroying sword 23 poured out. This sense of stagnation even affects the soul. Dairako Makoto's face changed wildly, and the blood vessels on his temples bulged angrily. He couldn't move. The next second, Fengdu was already against Dairako Makoto's forehead, gently pushing forward. The breath of death descended, and Dairako Makoto's spiritual pressure suddenly erupted, regaining control of his body. The whole process took only a few seconds. But Chu Yang's Zanpakuto had pierced through his soul. Dairako Makoto's eyes went dark, as if he had fallen into a strange space. When he woke up, he found himself standing on a covered bridge. A creepy murmur came from the darkness. The voice came from far away, and the emptiness made people feel cold in their hearts. Who am I? Where is this place? Chapter 235. Irakomako's Fear. Each one special training. After returning to the real world from the Nei Bridge, Mako Hirako was like a salted fish without dreams, with empty eyes and even drooling at the corners of his mouth. Passers-by probably thought he was defective in some way. The speed of time on the Nei Bridge was completely different from that in reality. Chu Yang couldn't tell how long he had been there, but he felt like he had brought him back. Judging from the current state, it seemed a little late, and the young man's spirit was traumatized. Abe. Mako Hirako's eyes were dull. What is he talking about? Ichigo asked curiously as he walked over. Who knows? Chu Yang shrugged and spread his hands helplessly. Is he stupid? Rukia whispered to the side. Should not be. Chu Yang was not sure either. Every ability displayed by Fengdu was very strong. Yellow spring water can consume spiritual power and curse power, and has a very strong killing power on the soul. Ghost Gate can devour the soul. Once locked, it is difficult to escape, but the process takes some time. As for the Nei Bridge, because it was a newly emerged ability, Chu Yang didn't know much about it, but just looking at the miserable state of the god, he could tell something. To use endless loneliness and time to wear away a person's soul until it perishes, this kind of torture is simply beyond description in terms of torture. Dairako Makoto only walked on it for a short while, and the whole person fell into a state of loss, and Chu Yang had no way to help him recover. Everyone could only wait quietly for him to wake up from the nightmare. Rukia, notify Urahara Kisuke, and ask him to come and have a look. Oh, okay. Rukia quickly took out the communicator from her pocket. It was the latest product developed by Kurotsuchi Mayuri, which could contact Soul Society and Urahara Shoten. Thanks for your relationship. I don't think it's necessary. Mako Hirako slowly stood up, looking at Chu Yang with a little more fear in his eyes. Thanks to you, I went to a good place. Sorry. Chu Yang was also a little embarrassed. I'm not very proficient in the new ability. Mako Hirako pressed his temple with a painful expression, looked at Fengdu, and asked curiously, the style of yours and Bakuto is very special, like a fine work of art, and the ability is also very strange. This time it's really an eye-opener. Chu Yang smiled and said, what is the result of the inspection? Are you satisfied? Mako Hirako was still scared when he thought of what happened just now, and smiled bitterly, of course I'm satisfied. If I said I was not satisfied, you probably would want to send me to that place. He shuddered suddenly, you might as well just kill me. The endless loneliness and the feeling of not being able to tell the passage of time are really terrifying. Ichigo was very curious about what that world that Hirakomako mentioned was. From their perspective, Hirakomako was just hit by Chu Yang's sword, and then fell to the ground and became demented. Really not going to try again? Chu Yang said with lingering feelings, I still want to see yours and Bakuto. I heard that the ability is very special, similar to Aizen's. Forget it. Hirakomako shook his head and refused without hesitation. My ability is suitable for group battles, and when it is one on many, it can't play an advantage in one-on-one. Chu Yang showed a surprised expression. You told the information so easily? The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Didn't you say you would help me stab Aizen twice? Hirakomako smiled and said, I believe what you said. Happy cooperation. Chu Yang stretched out his hand. Happy cooperation. Hirakomako shook Chu Yang's hand. Ichigo scratched his head and said, so I have to learn to control the hollow from you in the future? Not me, but us. Hirakomako nodded and said, I'll take you to our masked armor's base tomorrow. You must be prepared, and don't have any fluke mentality. Ichigo let out a long sigh. His eyes were very determined. I will do my best to control this power, and will not let it hurt anyone around me. Hirakomako's eyes were dark and deep. If you want to control the hollow, you have to learn to accept it, not as an enemy invading your body. The hollow itself is also a part of you. Thinking of the arrogant figure deep in his consciousness, Ichigo curled his lips and nodded reluctantly. Okay, that's it for today. Starting tomorrow, Ichigo will practice with you. Anyway, there have been no hollows recently, so there is plenty of time. Chu Yang turned to Rukia and said, I have to trouble you to run a trip and tell Urahara Kisuke what happened today, so that he won't always hide it. Rukia nodded in agreement. Chad suddenly asked, can I also participate in the special training? Hirakomako took a look at the tall and strong Chad and found that he did not have the aura of a hollow. She shook her head and said, you are in a different situation from him. It doesn't make much sense to train with me. Chad was a little disappointed and said no more. He didn't help Ichigo much during the last trip to Soul Society. He felt guilty and disgusted with his own weakness. After returning to the real world, he always wanted to become stronger. But he is not a Shinigami, and he has no Zenpakuto. He can only rely on his immature Fullbring, and his progress is slow. Although it can't be seen on the surface, Chad is very anxious behind his back. The gentle and docile Orihime is the same. She hopes to help her companions when danger occurs, rather than being the object of rescue. Chu Yang patted Chad's back. Come to my place when you are free. I will help you improve your fighting skills. Chad's eyes lit up. Then I'll trouble you. Orihime asked in a low voice. Can I come too? Chu Yang said. Didn't you often gather at my house before? You don't need to change anything. Just do it as usual. Orihime's Fullbring is very special, and it can't even be described as an ordinary Fullbring. Aizen called it the rejection of all things, which is to change the state of things through the rejection of consciousness. The reason why she repaired other people's injuries is that she rejected the adverse effects on the target within the scope of her ability. In a sense, this is indeed an ability that only gods can have, just by thinking about it. Through the training of Kid, Orihime's control over her own abilities can be effectively strengthened. Chu Yang happened to be very good at Kid because he had an amazing learning ability, and there were clones from other worlds who could help practice, so he could master a lot of Kid in a short time. The next day, Ichigo followed Hirakomako to the opponent's base for hollow training, while Rukia and others stayed at Chu Yang's house for special training. Rukia was just watching the fun at first, but after seeing Chu Yang's powerful slashing technique, she also wanted to learn, so she joined in. In order to create a qualified training ground, Chu Yang used the Traceless extension spell to expand the storage room at home dozens of times, and then fixed the surrounding space with the Kid Barrier technique to prevent it from being damaged during training. Rukia was amazed by this. There are similar places in the Soul Society, but not many people can do this. Generally, they are Shinigami who have studied Kid very deeply. Without exception, they are all Shinigami who have lived for many years. Chu Yang has been a Shinigami for less than a year, and Kid has practiced Kid to this extent. Not only Kid, but also the 4 basic techniques of slashing, fisting, and walking ghosts. Chu Yang is excellent in each of them. Just one of them can rank among the top captains. This is a true genius. No wonder he wants to become a god of death. He is a natural god of death. Rukia couldn't help but sigh. She has lived in the Soul Society for many years, and has seen many geniuses. It is indeed difficult for anyone to be compared with Chu Yang. Most people grow up little by living a long time and working hard. Before she could express more emotion, Rukia threw herself into the training. Compared with the ability to use the Zanpakuto, the training Chu Yang arranged for her started from the basics. The most basic swordsmanship, the most basic moves, from holding the sword to the posture of drawing the sword, constantly practicing repeatedly. It was terribly boring. If she hadn't known Chu Yang, Rukia almost thought that he was playing a trick on her. The reason why Chu Yang arranged it this way is that most of the Shinigami will subconsciously rely on the ability of the Zanpakuto after obtaining the ability of Shike, and relax their investment in the Zanpakuto. The existence of people like Kenpachi Zaraki is an extremely rare example. Not to mention ordinary Shinigami team members, even the existence of the captain level, their swordsmanship foundation is also very weak. If we ignore the ability of Zanpakuto and the huge gap in power, and only talk about swordsmanship, most of the Shinigami in the martial arts world probably can't even beat the second and third rate masters. The foundation is very weak. So when Chu Yang was training Rukia, he insisted on starting from the basics of swordsmanship. As the saying goes, a tall building starts from the ground, and the foundation is always the most important. The training method he used was not the same as the training of Shinigami students in Siriti, but a training method that was closer to martial arts theory. Zanpakuto can be both a knife and a sword. In addition to teaching swordsmanship, Chu Yang also taught Rukia swordsmanship. Without using spiritual pressure and abilities, Rukia really felt a little special feeling from the boring swordsmanship practice, which was difficult to explain in words. She remembered that Chu Yang had a similar feeling when he used Zanpakuto, that kind of flowing feeling, as if he was truly integrated with Zanpakuto and became a part of his body. After having a little understanding, Rukia practiced harder. Chadu's situation was similar. Chu Yang simply changed his swordplay into fist and footwork, and Chadu's first stop was the popular horse stance. The taciturn big black man was extremely talented in boxing, and was a natural boxer, but his movements were too rigid and easy to be seen through by the enemy in a fight. Learning how to use the body to attack is a big topic. A truly powerful master can turn every part of his body into an offensive weapon. Just the hands can be used in different variations such as fists, palms, fingers, claws, etc. The knees, elbows, shoulders, and legs are all weapons. It all depends on how you use them. Even the basic martial arts concepts sounded a bit like a mystery to Chadu. There was no other way, so Chu Yang had to teach him step by step. The first thing to learn was to be beaten. Only after learning to be beaten first, you are qualified to talk about attacking. Being beaten was Chadu's best area. He had been beaten a lot since he was a child, so he confidently said that he was very resistant to beatings. But when Chu Yang really got started, Chadu found that his understanding of being beaten seemed to be wrong. Apart from anything else, he had never seen moves like the Black Tiger's Heart Dagger or the Monkey's Peach Stealing moves before. When these moves landed on him, an inexplicable sense of humiliation rose from Chadu's heart. Is this skill really useful against the enemy? Chadu asked a soul-searching question. It's only useful against ordinary people. Chu Yang answered honestly. Then why did I learn this? Chadu didn't understand at all. The enemies he faced in the Soul Society were not ordinary people. It is much easier to deal with an irritated opponent than a calm and rational opponent. Chu Yang sighed and said, "Of course I have more advanced skills to teach you, but you don't even know the core of the battle." Chadu asked blankly, "The core?" Chu Yang said, "You must do everything you can to create an advantage in your favor on the battlefield, to tip the scales of victory. A hard power duel can only occur when you are much stronger than your opponent. It's not that I'll look down on you, but most of the time, you are the weaker party on the battlefield. At this time, you should not consider using hard power to defeat the opponent. If you want to win, you have to learn to think about the battle with different thinking." After hearing these words, Chadu took a deep breath, as if he had made a heavy decision in his heart. "I understand." Chu Yang nodded with satisfaction, and then continued to teach Chadu the basic knowledge. "Then do you often think about how to win in other ways?" "No." "Why?" "Because I have strong hard power." Chadu, who was originally taciturn, became even more silent. Seeing this, Chu Yang grinned and talked about another truth. If you don't want to waste time thinking about how to defeat the enemy, then you have to work hard to improve your strength. Because in the face of absolute power, any conspiracy is just a joke. When you can kill the enemy with one punch, no matter how many moves he makes, he is just like a circus clown in your eyes. Do you understand? Chad nodded. At different times, use different mindsets to deal with the enemy. Chu Yang smiled. A young man is teachable. Compared with Rukia and Chad's unconventional approach, Oraheim's training is more methodical. Chu Yang taught Oraheim step by step how he practiced the kid, but mixed in some magic chanting techniques. Kid chanting and magic chanting have the same end in mind, both of which use the power of words to pry the rules. It's just that magic has a wand as an aid, so the difficulty is relatively smaller. In learning kid, having a famous teacher to guide and exploring on your own are two completely different things, and experience is especially important. A bite or syllable error will make kid invalid or deviate into something else. Once you are familiar with it to a certain degree, you can skip the process of chanting spiritual words, which not only allows you to cast spells quickly in battle, but also greatly improves your full bring ability. Oraheim Shield and 6 flowers can be combined into different abilities at will. Fast casting means greatly improved flexibility, and it is difficult for the enemy to attack during the gaps between her casting. If the gap time is reduced to 0, she will become the most terrifying spell machine gun on the battlefield. Chapter 236. Everyone said the same thing. The intensive special training squeezed Ichigo's potential. He faced his hollow self again and again in the illusory world, and was killed again and again. The pain occupied his soul, which made Ichigo realize that controlling the hollow was not as easy as he imagined. Ichigo seemed listless in the school during the day. In contrast, Rukia and others who were training under Chu Yang's guidance were very excited and could feel their own progress every day. "You look very happy. Is Yang's training effective?" Ichigo asked curiously. "It was very boring at the beginning, but it's okay if you stick to it. Now I feel that I'm getting stronger every day." Rukia crossed her arms and looked a little proud. She even forgot to take care of Ichigo's emotions. Getting stronger every day. Ichigo scratched his head irritably, and soon his hair was scratched into a mess. "Is the special training not going well?" Oraheim asked gently. "It's not just not going well, it's simply," Ichigo said here, and suddenly he was like a deflated ball, lying listlessly on the desk. Rukia and Oraheim looked at each other, and both realized that Ichigo must have encountered great difficulties in his training. "Just give yourself more time. We didn't have it easy at the beginning." Oraheim comforted Ichigo softly. "Among all the Shinigami, I'm afraid only Hirakomako and his companions have the ability to transform and control hollows. It has been more than 100 years since they have the ability to transform. So, this is not an easy thing. I'm afraid even my brother can't achieve it easily." In order to comfort Ichigo, Rukia even brought up Byakuya Kachiki as a reference. "Really?" Hearing the two say this, Ichigo's mood obviously improved a little, but he soon asked again, "What if it's Yang? How long do you think it will take him to master the helloification?" Rukia propped her chin with her hand, pondered for a moment and said, "It took him less than a year to hone the 4 major techniques of the Shinigami, such as the slashing, punching, and walking on the ghost. Even most captains are not as good as him. If it's him, it shouldn't take long. Orihime also tilted her head and said, for Yang, a week should be enough, right? Rukia shook her head and said, 3 days at most. He is the only guy who has made Aizen lose face. At that time, he was not even a Shinigami. 3 days. Ichigo, who felt comforted just now, looked at the two in disbelief, and his voice suddenly became high. Hearing this, Ichigo's fighting spirit was high, and a blazing fire burned in his eyes. I will complete the heroification today. The stimulated Ichigo was inexplicably ignited. Seeing him like this, Rukia and Orihime couldn't help but turn their backs and laugh. Single-celled organisms are really easy to fool. He cares about Yang a lot, and the two of them have a really good relationship. How do you know they have a good relationship? It's just the desire to win. Besides opponents, the only things that can arouse a man's desire to win are friends. Opponents. Rukia thought of Chu Yang's figure, and felt that the other party was always unfathomable. Although Ichigo had great potential, it was difficult to compare with Chu Yang. It was like the gap between Yamamoto Jinryusei Shijakuni and other Shinigami. Go home after school. Ichigo was going directly to the base of the masked army, while Rukia had something to do at Urahara's store. Chad didn't go to school. Orihime could only go to Chu Yang's house alone. Halfway through the journey, blue lights flashed across the sky, as if a meteor shower was falling. A strong spiritual pressure suddenly erupted. Orihime subconsciously ran in the direction where the spiritual pressure appeared. Turning around the dark and deserted alley, the surrounding scenery suddenly changed, as if she had come to another space. Orihime looked around in surprise. A tall figure suddenly appeared in front of Orihime, like a wall filling her vision. Little girl, are you lost? With an evil laugh, the giant dressed in white showed a hideous smile to Orihime. There was a big hole in his chest. It was not a human, but a hollow. It just looked no different from a human. Behind the giant stood a young man of relatively average height, also dressed in white, with dark green eyes and 2 tear marks drawing a vertical line on his face. His eyes were extremely indifferent, as if all life was not worth mentioning in his eyes. 2 strange hollows. Orihime's face flashed with panic, and she subconsciously wanted to escape. The giant's figure flashed and appeared in front of her, with a speed that was a bit scary. I'm asking you a question. Why don't you have any manners? The quality of people in the world is really poor. The giant stared at Orihime dissatisfiedly. You are a human, not in spirit state, but you can see me. It's really interesting. After saying that, the giant grabbed Orihime with one hand. 3-day shield. Threatened, Orihime instinctively summoned the shield Shunrika, and a shiny orange energy shield appeared in front of her, blocking the giant's hand. The giant and the young man behind him were surprised at the same time. A mere human actually has this ability. The giant was surprised and curious at the same time. He was not an ordinary hollow, and even a serious death god might not be able to stop him. Fullbring. No, not an ordinary Fullbring. The young man, who seemed to be uninterested in everything, suddenly focused all his attention on Orihime. The giant was blocked by Orihime, and immediately punched the shield again. Cracks appeared on the shield, and it completely collapsed 2 seconds later. It looks powerful, but it's actually vulnerable. The giant bared his teeth, and kept mocking Orihime. Orihime ignored him, and calmly controlled the shield Shunrika. The pressure from the other party was not even as strong as Chu Yang's eyes. 4-day shield. The 3-dimensional triangular pyramid shield protected Orihime, forming a solid defense against the enemy. When the shield is attacked, it will absorb the enemy's attack, burst and diffuse the impact, and can use Tsubaki to counterattack. The ability of attack and defense has changed. After the special training, Orihime's control of her ability is no longer the same as before, and she can complete the difficult counterattack form in an instant. The giant was defeated again and again, and he was furious, and punched the shield with all his strength. Yami, stop. The young man seemed to have a bad premonition and hurriedly called his companions, but unfortunately he called a little too late, and the hollow named Yami had already hit him. Ulquiara. The shield absorbed Yami's fatal punch, and at the same time, poured the impact on him. The moment the shield was broken, Yami was also bounced out by its own huge force. Tsubaki's attack followed him like a shadow, and he suffered a lot of injuries. Yami, whose arm was bleeding, looked at the human girl in surprise. "I'm actually injured? Success." Oraheim almost shouted out in joy. It was the first time that she played her role on the front battlefield instead of being treated as a medic. At this moment, she understood why Chu Yang asked her to practice kid constantly. The improvement of fast casting has brought about a qualitative change in Oraheim's combat ability. Some are happy and some are sad. Yami was almost going crazy. As one of the 10 Espadus, even if he was the 10th at the bottom, his pride would not allow him to be hurt by a human. He must kill this human to wash away the shame on himself. This thought lingered in Yami's mind, making his eyes red and about to lose his mind. At this time, the taciturn Ulquiorra said lightly, "Don't hurt this girl." Yami turned back angrily. Ulquiorra was calm and seemed to ignore his companion's anger. He whispered, "Her ability is very special. Lord Aizen should like it." Hearing Aizen's name, Yami's eyes became clearer, and he regained some of his rationality. Although he wanted to kill the girl in front of him, since Ulquiorra said she could be useful to Aizen, he couldn't do anything rash. Aizen was a scary guy. Knock her out and take her away. Ulquiorra's mouth curled up, as if he remembered something interesting. "Don't order me." Yami walked towards Oraheim with a cold face. This time, he pulled out his Zanpakuto core, and his momentum suddenly changed. Oraheim's eyes were dull. She remembered that Zanpakuto should be a weapon unique to the god of death, but she saw it in the hands of a hollow. Just like this, Yami's burly body disappeared again and suddenly appeared behind Oraheim. Feeling the sound of the whistling wind behind her, Oraheim's face turned pale. Yami's Zanpakuto was as big as his body. Even if he wanted to knock Oraheim out, it looked like he was crushing her. In extreme fear, Oraheim's mind was blank. The sound of the Zanpakuto waving was like thunder, blowing up sand and rocks, and the eyes fell into endless chaos. Dang. The sound of metal clashing suddenly rang out, extremely crisp. Yami's muscular arms froze in place, as if they were greatly hindered, and could not move forward. The dust settled, and there was another person in front of Oraheim. The person grabbed Yami's Zanpakuto with his hands, making the other party unable to move. Yami's full strength seemed to be in vain. Ulquiorra in the distance had cold eyes. He saw the Death Hagi. The wide black robe fluttered in the wind, forming a sharp contrast with their white clothes. "You are really strong. There are such people among the Shinigami." Yami's eyes were filled with murderous intent, and he grinned. "Who are you?" "Goto E13, captain of the 5th Division, Yang." Chu Yang smiled slightly, and his right hand burst into brilliant golden light, and the power of 100 dragons and 100 elephants poured out, and the airflow rushed. Crack. Yami's Zanpakuto was covered with cracks, and it seemed that it would completely shatter in the next second. "You actually..." Yami was furious. His Zanpakuto, like the number marks on their bodies, proved his status as an Espada. Now that this mark was broken by Chu Yang, Yami's anger reached its peak in an instant. The Zanpakuto that was about to break turned into a stream of light and escaped from Chu Yang's control, and then entered Yami's body. Return to the blade. Similar to the hollow transformation of the masked army, it is necessary to wear a mask that symbolizes the hollow. The transformation of the hollow into a Shinigami is to return the Zanpakuto core that represents the power of the Shinigami to the blade. When the two forces are combined into one and reach a balance, they can break the boundaries of power and enter a stronger state. This is what Aizen has been pursuing. After the return to the blade, Yami's body suddenly swelled and became closer to the image of a hollow. The lower body turned into a reptile with 12 legs, similar to a scorpion, and a tail. After entering the state of returning to the blade, Yami's spiritual pressure began to soar rapidly, so that the Soul Society also received a strong signal. As the current director of the Technology Development Bureau, Mayuri Kurotsuchi immediately sent someone to the 1st Squadron to report the situation. The Soul Society was in chaos. It seems that Aizen has completed the research on the Hojioku. The captain should really listen to that kid's opinions, but it's useless to say these now. That kid has gone to the human world. It's troublesome. Without the permission of the Soul Society, the captain level Shinigami cannot exert their full strength. We must quickly call for reinforcement to help Yang. Kurotsuchi Mayuri, who had been mumbling for a long time, suddenly laughed out loud. His popularity is worse than mine. No one should be willing to help him, right? In the human world, the spiritual pressure of the captain of the Shinigami will indeed be suppressed. This is to prevent the captain's battle from causing too much damage to the human world. Any Shinigami who goes to the human world will be suppressed, unless they obtain permission in advance. Chu Yang came to the human world to find the reason for the disappearance of the hollow, so he did not get permission, and his spiritual pressure was in a suppressed state. But it doesn't matter. The suppressed spiritual pressure has nothing to do with my Genbu Shinto. At the moment, when Yami returned to the blade, Chu Yang also activated the Genbu Zenshin. The air suddenly surged like a tide, and it was like a lens constantly vibrating. Ulquiorra's eyelids jumped when he saw this. He had never felt this kind of oppression even on Aizen. Yang. When recalling this name, Ulquiorra suddenly thought of something. This is the name that Master Aizen often mentions. Thanks to him, Master Aizen would hunt hollows crazily in Hukomundo. He is also the first person that Master Aizen hates so much. What did this guy do to make Master Aizen lose his temper just thinking about him? Ulquiorra's eyes flickered, looking at Chu Yang's back, his heart full of curiosity. On Chu Yang's shoulders, the sun and the moon slowly rose, and the two lights shone on Yami's mountain-sized body at the same time. Yami, who was about to attack, suddenly felt the pain of being cut into pieces, and immediately let out a shrill wail. He looked down, and found that the flesh and blood were slowly decomposing where the sun and moon shone. The two lights intertwined, like a millstone, constantly grinding away his flesh and blood. Steel skin with high spiritual pressure can even withstand the slash of the death god's Zanpakuto, but it has no resistance to the sun and moon light. Yami retreated violently, trying to escape from the place where the sun and moon light could shine, but no matter how he dodged, even using the ring to move at high speed, the dazzling light still followed him like a shadow. The pain made Yami extremely collapsed, so he gave up the idea of evasion, and only Chu Yang's figure was left in his scholar eyes. Kill you. Yami panted and gradually went crazy. Because of the continuous increase in anger, Yami's body was also rapidly expanding, and even turned into a behemoth covering the city. In the current situation, even if Ulquiorra wanted to teleport him away, he couldn't do it, because Yami's body was too big. Many people like to say this, but the end is not very good. Chu Yang smiled politely, facing such a monster, calm and frightening. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 237 The Trembling Night Palace. Yami slowly raised his head. A dazzling light was gathering in his bloody mouth, and his spiritual pressure instantly increased to a terrifying level. Using such a huge body to use a hollow flash, he wants to destroy Karakura town. Is Yami crazy? Ulquiorra frowned slightly, thinking of retreating. He didn't want to become Yami's victim. Chu Yang took action before him and quickly flew to a high altitude. Fengdu circled in the void and outlined the outline of the ghost gate. The ghost gate, engraved with hundreds of hideous ghosts, stood between heaven and earth. When Yami released the hollow flash, the gate opened. The hollow flash, which contained extremely high spiritual pressure, seemed to be pulled by something, and turned a corner in the air, and rushed into the ghost gate. Seeing this, Yami wanted to change the trajectory of the hollow flash, but found that the hollow flash he released was out of control, and was continuously sucked into the ghost gate. He wanted to stop it, wanted to interrupt the hollow flash, but he couldn't. The ghost gate standing high in the sky was like a pumping station, forcibly sucking out Yami's hollow flash, and also sucking out the spirit particles in his body. The pale-faced Yami was like a vampire biting his neck, but he couldn't resist, and watched himself being drained bit by bit. His body slowly returned to its original size from the behemoth that enveloped the city, and the anger that surged from the bottom of his heart also completely turned into fear. The ghost gate continued to absorb spirit particles until Yami was completely drained and turned into a pile of ashes in the wind. Ulquiorra watched the whole process of Yami's death from the side, and a chill rushed straight to his head. He was not afraid of death, but Yami's death was too terrible and terrifying for the Hollow. Not only the Hollow, but also the god of death would sweat profusely after seeing it. There is another one. Chu Yang's voice appeared behind Ulquiorra. He turned back in fear and found that the other party was standing a few steps away. Fengdu the sword flashed, and Ulquiorra's figure disappeared, leaving behind a dark hole that tore through space and slowly closed. Black Chamber? It runs pretty fast. Chu Yang shook his head with some regret. Black Chamber is a skill that the Arrancar uses spiritual pressure to forcibly break through space, and it can directly connect to the Palace of the Night, which is where Aizen is. This way of leaving is higher than the anti-membrane that Aizen used in Soul Society. The transmission process is still invincible. If you can't interrupt it from the beginning, you can only watch the other party leave later. Ulquiorra activated Black Chamber and prepared to leave from the moment Yami returned to the blade. When Chu Yang finished dealing with Yami, he naturally missed the opportunity to interrupt the skill. However, killing a 10 Espada is also a bit of a gain. Giminate Yami, and Fengdu is close to Bankei. When I see Aizen again, it will be the day of Bankei. Chu Yang is looking forward to that day. Turning around, Oraheim had fainted on the ground. The battle with Yami had made her highly focused. When Chu Yang came to rescue her, her mind was relaxed. Coupled with the high-intensity spiritual pressure shock, she could no longer bear it and fainted. Chu Yang carried Oraheim and prepared to leave. Suddenly, several powerful spiritual pressures appeared nearby and quickly rushed over. Ichigo, Rukia, Urahara Kisuke, Shifungi and Yaruchi. They wandered around and never found Chu Yang. This was because Chu Yang had set up a barrier around before joining the battle. He even used spells, magic, fairy arts, etc., not only to protect the city, but also to prevent Ulquiorra from leaving. The effect was not ideal. The city was not destroyed, but Ulquiorra escaped smoothly. This made Chu Yang realize that Hei Kang's ability was far more advanced than he had imagined. Chu Yang removed the barrier, and several people came to him smoothly. The breath just now was an Arrancar? Are you fighting an Arrancar? Urahara Kisuke sensed the residual spiritual pressure around him, his eyes lingering on the unconscious Oraheim. Two Arrancar, one dead and one escaped. A guy named Ulquiorra escaped. They claim to be the 10 Espadas under Aizen, and have the ability to transform into Shinigami. Chu Yang briefly explained the current situation in Hukomundo. Most of the information he knew was revealed by this battle. Urahara Kisuke and his companions were very shocked. They didn't expect that Aizen had developed the Hojioku to such an extent that he could create a large number of Arrancars at will. We must notify Soul Society immediately and let the Soul Society take it seriously. Rukia turned and walked to the corner, using a special communicator to contact the Soul Society. She didn't know that the Soul Society had already detected that the Arrancar appeared in the human world. Compared to Rukia's first thought of Soul Society, Urahara Kisuke's attention was all on Chu Yang's words about one dead and one escaped. You defeated two Arrancars by yourself? Urahara Kisuke's eyes flashed, and he said in surprise, I remember that. When captain level Shinigami are active in the world, their spiritual pressure will be restricted. Did you get permission in advance? Chu Yang shook his head and said, no, my spiritual pressure is indeed restricted. Hearing Chu Yang's frank words, Shifungi and Yaruchi and Urahara Kisuke looked at each other silently. Facing two Arrancars with their spiritual pressure restricted, and killing one of them, this kind of combat power is only a very few people in the entire Soul Society can do. The young man in front of him has been a Shinigami for less than a year. Ichigo listened to their conversation and subconsciously tightened the handle of his Zanpakuto. Then he took a deep breath, walked to Chu Yang and said, Yang, thank you for saving Oraheim. Leave her to me. I will take her home. It just so happens that I don't know where her home is. Chu Yang put Oraheim on Ichigo's shoulder. He was so happy that someone helped him deal with the trouble. After Ichigo left, Rukia, who had finished communicating with Soul Society, came back and said with a serious expression, the Soul Society will send reinforcement to the real world. Chu Yang frowned and said, they still don't agree to go to Hukomundo? Yes. Rukia sighed. The captain still doesn't agree to organize a team to go to Hukomundo, but I have reported the matter of the Jury Land. Chu Yang remained silent. He knew what the Soul Society's plan was. The god of death will create a fake Karakura town in Soul Society and then exchange it with the real Karakura town, hiding the real Karakura town in Soul Society. After luring Aizen to the real world, the two sides will fight in the fake Karakura town. Old man Yamamoto wants to gain some home advantage. The idea is good, but he underestimated the power of the Hojioku. Aizen even took advantage of the life and death crisis to complete several evolutions and reach a state beyond the power of the god of death. The evolved Aizen killed all the way to Soul Society and almost achieved his goal. Aizen's defeat was inevitable. Chu Yang didn't care what happened to him. He just wanted Aizen's Hojioku. The reinforcement from Soul Society came quickly, and Chu Yang's house was crowded with people. Dong Shilang, who looked like an elementary school student, sat on the sofa arrogantly, and Rincy wandered around curiously, looking at Chu Yang's home in the real world. Matsumoto Rangaku was chatting with Rukia. The two whispered and looked at Chu Yang from time to time. Madara Mikaku, with his shiny bald head, swayed in front of Chu Yang. The sunlight shone on his head, just like a high-power light bulb. Chu Yang subconsciously pressed his head. Captain Yang, what are you doing? Ikaku raised his eyebrows and looked at Chu Yang with a bad look. It's too bright. Please find a hat to wear. Chu Yang said mercilessly. Ikaku was angry for a while, and then he took a bucket hat from the cloakroom and put it on. Kenpachi Zaraki likes fighting with Chu Yang the most because the latter never shows mercy and always beats him to the point of near death. Ikaku is one of the few bystanders who has witnessed the ruthlessness of this kind young man, leaving a heavy shadow in his heart. The person he respects most is Kenpachi Zaraki, and his only wish is to die beside him. But Kenpachi Zaraki is often beaten up by Chu Yang, so he is more afraid of Chu Yang. These few people are the reinforcement of the Soul Society, a captain and 3 vice captains. It is better to say that they are one of the baits than reinforcement. The biggest bait is Chu Yang. The hatred between him and Aizen is well known. As the person who destroyed Aizen's plan, it is not enough to describe him as a mortal enemy. The plan to complete the Hojioku, but Aizen carefully planned it for 100 years, but it was just a small accident that all the previous efforts were wasted. As the source of the accident, Chu Yang has to bear the resentment that Aizen's 100 years of hard work has turned into nothing. If he knew that Chu Yang was in the present world, Aizen would come to him regardless of everything. These are the original words of old man Yamamoto. Chu Yang, knowing that he had become a bait, started to curse. Damn old man, I will usurp the throne. When I get back, kick him out of the position of captain, and demote him to a cleaner, and wipe all the corridors of the Soul Society with a rag. Ikaku quietly walked to the corner, and pretended not to hear. Tao Shirao walked to the TV cabinet, and pretended to fiddle with it. The voices of Rangaku and Rukia suddenly became louder, and they began to ask and answer questions randomly. Only Rincy patted Chu Yang on the shoulder and gave him a thumbs up, respecting him as a warrior. If you want to be the captain, kill Aizen first, and then we will follow the rules of the god of death. The voice of old man Yamamoto suddenly came from Rincy. Chu Yang looked at him with a question mark on his face. Then Rincy slowly took out the communicator from his arms, grinned, and smiled like an idiot. It's from the Soul Society. I just wanted to tell you. You don't have a share of dinner tonight. Go out and eat shit. Chu Yang took the communicator and pushed Rincy aside. From the other end of the communicator, old man Yamamoto's voice came again. While Aizen hasn't arrived yet, you should set up the barrier first. I want to teleport the real Karakura town to Soul Society. Chu Yang replied expressionlessly. Understood. After a long while, old man Yamamoto sighed and warned, don't let Aizen take the Hojioku. If he has 2 pieces of Hojioku, it will be a disaster for the whole world. Chu Yang replied, he can't take it away. Old man Yamamoto was a little exasperated. You dare to lie to me, you little brat? The Hojioku is clearly on you. Why didn't you say so earlier? Chu Yang smacked his lips and lied without a trace. You didn't check it out yourselves. It's none of my business. I only found out later. The sound of smashing things came from the other end of the communicator, scaring Tao Shirao and the others so much that they didn't even dare to breathe. After everything calmed down, the old man's voice sounded again. In short, it's been so long, and you and the Haujoku have almost merged. It's difficult to take it now, unless I kill you. Remember, don't follow Aizen's old path, don't get lost in power, and don't have the idea of becoming a god. The only meaning of the existence of the god of death is to maintain the balance of the three realms. Before he finished speaking, Chu Yang cut off the communicator, and the sound of the signal being terminated came from it. Renji gasped and asked with wide eyes, "Are you crazy? Old people just like to nag. When you have time in the future, you should care more about the empty nesters." Chu Yang looked indifferent, and then threw the communicator to Renji. "Captain General doesn't need care." Rangaku shook her head, then looked at Chu Yang. "You also have Haujoku?" Chu Yang turned his head to look at Rukia, who immediately understood and asked, "Is it the one hidden in my body?" Chu Yang nodded. Dong Shilong held his head with both hands, and stretched his body. "The Soul Society has used these moves over and over again. I don't know how many times I have checked them." "How did you hide?" "It wasn't hidden. It went in by itself." Chu Yang was telling the truth. The fact that the Haujoku got into the Soul Palace by itself and couldn't get out had nothing to do with him. No matter how you blame it, it couldn't be blamed on him. "Does this thing have consciousness?" Dong Shilong asked curiously. "In a sense, yes." Chu Yang felt that the Haujoku was more like artificial intelligence. It had an accurate understanding of the host's desires, just like a computer analyzing human behavior. Hearing that the Haujoku had self-awareness, everyone was horrified. That thing was different from a Zanpakuto, and was not one with one's own soul. "Let's not talk about the Haujoku." Rukia interrupted and reminded everyone, "Complete the mission first. It's not a small project to transport the entire Karakura town to the Soul Society. Well, let's get started." All the Shinigami, including Chu Yang, will be busy for a long time tonight. However, it's not just them. The Soul Society is also in action, running like a machine. On the other side, Ichigo, who was greatly stimulated, began his crazy hollow training. Kyobaku, also known as Zangetsu, felt the change in Ichigo and was shocked. In just a few days, this kid changed his usual hesitation and gradually became determined. It was very curious about the reason for Ichigo's change, so it asked in the battle, "What is the reason for you not hesitating anymore?" Ichigo yelled, "If I continue to stagnate, I can't protect anyone around me, and what?" Kyobaku keenly felt Ichigo's emotional changes. Ichigo's eyes suddenly became sharp. "If I don't become stronger, I really can't catch up with him." Kureha Palace. Alquiara reported the situation in the present world to Aizen. Some people expressed disdain for his choice to abandon his companions and escape, while others expressed understanding. Aizen never spoke, and his silence was terrifying. Until he heard the name of that person from Alquiara. The entire Kureha Palace trembled wildly. Anger was burning like a flame. Chapter 238. Good luck. Are you proud? The barrier was completed, and the real Karakura town was exchanged with the fake Karakura town. Karakura town was already hidden in the Soul Society by the Shinigami. The powerful auras of each appeared in the fake Karakura town, including the captain of the Gotei 13, Yamamoto Jinryusei Shijakuni. Chu Yang met the old man. Both sides were restrained and did not quarrel in front of others, but the atmosphere became very weird. Old man Yamamoto did not mention the matter of the Haujoku, but Chu Yang knew that after the matter of the Arrancar was over, he would find trouble with him. For this reason, Chu Yang was ready, and he could even leave the Soul Society when necessary. Anyway, he had a Zanpakuto, and he had learned almost all the kid, so there would be no loss even if he left. While the Arrancar had not yet come to the real world, old man Yamamoto began to arrange combat operations. When talking about Aizen, he made it clear that he would handle it himself. The 12 Shinigami captains had no objection. As the strongest Shinigami in 1,000 years, it was completely natural to hand Aizen over to the Captain General. But how could Chu Yang agree? He stared at Aizen eagerly for delivering the Haujoku. "Do you have a way to crack Aizen's mirror flower and water moon?" Chu Yang looked at old man Yamamoto and questioned, "Or have you never seen mirror flower and water moon?" Old man Yamamoto was silent for a moment, but still said in a firm tone, "Leave Aizen to me. I will deal with the traitor of the Shinigami myself." Aizen killed so many Shinigami, and the crime he committed was unprecedentedly serious. I have to give an explanation to the dead Shinigami. This is my responsibility as a Captain General. The old man's temper was like a stone in a pit, smelly and hard. At this point, Chu Yang knew that no matter how he persuaded him, it would be useless, so he simply stopped talking. Yamamoto continued, the 5th Division is responsible for support. Whichever team is in a more tense situation, you go there. Okay, you are the Captain General, you have the final say. Chu Yang thought it was a little funny. What if everyone was trapped in a battle? Who would he support? As night fell, everyone returned to their positions, waiting for the arrival of Aizen and the Aaron car. After an unknown amount of time, the space suddenly wrinkled, like silk being piled together. Pitch black holes appeared one after another, and the spiritual pressure nearby soared rapidly. One after another, Aaron car appeared here. Everyone had a Zanpakuto, and at first glance, they looked no different from the god of death. Aizen appeared last, looking around with a cold gaze. They appeared near Chu Yang's house, and it was obvious that they were coming for him. The second piece of Houjoku was very tempting to Aizen. The Houjoku he took away was not perfect. After absorbing a large number of hollow souls, the effect still did not meet expectations. Therefore, for Aizen, killing Chu Yang and taking away his Houjoku was imperative, even more important than making the king key. Thinking of Chu Yang, Aizen's murderous intent almost fell into a state of rampage, and it was not easy to calm down. Lord Aizen, the target is down there. Salapalo, who was in charge of research among the 10 Espadus, pointed to Chu Yang's house and said. His eyes were full of curiosity. What kind of person could make Lord Aizen obsessed with him and kill Yami, one of the 10 Espadus? Kill him. Aizen stood in the sky, isolated from the world, and uttered cold words. Haha, I'll go first. Grimjow, the 6th among the 10 Espadus, had been holding back his anger for a long time. He rushed down with a roar and covered his fist with spiritual pressure, smashing it hard. With a loud rumble, the whole street shook violently. Chu Yang's house was reduced to ruins in an instant. But there was no one inside. Grimjow was stunned for a moment and looked up at Aizen. He's not at home. Aizen said lightly, then go find him. Look for all the places he might go. The Arankas immediately dispersed, and their figures disappeared in an instant. For some reason, Aizen always felt uneasy, as if something big was going to happen. He looked around coldly, and time passed slowly. Suddenly, the ruined Chu Yang's house lit up, and a huge hexagram barrier rose from the ground. A beam of light rose up, locking Aizen inside. Aizen's face sank. Then, a large number of light pillars rose up in the whole Karakura town. It was late at night, but at this moment it was as bright as day. The space is sealed, and these guys have been waiting for me here for a long time. I was too impatient and careless. Aizen immediately understood that everything was a conspiracy of the Shinigami, but he was not panicked. The Houjoku had already merged with him, and he had enough confidence to defeat any Shinigami, including Yamamoto Jinryusei Shijakuni, who was praised by the Soul Society as the strongest in 1,000 years. The Captain General should have been waiting for me for a long time, right? Aizen suddenly laughed. You guessed right, Aizen, as the Captain General of the Gotei 13. Today I have to give an explanation to the dead Shinigami. Yamamoto walked slowly from the street. Although he was old, his strong body still had an amazing sense of oppression. Every step he took, the terrifying spiritual pressure, would cause the void to tremble. Why do you do such a stupid thing? Yamamoto looked up at Aizen, with disappointment and heartache flashing in his eyes. Stupid? Aizen's mouth curled up, and his tone became arrogant, even disdainful. So many Shinigami, including you, have been guarding the Soul King Palace forever. Isn't that stupid? It's time for this world to change. Shinigami need to evolve. The cold wind blew, freezing, but it was not as cold as Yamamoto's heart. His deep eyes were clear of emotions, leaving only murderous intent. Both sides drew their swords at the same time. The hot breath seemed to burn through everything. The Shinigami were divided into teams guarding several locations waiting for the Aaron car to be captured, including the school. They were all places where Chu Yang often appeared in the real world. Chu Yang was near Ichigo's house. Although it was fake, he always felt that he could hide one or two Aaron car. The other members of the 5th team did not act with him. but went to support other Shinigami. Chu Yang waited silently, and soon he was greeted by an unusual spiritual pressure. The man had blue hair and an arrogant look. He stopped in front of Chu Yang and smiled in surprise. "I didn't expect to meet you here. I'm really lucky." "Indeed." Chu Yang also laughed. "My name is Grimjow Jackage, and I'm ranked 6th among the 10 Espadus." Grimjow drew out his Zanpakuto and sneered. "I should let you know my name before I die." Chu Yang replied, "I won't tell you my name, because there's really no point in telling a dead person." Grimjow looked down at Chu Yang in the air, like a hawk soaring in the sky observing its prey, with a fiery look in his eyes. The next moment, he swung his Zanpakuto, and his spiritual pressure whistled, falling to the ground like a meteor. Chu Yang looked up, his black robe fluttering, and threw a punch at the sky. Karakura Town, illuminated by the barrier, suddenly darkened for a moment. An even more terrifying spiritual pressure went upstream and submerged Grimjow's figure. The two waves of spiritual pressure collided, and Grimjow's spiritual pressure suddenly collapsed, and his figure was submerged in Chu Yang's vast spiritual pressure. When the spiritual pressure tide faded, he was covered in blood and suffered very serious injuries. He looked at Chu Yang with horror. Grimjow had never met such a person who could crush his spiritual pressure with absolute advantage. Even Aizen did not have such a huge spiritual pressure. "It's not unfair that Yami lost to you. I thought he was careless," Grimjow said with heavy breathing and gritted teeth. Chu Yang shook his head and kindly reminded, "If you don't return to the blade, you won't even have the chance to say your last words. Are you waiting for me to return to the blade?" Grimjow's body was trembling. The other party said the most arrogant words in the most calm tone, and his expression and tone did not take him seriously at all. "You talk too much nonsense." Chu Yang took a step forward, and the true body of Genbu appeared, and the light of the sun and moon suddenly shone. Under the sunlight, the scorching air wave rushed straight to Grimjow, and he subconsciously covered his face with his hands. In an instant, the moonlight fell on him at the same time, and unspeakable pain broke out. Just like Yami, Grimjow felt that his flesh and blood had fallen into a millstone. He wanted to escape, but his body seemed to be stuck in a quagmire. Under torture, even the strongest could not bear it. Grimjow let out a shrill roar, which echoed over the sky of the false Karakura town. The other Arankas, including Aizen, heard the shouts, and felt a chill in their hearts. That was Grimjow's voice. What enemy did he encounter? Shire Harrible, who was about to go to school, suddenly stopped and looked back at the location where the voice came from, revealing a worried expression. At the same time, Ulquiorra also heard Grimjow's shouts. The scene of Yami's death appeared in his mind, and he couldn't help but tremble. It must be that person. Grimjow, this idiot. I reminded him a long time ago that he should notify Lord Aizen as soon as he found that person, but he sent himself to die. Ulquiorra cursed in a low voice. Reason told him that he should go over to help Grimjow, but he couldn't take a step. The other Arankas who had not faced Chu Yang's terror were heading in the direction of the sound. The screams gradually weakened, replaced by rapid breathing. Most of Grimjow's flesh and blood disappeared, turning into spirit particles and disappearing into the air. He didn't have the strength to shout loudly and could only keep gasping for air to relieve the pain. His eyes began to become numb. "How is it? Do you still feel lucky now?" Chu Yang asked softly. Grimjow stared at him fiercely, his body trembling, and he didn't speak. Chu Yang suddenly turned around and felt a strong spiritual pressure approaching, then grinned. "You are indeed lucky." As soon as the voice fell, an old man in luxurious robes came over not far away. He was extremely burly, with a huge golden compass on his waist and a crown on his head. He seemed like the king of an ancient country. "Grimjow, you usually look amazing. Why are you in such a mess now? I can hear your screams from far away." The old man seemed to be happy to see Grimjow in such a mess. He was not in a hurry to rescue him, but watched with great interest. "Damn you." Grimjow's hatred was quickly transferred, and the murderous intent in his eyes was soaring that he even forgot the pain. Chu Yang turned and looked at the burly old man indifferently. "Are you very proud?" The old man was stunned for a moment, his eyes slightly cold. "Don't think that you are so great just to suppress Grimjow. That guy's strength is nothing in my eyes. I don't care how much difference there is between you and him, but you showed that smug expression in front of me, which made me feel worse. The sun and moon above his head suddenly crashed into the old man with Chu Yang's will. Boy, I'm Bailergan, the king of Hukomundo. The king's robe moved without wind. Bailergan raised the double-edged axe in his hand and suddenly chopped at the sun and moon in the air, and a creepy breath rose. It was not spiritual pressure, but another more terrifying aura, full of the smell of death, as if it could deprive all life. The wind was howling, and this inexplicable aura actually withstood the light of the sun and the moon, leaving Bailergan unaffected. I control death. Bailergan laughed ferociously, his arms spread out, and his momentum swept across the world, like a ghost. But the next second, a pair of fists appeared in his vision, and they quickly enlarged. Boom. The fists hit Bailergan's face, making his eyes black, as if he was hit hard by a heavy hammer. Bailergan, who was still shouting "I control death" just now, flew backwards and collapsed several buildings in succession. When the smoke and dust dissipated, he lay in the ruins in a mess. The aura of death is very strong, but it's a pity that you are too weak to play a role. Having been to Fengdu City and seen King Yama, Chu Yang was very familiar with the aura of death. When it was strong to a certain extent, it could indeed fight against the pair of sun and moon above his head. But Bailergan was obviously not among them. King Yama could probably do it with the power of the underworld. After being hit head on, Bailergan realized how powerful Chu Yang was, and his body was severely damaged in an instant. The spirit particles continued to leak out, and his body was like a funnel. After many battles, he realized that he had underestimated this god of death, so he chose to return to the blade without hesitation. Compared with Grimmjow, Bailergan's intuition was more acute. Liberate, Skeleton Emperor. The flesh and blood on Bailergan's surface quickly dissipated, and in the blink of an eye, he really became a skeleton. The crown on his head was also changing, and a long silver chain hung from the corner of the crown. The whole body was covered with black flames, like the legendary Hellfire. After returning to the blade, the breath of death around Bailergan became more obvious, and everything around him decayed rapidly where he stood. Boy, you will pay the price for your arrogance. Bailergan pulled the chain, and the huge axe seemed to have a spirit, flying straight towards Chu Yang. The sharp axe blade shone brightly, like an ancient guillotine. Chu Yang stood still, and the ghostly sword shadow of Fengdu flashed by. The sword energy rang, and the sword light was sharp. Swish, a burst of fire burst out of the void, and the huge axe was directly knocked back, brushing past Bailergan, and smashing into the ruins behind him. Why does his Zanpakuto have an aura that scares me? Bailergan was shocked, and without caring about anything else, he opened his mouth and blew out a fierce death aura. Fengdu moved forward unstoppably, and wherever it went, the yellow spring water surged out, gathered into a river, and collided with the death aura, and the latter disappeared into thin air. What the hell is this? Bailergan was shocked and angry. This was the first time that the death aura encountered its natural enemy. He had never thought that such a thing would happen. However, when he wanted to escape, he was surrounded by the overwhelming yellow spring. He could only stand there and roar in despair. Chapter 239. Goodbye Aizen. Bankei. The yellow springs in the netherworld were so cold that they could freeze the soul. Bailergan was trapped in them. Not only was it difficult to move, but even his consciousness began to blur. The yellow springs had an extraordinary killing power on spirits. He felt that his body and soul were getting heavier and heavier, and the only thing he could see was the overwhelming yellow springs. After all, he was once the king of Hukomundo. When he was about to die, Bailergan burst out with amazing spiritual pressure. The death aura pushed back the surrounding yellow springs, clearing a vacuum zone with a radius of about 10 meters. The next moment, a sword light came from a distance, split into thousands, and turned into a rain of swords, pouring down on Bailergan. There was a strong spiritual pressure on each sword light, and the spiritual pressure torrent defeated the death aura. Before Bailergan had time to catch his breath, the rolling yellow springs submerged him again. And this time, Bailergan failed to walk out of the yellow springs, and his breath completely disappeared. The second of the 10 Espadus, the Skull King, was the first of the 10 Espadus to die in this operation. After dealing with Bailergan, Chu Yang looked back and found that Grimmjow was no longer there. He didn't know whether he was rescued by someone or escaped on his own. Forget it, he's just a small fish anyway, and he's seriously injured and doesn't have the strength to continue fighting. 2 of the 10 Espada have been killed. The most difficult by Lurgan is dead. The rest is not a concern. Next, we should focus on Aizen. We must get the Haojiaku. Chu Yang looked at the place where the fire was the strongest. At this moment, old man Yamamoto should have forced Aizen to die. Aizen, who has merged with the Haojiaku, has the ability to evolve at the moment of death. Old man Yamamoto doesn't know this and will probably suffer a great loss. Chu Yang might still worry about others suffering losses, but as for old man Yamamoto, he will only applaud. The fire burned more and more vigorously. This is the move of Ryujinjaka, Castle Flame. The flames blocked the surroundings and cut off Aizen's retreat. Yamamoto and Aizen were like gladiators in the ancient Roman Colosseum, fighting to the death in the center of the flames. Yamamoto knew that Kagami Sujetsu would affect him, so he simply attacked without distinguishing between friend and foe, and directly used his Bankei, and Ryujinjaka became Zanpakuto. The higher temperature of the flame filled the air with a burning smell, and everything was burned wherever it went. Zanpakuto's attack power was almost the strongest in the history of Soul Society, and Aizen was naturally suppressed. However, Aizen had long anticipated the emergence of this situation. Before that, he had created an Arrancar in Hukomundo that could seal Ryujinjaka. Wonder Whis. From the beginning of the battle, Wonder Whis stood in the shadow of the building, waiting for Yamamoto to show a flaw. Just when Yamamoto was about to inflict a heavy blow to Aizen, Wonder Whis took advantage of the opponent's carelessness in the state of returning to the blade, and sealed his Zanpakuto. Wonder Whis, who absorbed all the flames of Ryujinjaka, began to self-destruct. In order to stop him, Yamamoto paid the price of serious injuries. Aizen quietly retreated. His goal was the Hojioku in Chu Yang's hand, not to fight with Yamamoto here. He did not expect that Chu Yang was rushing here. The two met at the crossroads. Aizen smiled. Chu Yang also smiled. In their eyes, the other party was a prey. Every day in Hukomundo, I regretted that I couldn't kill you directly that day. I valued your talent at that time, but now I won't be soft-hearted. Give me the Hojioku. Aizen's face was calm, but the murderous intent in his eyes was surging wildly. The only response to him was the cold yellow spring. The ability of Kagami Water Moon is unsolvable. Chu Yang thought of using yellow spring water. Whether it was contaminated on Aizen or wrapped around himself, it could effectively weaken the ability. Chu Yang, who had not seen Kagami Water Moon's first release, closed his eyes and used his observation haki instead of his eyes to fight. Yellow spring can weaken the spiritual pressure. The target's spiritual pressure becomes smaller, and the impact on the haki will also be reduced. Seeing Chu Yang close his eyes, Aizen's heart sank. He then remembered that the other party had never seen Kagami Water Moon's ability. Do you think you can defeat me by closing your eyes? My strength is not only because of the Mirror Flower and Water Moon. The Zanpakuto in Aizen's hand turned into infinite sword light, forcibly opened a passage in the underworld, and quickly approached Chu Yang. The spiritual pressure and killing intent both pointed the direction for Chu Yang, and from the perspective of the observation haki, the image of Aizen was even clearer. Chu Yang took a step forward, raised his right fist high, the muscles in his arms swelled, and punched out, and the airflow around him exploded instantly. Fengdu was in line with his mind, and the moment Chu Yang punched, the sword light was like a chain, slashing towards Aizen's vitals. The leisurely sound of the sword rang out. The fist pressure and sword intent pressed directly against Aizen, causing his expression to change suddenly. In less than a year, this guy actually. Something is wrong. Urahara Kisuke's piece of Hojioku is also an unfinished product. It is impossible for him to have such a transformation. Aizen's mind was full of doubts. His hands did not stop moving. He first used Kid to summon a halo to surround himself tightly, and then kept swinging his Zanpakuto, using slashes to counter Chu Yang's punches. The punches and slashes collided with each other, making a fierce sound of metal clashing. Fengdu hit the halo around Aizen at a tricky angle, and was bounced out. It returned without success, and it was so angry that it kept circling around Aizen, waiting for an opportunity to return the favor. Aizen's strength is indeed more than just a mirage. He himself is a genius who has honed the 4 major skills of slashing, punching, and walking ghosts to the peak. In this regard, there is really no one in the entire Soul Society who is stronger than him. His confidence comes entirely from his own strength. But, those are all old news. In terms of genius, no one can compare to Chu Yang, because he has the blessing of the clones of the myriad worlds. The two fought in the underworld. Chu Yang completely suppressed Aizen with many means. The opponent also realized at this moment that Chu Yang did not rely entirely on the collapsing jade to get to where he is today. The seriously injured old man Yamamoto was in a ruin, watching the fight between the two through the surging underworld. For Chu Yang's strength, old man Yamamoto has never had an objective impression, because the ability of Fengdu is too restraining to the Raijinjaka. Putting aside the Zanpakuto, old man Yamamoto felt that he could crush Chu Yang, the rookie captain of the Shinigami, with his own strength. But at this moment, he found that he was wrong. Except for the last one, the ghost art, which Chu Yang did not use much, the other 3 abilities all suppressed Aizen with absolute advantage, and were also much stronger than himself. Especially the inhumane close combat ability, the terrifying power was enough to destroy everything. Old man Yamamoto believed that he was far behind the opponent in this regard. What made him more afraid was the pair of sun and moon hanging high above Chu Yang's head. The light of the sun and moon had a strange power that even he could not resist. Under all these unfavorable factors, old man Yamamoto suddenly realized a problem. He was fighting to the death with Chu Yang, but he was the one with a lower chance of winning. After an unknown amount of time, a shout woke up old man Yamamoto. Old man Yamamoto, are you okay? The wounded Kyoraku Shunsu helped Yuka take Jashiro walk from the street. There were other Shinigami beside him. Everyone was injured, and the most serious one even lost the ability to move. Old man Yamamoto, who lost his arm, slowly stood up and said in a deep voice, I'm fine. How are the casualties? Kyoraku Shunsu replied, everyone was injured, but no one died. Captain Unohana is treating the injured team members. Old man Yamamoto breathed a sigh of relief and turned to continue paying attention to the battlefield between Chu Yang and Aizen. The Shinigami also followed his gaze and looked over. The battle was getting fierce. Aizen evolved several times with the power of the collapsing jade and had become the final form. At this time, Aizen had a slit similar to an eye on his forehead. His face turned black, as if he was wearing a helmet, and 3 holes appeared in his upper body, with the collapsing jade embedded at the top. 6 huge butterfly wings grew out from behind, and skulls grew out from the joints of the wings. The whole body was snow white, and the image was not like a god of death, but like a hollow. From cocoon to butterfly. These 4 words describe the process of Aizen's evolution very aptly. With the completion of the final form, Aizen's spiritual pressure, strength, speed, defense, and recovery ability have all increased to a terrifying level. At this moment, he is almost immortal. If facing other gods of death, Aizen can be said to be truly immortal, but not in front of Chu Yang, because the power of Fengdu still restrains Aizen. Even though he can come and go freely in Huanquan, under the blessing of the collapsed jade, he gradually shows the momentum of competing with Chu Yang, as if he is not affected. But only Aizen himself knows how great the influence of Huanquan is. The weakening has always existed. He should have been faster and stronger, but it is because Huanquan is constantly weakening his strength that he has only reached this level. Why does your Zanpakuto have such power? Did the Hojioku give it to you? That's impossible. The Hojioku shouldn't work on Zanpakuto. Aizen, who was suppressed to the extreme, finally couldn't help asking these questions. Chu Yang's Zanpakuto's ability was strangely comparable to the Hojioku, and he even did things that the Hojioku couldn't do. No one answered Aizen's question. Chu Yang's eyes were full of ruthlessness. He kept punching, and the space was shaking. Even the barrier was affected. Seeing this, old man Yamamoto shouted loudly, everyone, reinforce the barrier. Don't let it disappear. The Shinigami who had just left the battle state and were about to rest immediately joined old man Yamamoto to reinforce the barrier. In the vast yellow spring, Fengdu was ringing wildly, as if it was about to break through some limit. Chu Yang felt something in his heart, his eyes gradually became clear, and he stood quietly and stopped punching. On the other side, Aizen was facing a great enemy. He felt a terrifying aura from Chu Yang, not spiritual pressure, but a more ancient, obscure, and trembling aura. This aura rushed out of the underworld and affected the nearby Shinigami. Many Shinigami stopped their movements and looked at Chu Yang in horror. Soon, the entire Kakusa town was shrouded in a terrifying aura. Some of the defeated, but not dead Arankas knelt on the ground and trembled. Old man Yamamoto's face was as hen, and he slowly uttered 2 words. Hell. That was the aura of hell. The Soul Society is the destination of ordinary humans after death, and the final destination of the Shinigami after death is hell. How much humans fear death, the Shinigami fear hell as much. When a person dies, they would say that he ascends to heaven, but when a Shinigami dies, they would only say that he falls into hell. You have the power of hell. Aizen roared in extreme anger. At the same time, Fengdu returned to Chu Yang's hands, and the man and the sword seemed to have merged into one. The cold voice echoed in everyone's ears. Bankei. Fengdu. The dark ancient sword shone brightly and turned into a large seal lying quietly in Chu Yang's palm. In Aizen's eyes, and in the eyes of many death gods, a huge ancient city appeared out of thin air behind Chu Yang, almost reaching the sky. The plaque on the huge city gate was written with 2 large characters. Fengdu. Even Chu Yang's death suit turned into an imperial robe embroidered with a black dragon. He pressed his backhand, and Aizen felt a suffocating spiritual pressure hitting him. Before he could react, he was pressed to the ground. Aizen looked up and found that the seal in Chu Yang's hand was hanging above his head. The majestic power was emanating from the seal. His body was like a deflated balloon, and the spiritual pressure was continuously absorbed by the seal. The body that had completed the evolution changed again and again, returning to various previous states, and finally became its original appearance. The collapsed jade was then sucked out. During the process, the hollow jade tried to return to Aizen's body several times, but was suppressed by the Fengdu Great Seal. It was obediently sent to Chu Yang's hands, and then disappeared in an instant, and entered the Soul Palace. Aizen's body gradually shrank, and in the blink of an eye he became an octogenarian. Chu Yang recalled the Fengdu Great Seal, and released the Bankei state. The power of Fengdu simply exceeded my previous expectations. The moment I held the seal, I really felt like I had become the Lord of Fengdu. Chu Yang gently stroked the sword of Fengdu, and his excitement was beyond words. The barrier had long been broken, and a group of death gods stood there blankly, with only shock on their faces. Aizen in the final stage was so powerful that he seemed invincible, but he was easily solved by Chu Yang's Bankei, subverting their cognition. Even old man Yamamoto was silent after seeing it. The power of hell, even the death gods dare not covet it. It is the end of the world. Chu Yang was able to control this power, and it was extremely easy. Old man Yamamoto finally understood what exactly restrained Raijin Jaka. This is enough power to easily kill any Shinigami, and it may even threaten the Soul King Palace. What should I do with this kid? Old man Yamamoto was caught in a struggle between heaven and man. Reason told him that any power that could overthrow the Soul King Palace should be annihilated in time. However, this power was too rare, and perhaps it would never appear again in the future. If the Soul Society could possess it, no matter what happened in the future, the Soul Society would no longer be threatened. Moreover, old man Yamamoto looked around, and there were injured Shinigami around him. Even if he was included, he might not be able to destroy Chu Yang. If we make the wrong decision, the Gotei the 13th of May disappear. Old man Yamamoto took a deep breath, dispelled the unrealistic idea in his mind, turned to Kaioru Kushansu and said, the barrier is broken, and this place will soon return to Soul Society and be exchanged with the real Karakura town. Go and see how many Arankas have escaped. Kaioru Kushansu knew that the captain was afraid that the Arankas would stay in the real world and cause trouble to the real world, so he stood up and left. Chu Yang walked over and passed by him. Kaioru Kushansu had a complicated expression. Old man, your eyes just now were a little strange. Do you want to kill me? Chu Yang just walked in front of old man Yamamoto and looked at him with a smile. The atmosphere suddenly became dead silent. Chapter 240 The function of the second collapsed jade. The killing intent of old man Yamamoto was only for a moment, but Chu Yang still captured it keenly. You are so unscrupulous for the sake of Soul Society. It's really sad. Chu Yang didn't bother with Yamamoto and walked away from him lightly. The real and fake Karakura town were about to be exchanged, and Chu Yang didn't want to return to Soul Society, so he had to leave as soon as possible. The moment the two passed by, Yamamoto's heartbeat began to accelerate. Until this moment, he was still hesitating whether to attack Chu Yang. The other Shinigami looked nervous, always feeling that the atmosphere between the two was not good. Not long after, Chu Yang's spiritual pressure disappeared, which meant that he left the fake Karakura town. We must report to the Soul King Palace quickly. As soon as he finished speaking, old man Yamamoto disappeared in a golden light, and the Shinigami around him also disappeared one after another. After the light faded, everything in Karakura town returned to its original state, and pedestrians appeared on the street one after another, returning to the way it was before. For most people, this is just an ordinary day. Chu Yang returned home, entered the Soul Palace, and synchronized with others. The Hojioku floated above everyone's head, silently absorbing the special energy in the Soul Palace to make up for its last flaw. Aizen's Hojioku is not complete, which makes his evolution imperfect. After all, I took advantage of him. Death God Chu Yang recalled the previous battle with Aizen and found that his evolution was not as strong as he imagined. Everything is fate. There is nothing to say. Magic Chu Yang shook his head and said, Aizen is not dead, but his state is worse than death. After falling into hell, it is estimated that he will never be able to leave hell in this life. Death God Chu Yang sighed. Fengdu's Bankei actually directly transformed the entire Fengdu city. Holding the seal, I really feel like I'm the emperor of Fengdu. Hokage Chu Yang looked intoxicated. While everyone was chatting, the Hojioku completed its final evolution and shone with light. Magic Chu Yang held it in his palm. Originally, I planned to integrate many spells into one and create an ability like the Yuan Wu Zenshin. Later, I thought about it and realized that it is better to integrate the chaotic energy in the body. Chakra, cursed power, spiritual power, true essence, magic power. These energies from different worlds often conflict in our bodies, but we suppress them with our strong bodies. When releasing spells, we need to use the corresponding energy to stimulate them. It is too troublesome. It is easy to miss opportunities in battle and reveal flaws when facing powerful enemies. Everyone listened to Magic Chu Yang's analysis of the pros and cons in silence, and they all agreed with his opinion. Pirate Chu Yang nodded and said, then let's fuse all the energies and create a new energy that can use all spells at the same time. As for the spells, we can organize and optimize them ourselves. After all, there are many people in the laboratory. Then they discussed for a while and finally decided that Magic Chu Yang would do the fusion. He absorbed the broken jade into his body and began to construct a new energy system. Chakra, spell power, spiritual power, true essence, magic power, and other powers seemed to be thrown into a big furnace. The quality of true essence was obviously higher than other powers and became the main body of fusion. These powers initially repelled each other, but after continuous smelting, they finally merged into a new power. When all the energies were no longer fighting on their own, Chu Yang's spellcasting strength immediately increased by several levels, and the effect of the spell was greatly enhanced. After synchronization, everyone silently felt this powerful energy, and their hearts were surging. What should be called? It would be more appropriate to unify the name with the source martial true body, right? All our abilities are based on the source of breathing, but this energy is mainly fused with true essence. Let's call it Yuan Qi. This name is good and clear at a glance. Amid the clamor of everyone, the powerful energy that was smelted into one was officially named Yuan Qi. Death God Chu Yang reminded, next, we need to speed up the integration and optimization of magic skills. We must match the strength of the source energy. Magic Chu Yang smiled and said, I will take time to sort it out. Marvel Chu Yang followed and said, I will also join the integration team. Not only magic skills, but martial arts also need a systematic sorting. I will still be responsible for swordsmanship. Demon Slayer Chu Yang turned his head and looked at Xianxia Chu Yang. Don't waste Li Xiaoyao and Jingshan's talents. Let them participate as well. Xianxia Chu Yang said, don't worry, I won't let them idle. Wuxia Chu Yang, Fengai and Chu Yang, and damning Chu Yang said that they would be responsible for the other parts. Everyone performed their duties and returned to their respective worlds. Oraheim, Rukia and Chad came to Chu Yang's house for special training as usual, and Urahara Kisuke came with them. The three walked into the training room, while Urahara Kisuke stayed in the living room. When I arrived, the battle was over, Urahara Kisuke said with a complicated expression. I heard everything Yoruichi said. I didn't expect that Aizen, who used the power of the Hojioku to complete his evolution, still lost to you. Can you tell me to what extent you have merged with the Hojioku? Chu Yang replied, my path is different from Aizen's. Urahara Kisuke was a little surprised. If the Hojioku is not used to strengthen itself, is there any other use? Of course, he could not imagine that Chu Yang merged the abilities of several worlds into one, which Aizen could not compare to. It's hard to say, forget it. Urahara Kisuke felt sorry for not getting an accurate answer, but he still reminded Chu Yang, the combat power you have shown is enough to threaten the Soul Society. Don't take any unfriendly actions against the Soul Society next time. Otherwise, with Captain General Yamamoto's character, he will spare no effort to annihilate you. Chu Yang shrugged and said, after I defeated Aizen, the old guy had the intention to kill him. If he hadn't been seriously injured, he might have really done it. Urahara Kisuke's face was solemn. So, this is a reason why you stayed in the real world? Chu Yang smiled and waved his hands. The situation is not that serious, the old guy is just thinking about it. As for me staying in the real world, it's because I've been in the Soul Society for a long time, and I plan to change my mood here. Just treat it as a holiday. Urahara Kisuke didn't see any urgency in Chu Yang. If it were him, he would have been ready to hide from the world. You came here, not only to ask about the Hojioku, but also to test my opinion, right? Chu Yang shook his head and laughed. Tell them that Aizen and I are not of the same kind. I have no intention of defecting. I will go back after I have rested well, but I said before that I want to usurp the throne. Tell the old man to be prepared. He has been the captain for so many years. It's time for him to retire. The only thing that remains unchanged is a turtle. There must be some new atmosphere in Soul Society. Chapter 241 Emperor Shishin. World of Wind and Cloud. Zhonghua Pavilion. Chu Yang and Wu Ming discussed the Dao every day. The sword energy around them was like a rain curtain. In the area covered by the sword energy, time seemed to stand still. You have developed the 10,000 swords returning to the origin to such an extent that it has surpassed the state of mind of the founder and has become a brand new martial art. Wu Ming picked up the teacup on the table and sipped the tea carefully. At the same time, he removed the sword energy around him, and his words were full of emotion. Chu Yang also dispersed the sword energy, grabbed the teacup, and drank it all, like a cow chewing a peony. Thank you very much for helping me sort out the sword art. What is there to thank? It has benefited me a lot. Your talent is indeed rare in the world. There are some sword moves that I can't even think of. That's what you said, but you also learn very quickly. Wu Ming shook his head and laughed. Let's not flatter each other. Let's talk about something else. By the way, there is a sect in the martial arts world that has been making a lot of noise recently. Do you know about it? Chu Yang has been in seclusion in Zhonghua Pavilion for a long time. He either practices sword art or goes to the Soul Palace to communicate with everyone about the latest situation. He knows nothing about the things in the martial arts world. Anyway, Wu Ming is an important character in the plot, and no big things can be hidden from him. Senior, just say it directly, and don't keep us in suspense. I eat and sleep all day long, how can I know the big things in the martial arts world? You. Wu Ming was amused and laughed, then said, ever since Xiangba was defeated, and Zhu Washan died in your hands, the martial arts world has been quiet for a long time. Recently, a mysterious man has been gathering underworld gangs to establish a sect. Almost all the well-known underworld figures in the martial arts world have been recruited by this mysterious man, and his momentum is extremely huge. It is rumored that this man is called Emperor Shishin, and his sect is called Shinman. Chu Yang raised the corner of his mouth and sneered. Shinman? What a big tone, but with his status he is qualified to say such big words. Wu Ming looked at Chu Yang in surprise. Do you know this person? Chu Yang said, not really, I've read some secrets in ancient books, which mentioned Emperor Shishan. Wu Ming was even more surprised after hearing this. The word ancient in Chu Yang's words proved that Emperor Shishan had existed for quite a long time. Senior, do you know the story that thousands of years ago, the first emperor of Qin wanted to live forever, and sent people to look for the elixir of immortality? Chu Yang did not directly mention the identity of Emperor Shishan, but mentioned the ancient legend. The story of the first emperor seeking immortality is known to all Chinese women. Although Wu Ming felt a little puzzled, he still nodded. Chu Yang continued to ask, then the senior should also know the alchemist Zhu Fu, right? Wu Ming replied, the alchemist sent by the first emperor to find the elixir, right? Yes, that's right. Chu Yang took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, the mysterious Emperor Shishan is Zhu Fu himself. Wu Ming was suddenly stunned. Looking at Chu Yang's sincere eyes, he clapped his legs and laughed. What, are you kidding, kid? You scared me for nothing. If Emperor Shishan is really Zhu Fu, wouldn't he have lived for thousands of years? Chu Yang remained silent. The laughter became quieter and quieter. Wu Ming suddenly broke out in a cold sweat on his forehead. He lost his composure. Really? Chu Yang nodded and said, it's normal for you not to believe it. If someone else told me this, I wouldn't believe it either, but it's true. Wu Ming swallowed his saliva, closed his eyes to calm down, and then asked, if Emperor Shishan is really Zhu Fu, then how is he alive? His voice stopped abruptly, and Wu Ming said in shock, the elixir of immortality? Chu Yang smiled and said, your guess is right. It is the elixir of immortality. Zhu Fu did not fail in his search for the elixir. He even got the elixir before he crossed the sea to the east, but he didn't give it to the first emperor. Knowing that the elixir of immortality does exist, Wu Ming's curiosity could not be suppressed. What exactly is the elixir of immortality? Chu Yang said mysteriously, senior, have you heard of the four auspicious beasts? Wu Ming replied, dragon, phoenix, fire unicorn, and black tortoise. Why are you asking about auspicious beasts? What is the relationship between the two? Chu Yang did not keep the secret any longer and said, the so-called elixir of immortality is made from phoenix blood. Back then, Zhu Fu led a large number of people to capture phoenixes and use the phoenix blood to refine the elixir of immortality. But he saw that the first emperor was violent and cruel and was afraid that he would be able to live forever and the people would suffer. So, under the pretext of crossing the river to the east, he took the elixir of immortality and left the central plains. He did not return until hundreds of years after the first emperor's death. Shocked by the unprecedented news, Wu Ming's expression was extremely wonderful. According to you, Zhu Fu should not be a bad person. He chose to deceive the emperor for the sake of the people. He was indeed not a bad person at the beginning. Chu Yang sighed, but this is the horror of time. It silently erases a person's mind. After 1,000 years, only Zhu Fu was immortal. Friends and relatives, beloved siblings, and even descendants will be submerged in the long river of history. How can such loneliness not drive a living person crazy? Wu Ming could not help but imagine what kind of state of mind he would be in if he were Emperor Shishan. As a result, all the hairs on my body stood up and I shivered. It is said that the higher you go, the colder it gets. The colder it gets for those who live forever. Time has no meaning. Zhu Fu can use his long life to do what he wants. I heard that he has been the overlord of the martial arts world and the emperor. He even joined different sects, secretly learned their martial arts, and combined the best of all schools. Wu Ming was shocked. With so many years of martial arts experience, who in the world can be his opponent? Chu Yang shook his head and said, almost no one. Wu Ming frowned and asked in confusion, according to what you said, Zhu Fu has already been the overlord of the martial arts world. What's the point of him establishing Shanman? Chu Yang said a word lightly, play. Play? Wu Ming understood what Chu Yang meant. His pupils shrank and he said, he made such a big fuss just for fun. That's right. Chu Yang explained, fame, wealth and fortune are like time. They have no meaning to Zhu Fu. He has experienced everything that can be experienced in the world. Only playing with people's hearts can make him feel interesting. Wu Ming took a breath. Isn't he a madman? You are right, senior. Time has eroded Zhu Fu's humanity. The remaining Emperor Shishan is just a madman. Normal people can't imagine what a madman wants to do. No. Wu Ming stood up and paced. We must not let this madman do whatever he wants. If we let him stir up the world and stir up hatred and killing everywhere, how can the people live? I must stop him. Chu Yang poured Wu Ming a cup of tea, then persuaded him to sit down, and said with a smile, Senior, don't worry. Since Emperor Shishin wants to play with the world, how can he let you, the famous heavenly sword, go? Chapter 242. Is the immortality elixir delicious? Chu Yang vs. Emperor Shishin. The name of Xianjian is like a kind of benchmark flag in the world of Feng'an. The villains always want to tear down this flag, as if they will win. Whether it is Xiangba or Emperor Shishin, without exception, they all regard Wu Ming as their target. In order to deal with the possible appearance of Emperor Shishin, Zhanhe Pavilion has reduced the number of guests it receives recently, to avoid accidentally injuring ordinary people when fighting. The matter of Xianmen has caused a lot of uproar, and even Ni Feng and Mingyu, who have been avoiding the world of mortals, have been involved. In desperation, they had to come to Zhanhe Pavilion for refuge. Not long after they came to Zhanhe Pavilion, a group of strange guests also appeared and asked to see Wu Ming. The leader wore a devil mask and a black robe, like an envoy from hell. Those who followed him to Zhanhe Pavilion were all well-known figures in the underworld. Wu Ming saw a few familiar people at a glance. Seeing this, Wu Ming knew that the person who came was the Emperor Shishin mentioned by Chu Yang, so he directly dismissed the other guests. Not long after, there were only 2 people left in the lobby. Emperor Shishin and Wu Ming looked at each other from a distance. Xianji and Wu Ming, did you know I was coming? A hoarse voice sounded, and Emperor Shishin's laughter was unusually dull under the mask. You must be Emperor Shishin, right? I wonder what advice you have for visiting Zhanhe Pavilion. Wu Ming already knew the true identity of Emperor Shishin, but he didn't point it out directly, fearing that the other party would be embarrassed and angry. I want to set up Xianmen and recruit talents. I hope that Senior Wu Ming can also join in. Emperor Shishin said politely. I don't dare to be called senior. I haven't been involved in worldly affairs for many years. I hope you can find someone else. Wu Ming waved his hands quickly and got goosebumps all over his body. This old monster who has lived for 1,000 years actually called him senior. It was really disgusting. Fortunately, Chu Yang didn't tell Wu Ming that the Emperor Shishin opposite was actually his ancestor. Otherwise he would be even more disgusted. Senior, you are too modest. Xiangba and Ju Washan were defeated by you one after another, proving that you are the strongest in the martial arts world. I would like to learn a few tricks from you. Chu Yang wanted to keep a low profile, so the credit for defeating Xiangba and Ju Washan fell on Wu Ming, and Jian Qin contributed a lot to it, spreading the master's achievements everywhere. It was all Chu Yang's intention. Emperor Shishin knew that Wu Ming would refuse, and he said all this just to find a reason to challenge Wu Ming. He would not let this opportunity go easily. He would take down Xianji and Wu Ming, cause chaos in the martial arts world, and push the name of Xianmen to a point where everyone knows it. Then he would come out in the name of Zufu to set things right. This was his carefully planned game, and it was also a game that only a madman could think of. He went through so much trouble just to satisfy his already sick heart. It was fun. It was interesting. Chu Yang and Wu Ming had already discussed the current situation, and Wu Ming had already made up his mind. He said calmly, you can ask for advice, but not in Zhanhe Pavilion. I have to do business in the future. If you are willing, follow me to where you want to go. Emperor Shishin did not answer immediately, but stared at Wu Ming for a long time. The answer given by the other party was far from what he thought. With Wu Ming's style of not caring about worldly affairs, he would have refused again and again, but now he nodded and agreed easily. Is it a trick? But Emperor Shishin thought again, what if it is a trick? With his current martial arts skills, even if Wu Ming cheated, he couldn't do anything to him. It's up to you. Emperor Shishin replied indifferently. Wu Ming smiled and nodded, and walked out. The people of Xianmen who were blocking the outside couldn't help but step aside to make way for Wu Ming. The prestige of the heavenly sword is enough to deter the villains. Seeing the disciple like this, Emperor Shishin's face under the mask was not good looking. He secretly decided to kill all these people when his identity was transformed into Zufu. Wu Ming led Emperor Shishin to the place where he had competed with Chu Yang. At that time, there was also a sword master watching the battle. Unfortunately, time has changed. Wu Ming showed an expression of emotion. Fortunately, the peerless sword 23 was passed down by Chu Yang. He also learned his own Wanji and Gizeng, and made innovations, and the sword art flourished. Emperor Shishin followed Wu Ming all the way, strolling in the garden, as if in his own backyard. His every move exuded an attitude that he did not take Wu Ming seriously, until he saw a figure at the lake in the distance. The young man stood on the lake, and the sword energy was steaming around him, but the lake was unusually calm, and even fish could be seen swimming. The blue waves were vast and peaceful. This was clearly an extremely advanced sword controlling technique, and the skill was so high that Emperor Shishin had never seen it before. Wu Ming brought him here to meet this young man. The fists behind his back were quietly clenched, and Emperor Shishin's eyes flashed with solemnity, curious about the identity of the young man. Although Wu Ming was walking in front, he was always paying attention to Emperor Shishin's reaction. When he saw him suddenly become serious, he was relieved. He had been with Chu Yang for a long time, and he knew that Chu Yang's martial arts had reached a mysterious level, but he was still worried that he could not deal with Emperor Shishin. After all, he was an old monster who had lived for 1,000 years, so he could never be too careful. But Emperor Shishin's reaction at this moment showed that Chu Yang was still a threat to him. The two came to the lake and looked at Chu Yang at the same time. Emperor Shishin's hoarse voice sounded senior. "Did you invite me here for this young man?" Wu Ming said calmly, "I'm not your opponent, so it is he who will fight you. The famous Xianjian just gave up so easily?" Emperor Shishin sneered, "If you tell others, it will inevitably lead to the ridicule of fellow martial artists. Winning or losing has no meaning to me, and the same is true for reputation." Wu Ming replied calmly, "Besides, I have only lived for a few decades, so it is not surprising that I lost to you." Emperor Shishin suddenly turned around, and his internal force was like a raging fire, setting off waves of heat. Facing the oncoming heat wave, Wu Ming urged the 10,000 swords return to the origin to protect himself. The two forces collided, and Wu Ming was knocked back dozens of steps. Emperor Shishin gained an absolute advantage with one blow, and wanted to pursue the victory, but suddenly heard a loud shout in his ear. "Zufu, is the immortal medicine of the first emperor delicious?" Emperor Shishin, or Zufu, whose real name was exposed, stopped in his tracks, as if struck by lightning, and then slowly turned around. The evil ghost mask stared at the young man standing on the lake. "Who are you?" 1,000 years had made Emperor Shishin forget most of his emotions. At this moment, an inexplicable fear suddenly rose in his heart. "You haven't answered my question yet. Is the immortal golden elixir made with phoenix blood delicious?" Chu Yang said with a smile. "How do you know? Those people died back then, and their descendants also died. No one should know about this." Emperor Shishin's breathing became rapid, and the strong murderous intent turned into a cold wind that swept around. The next moment, his figure rushed out like an arrow from a bow. Emperor Shishin never dreamed that after 1,000 years, someone would remind him that he was Zufu. These past events, that should have been unknown to anyone, but someone would actually mention them. The fear of the unknown suddenly enveloped Emperor Shishin. He traveled around the world and played with countless people, as if he was an omniscient and omnipotent god. If someone knew his identity, things would be beyond the control of God. The fear in Emperor Shishin's heart suddenly grew bigger and more intense. The only way to eliminate this emotion was to catch the young man and torture him to find out everything he wanted to know. With the blessing of the peerless light skill, the immortal step, Emperor Shishin approached Chu Yang at a very fast speed, and the violent internal force exploded a string of water mist on the lake. As Emperor Shishin approached, Chu Yang also took action. He saw him put his fingers together to form a sword, and the countless sword ki around him seemed to have sensed it, and all pointed their swords at Emperor Shishin. The sword energy burst out, setting off a rolling torrent. "Don't think you are the only one who can return to the sect of 10,000 swords." Emperor Shishin laughed grimly, and at the same time, urged the sword energy to form an almost identical wave of sword energy. The torrent of sword energy collided, and the sound of metal and iron clashing was like a torrential rain. Wu Ming looked at this scene in shock. It was hard to imagine that Emperor Shishin also knew the unique skills of the sword sect. At this moment, he had a concrete concept of Emperor Shishin, who had lived for 1,000 years. Thinking of what Chu Yang once said, it took Emperor Shishan hundreds of years to learn all their martial arts. A chill surged from Wu Ming's heart. Wanjiangism vs Wanjiangism. The same moves are a test of the cultivation of both sides. Emperor Shishan felt that he had a sure win. How could his 1,000 years of accumulation be compared with that of a young boy who was still wet behind the ears? He was even afraid that he would accidentally kill Chu Yang and not use up all his strength. But as time passed, Emperor Shishan found that the opponent did not show any signs of exhaustion. The sword energy was endless and seemed endless. Realizing that something was wrong, Emperor Shishan quickly used all his strength. For a moment, the sword energy was like a tide, and the lake water under his feet was cut off by the sword energy and split into two. But Chu Yang still stood still, only his eyes turned into the reincarnation eyes, recording the root of Emperor Shishan's inner power. As the encyclopedia of martial arts in the world of Fengyun, Emperor Shishan, all the martial arts he used in this battle will eventually become Chu Yang's possession. In order to let Emperor Shishan use more martial arts, Chu Yang always left a way out, giving him the illusion that he could defeat him with a little more effort. Even so, Emperor Shishan was extremely shocked. His years of accumulation were almost caught up by a kid, a peerless genius. We must not let him continue to grow. Knowing his secrets and being extremely talented, Emperor Shishan would never let such a young man survive and create a great enemy for him. With this thought in mind, Emperor Shishan used all his moves without holding back. The battle officially began, and even Wu Ming could not get close. In order to avoid innocent people from intruding, he had to stay outside the battlefield. Not long after, familiar figures appeared around. They were Nifeng and Mingyu who came to take refuge. They were originally hiding in the Zhonghe pavilion. When they saw Wu Ming challenge Emperor Shishan to a battle, they followed him all the way out of concern. Chu Yang did not want the two to get involved, fearing that something might happen halfway. Nifeng was a man who specialized in defeating his confidants and was truly a star of fate. But since they were two good people, it was difficult for him to stand idly by. Senior Wu Ming. Mingyu witnessed the amazing battle between Emperor Shishan and Chu Yang and hurriedly stepped forward to ask, "Is this man Emperor Shishan from Shanmen?" Wu Ming nodded. Nifeng said anxiously, "Senior, why don't you help Yang? Emperor Shishan is not a righteous person, and there is no need to talk about morality with him. For the sake of the people of the world, it is better to eliminate such evil villains as soon as possible." Wu Ming smiled bitterly and said, "Look carefully, such a fierce battle is no longer something I can intervene in. It's not that I want to stand idly by, but I have to do so." Nifeng's face changed when he heard this, and he looked at the two people with a serious expression. A lake formed by the confluence of a large river was evaporated by the power of the two people, revealing a terrifying hole and sporadic puddles. Emperor Shishan's power of 1,000 years can cause mountains to collapse and the earth to crack in the blink of an eye. His special physique can automatically repair external injuries, so he can fight with Chu Yang for a long time. Thanks to his unusual physique, Chu Yang had the opportunity to see many martial arts. Emperor Shishan was a scholar of martial arts, and he practiced all the top martial arts. The veritable Zufu selection saved Chu Yang the process of removing the dross and taking the essence. Wanren piercing the clouds, Emperor Shian Kuangli, and dry ice palm. Several unique skills gradually appeared in the battle. The exquisite moves made Wu Ming and others intoxicated. On the other side, the martial arts Chu Yang displayed were equally complicated, not much worse than Emperor Shishan, and even better. Chu Yang was confident that he was not inferior to Emperor Shishan in the 4 words profound and extensive. He possessed martial arts from different worlds. Among them, the martial arts in Jin Yang's martial arts world were not at a high level, but they were profound. Top martial arts such as Teikai touched the realm of Tao. Through Chu Yang's hands, the magic of the moves was simply shocking. Even the opponent, Emperor Shishan, had to look at him with new eyes. Another doubt rose in his heart. No matter how talented a person is, it is impossible for him to learn such a vast and complicated martial arts in less than 30 years, not to mention that he has mastered all the martial arts to a very deep level. Emperor Shishan did not believe that there would be such an outrageous genius in the world. In addition, Chu Yang knew himself 1,000 years ago very well, and he even knew that phoenix blood was the raw material for making the immortal golden pill. All kinds of signs seemed to point to an answer. Emperor Shishin, who had the answer in his mind, suddenly looked up and exclaimed, "Have you also lived for 1,000 years?" Chu Yang was slightly startled, and then looked at Emperor Shishin with a strange expression. He guessed why the other party said such a thing, and suddenly felt a little funny. If he really lived for 1,000 years, not to mention Emperor Shishin, even the gods and Buddhas in the sky would not be his opponents. After playing with Emperor Shishin for so long, except for the Sacred Heart Sutra and the 7 Unbreakable Realms, he has used all the martial arts he knows. It's time to work harder and force out the things at the bottom of the box. Chu Yang decisively used the dragon elephant Mingwangju, and a faint golden light emerged from his body, and the power of 100 dragons and 100 elephants poured out. The pressure on Emperor Shishin suddenly skyrocketed. Realizing that the other party might be an old monster like himself, Emperor Shishin could no longer hold back his panic, and prepared to use the unique Sacred Heart Ju and the 7 unrivaled realms. Nifeng, who was watching the battle on the side, had already had a dull look in his eyes, not knowing where he was, and finally understood why Wu Ming said before that he could not intervene in the battle between the two. This was not a duel between mortals at all. Chapter 243 Emperor Shishin's Wail. Phoenix blood is in hand. The Sacred Heart Art is a magical skill created by Emperor Shishin by combining the martial arts of thousands of families in the blood of the phoenix. Practitioners can not only live forever, but can even resurrect the dead. Practicing to the peak of great success can achieve an indestructible body, which is very compatible with Chu Yang's Dragon Elephant Mingwang art. Among them, 4 major killing moves are rarely matched in the world of Fengyun, and are called the 4 tribulations of the Sacred Heart. The Shocking Eyes tribulation can kill people with a glance, and the attacked person needs to have a strong mental concentration to resist. Killing people with eyes is an incredible ability in any world, and it can kill most people in the world of Fengyun. The Evil Blood tribulation, using blood to attract blood, causing the opponent to die of blood. In comparison, it seems not as outrageous as the Shocking Eyes tribulation, but it is more valuable than the Shocking Eyes tribulation in actual combat. Those who can fight with Chu Yang have almost no mental concentration, and the Shocking Eyes tribulation cannot play a big role, and is suitable for killing some minions in seconds. But the Evil Blood tribulation is different. With Chu Yang's huge blood and ki as the guide, the enemy may bleed dry in an instant. Whether to kill or trap is up to Chu Yang's thoughts. Similar to the Evil Blood tribulation is the Heavenly Heart tribulation. The activation method is almost the same, but it is replaced by the heart. Use the heart to lead the heart, and make the enemy's heart shatter. The immortality and efficient recovery of the Holy Heart Art can ensure that the practitioner will not be backfired when using the Heavenly Heart tribulation. However, in Chu Yang's hands, the Evil Blood tribulation is more useful than the Heavenly Heart tribulation. The most bizarre is the last of the 4 Holy Heart tribulations, the Soul Killing tribulation. Use the soul as a weapon to attack the enemy's soul. Among the many martial arts that Chu Yang possesses, there is only one that can attack the enemy's soul. Sword 23. Except for the stagnation of time and space, the two have almost the same level of ability. With powerful offensive means, coupled with the immortality of the Holy Heart Art and Phoenix Blood, Emperor Shishin's combat power is terrifying. Even if the characters in the entire Fengyun world are ranked, Emperor Shishin's name is definitely among the top. Unfortunately, he is too stupid. For the sake of the 5 Thunders transformation hand, he fell into the trap of New Fengleri, and his phoenix blood was taken away from his body, causing the Sacred Heart technique that he had worked so hard to cultivate to be completely broken. Rather than dying in such a trifling way, it would be better to provide some surplus value to Chu Yang. The battle has reached the final critical moment. With murderous intent in his mind, Emperor Shishin began to use the 4 tribulations of the Sacred Heart. His cold eyes stared at Chu Yang's eyes through the evil ghost mask, and a strange power burst out. Shocking tribulation. Chu Yang stood still and resisted the shocking tribulation without being affected at all. That's all. He sneered. The higher the concentration and the stronger the mind, the less likely it is to be affected by the shocking tribulation. Emperor Shishin was shocked. He became more and more certain that Chu Yang was an old monster, and without saying a word, he began to activate the heavenly heart tribulation. His heart began to beat violently, and Chu Yang was affected, and his heart also beat. No matter what period of old monster you are, your body is always a human body. Since you are a human, you will definitely be affected by the heavenly heart tribulation. Boom boom boom. The heartbeats of the two suddenly sounded like drums, shaking the surrounding flowers, plants, and trees. Nifeng and Mingyu were not strong enough, and their hearts were also affected by the aftermath of the heavenly heart tribulation. They began to beat violently, and soon blood flowed from the corners of their mouths. Seeing this, Wu Ming immediately used his sword energy to protect the two, and Wang Ji and Gizan blocked the aftermath of the heavenly heart tribulation. The three retreated to a distance until they were no longer affected, and then looked at the battlefield with lingering fear. The heavenly heart tribulation was pushed to the extreme, and even Emperor Shishin himself began to feel dizzy, but Chu Yang remained calm. What kind of monster are you? Emperor Shishin was shocked and angry, and could no longer maintain his high and mighty demeanor, and cursed like a street thug. He was broken. Chu Yang covered his heart and said lightly, if it beats faster, I can't stand it. The veins in Emperor Shishin's temples bulged. Damn you. Faster. I can't survive. I don't believe you can break all four tribulations of my holy heart. Emperor Shishin roared hysterically, and launched the evil blood tribulation, trying to use his own blood to stimulate Chu Yang's blood. At the moment when the blood of both sides connected, Emperor Shishin showed a surprised smile. Finally there was a move that worked. But when he continued to stimulate the blood, he found that Chu Yang's blood was like a quagmire, and he couldn't move it, no matter how hard he tried. He gritted his teeth and invested more blood, his face gradually turning pale. As the blood investment increased, Emperor Shishin's perception of Chu Yang's blood became clearer and clearer, and gradually became concrete in his mind. First, a smell of rust blew like the wind, and when Emperor Shishin opened his eyes, what came into view was the boundless sea of blood. The sea of blood was surging, as if it would swallow him up in the next second. How could a tiny trace of blood trigger the boundless sea of blood? Exclamation mark. Emperor Shishin woke up from the illusion, and suddenly spurted out a mouthful of hot blood. The evil ghost mask fell off, revealing a look of grief and anger. You old monster are so shameless. You have obviously cultivated to the realm of gods and demons, but you still stay in the world and play with people like me. How ridiculous is my life in your eyes? Emperor Shishin was extremely angry and desperate. Chu Yang. No way. Big brother, I just broke your trick. There is no need to react so strongly, right? I just stood here and did nothing, and you broke your defense? Your psychological quality is too poor. But think about it, the first emperor has been dead for hundreds of years, and Emperor Shishin dared to return to the central plains. His psychological quality can be seen. Emperor Shishin seems to have been hiding for thousands of years, but in fact he has been cowardly for thousands of years. What's wrong with this person? Mengayu looked at Emperor Shishin blankly and cried. In the battle just now, except for the impact of the Shanks and tribulation on them, there was no way to know when the Jingmu tribulation and the Zixu tribulation occurred, and when they ended. From Mingayu's perspective, Emperor Shishin was acting weird for a long time. Then he cried like a mental patient who escaped from a mental hospital. Nifeng's reaction was similar. Seeing Emperor Shishin's crazy look, he felt terrified. What he said just now was a bit inexplicable. Do you have to say that Chu Yang is some old monster? But he really looks a bit like him. Recalling the first time he met Chu Yang until now, the other party's improvement in martial arts can't be viewed with common sense. This made Nifeng murmur. Wu Ming, who had a relatively higher level of skill, saw more than the two of them. He caught a glimpse of the strange power emitted by the first three of the four tribulations of the Holy Heart. Because of this, the shock in his eyes was much stronger than Nifeng and Mengayu. How did Chu Yang resolve it? Emperor Shishin no longer had the energy to fight Chu Yang. Taking advantage of the moment when Chu Yang was stunned, he used his body skills to run away desperately. Of course Chu Yang couldn't let him do what he wanted. He dodged and followed, punching Emperor Shishin in the back, and then his body turned into thousands of clouds. The punch hit nothing. The air echoed with Emperor Shishin's triumphant laughter. This is the seventh ultimate realm. No matter how high your cultivation is, you can't kill me. 7th ultimate realm. Elementalization, right? Chu Yang's mouth curled up, and his domineering aura wrapped around his fists, smashing down on his head. Emperor Shishan's smiling face rose. The whole person was punched into the depths of the dry river. Why? Exclamation mark. Why did he break his 7th ultimate realm so easily? Exclamation mark. As Emperor Shishan's life-saving magic skill, the 7th ultimate realm is as important as the Sacred Heart Sutra, and it is even more important than the Sacred Heart Sutra when it comes to life and death. Emperor Shishan has encountered powerful enemies in the past 1000 years, but he has always escaped with the protection of the 7th ultimate realm. The guy had completely understood the tried and tested magic skill with just one glance, which shocked Emperor Shishan to the extreme. Is there really such a genius in the world? Exclamation mark. You almost got away. Chu Yang looked down at Emperor Shishan in midair. His eyes were almost the same as Emperor Shishan's eyes when he looked at others in the past. It was like looking at an ant. Emperor Shishan trembled all over, and at this moment, he was completely desperate. You have lived for thousands of years, but your courage has not improved at all. You are really living like a dog. Chu Yang showed contempt on his face and said lightly, I will give you a chance to live. Hurt me once, and I will let you go. Really? Emperor Shishan was surprised and happy, and quickly stood up from the pit. Yang, you must not let him go. Wu Ming heard the conversation between the two and hurriedly reminded Chu Yang, Emperor Shishan has a perverse temperament. If you let him go and disappear for decades, he will come out to cause chaos in the world when you die of old age. Emperor Shishan turned around and glared at Wu Ming. He and I are both immortals. How can I wait for him to die of old age and cause chaos in the world? He wanted to strangle Wu Ming immediately. This guy almost cut off his life with just a few words. Wu Ming was speechless and stared at Chu Yang in a daze. It's not that he didn't doubt him, but he didn't want to think deeply. He is different from you. Mengayu's ethereal voice suddenly sounded. I met him when he was young and grew up together. He can't be an old monster who has lived for 1000 years. Mengayu's words were so powerful that they easily shattered Emperor Shishan's lost self-esteem. He looked at Chu Yang in disbelief. You are really a young boy. Emperor Shishan's mind was blank. Just a dozen years is equivalent to my thousands of years of intensive martial arts. The proud 7 impasses were revealed at a glance. Emperor Shishan's heart for martial arts was completely shattered, and he knelt on the ground like a puddle of mud. Nifeng and Wu Ming had a faint bitter smile on their faces. In a sense, this answer was more hurtful than Chu Yang being immortal. Have you decided to give up your life? Emperor Shishan looked up suddenly. Are you really willing to give me a way out? Chu Yang smiled and said, if you don't make a move, you will really have no way to survive. Emperor Shishan gritted his teeth. The veins in his neck bulged, and he used all his life skills. No. Wu Ming was about to speak, but was stopped by Mingyu. She shook her head and said, Yang knows what he does. You might as well trust him. Wu Ming shook his head and sighed, and said no more. This is the strongest move among the 4 tribulations of the Holy Heart. It is also the unique martial arts skill that I have honed over thousands of years by combining the strengths of thousands of martial arts. If you can block it without any damage, there is no need to do anything. I will kill myself. God-killing tribulation. In full view of the crowd, a shadow floated out from the top of Emperor Shishan's head and turned into a dazzling white light and rushed into Chu Yang's body. What is that? Nifeng exclaimed in shock. Primordial spirit. Wu Ming had already known about the existence of the primordial spirit when he was fighting with the Sword Saint. He used the primordial spirit to attack Yang. How can we resist? Mingyu's heart was lifted. Chu Yang closed his eyes and silently hung in the void, so quiet that it was terrifying. In the depths of his soul, Emperor Shishan seemed to have broken into a mysterious space, surrounded by strange lights, and countless strange things flashed by him. It was unknown how much time had passed. Emperor Shishan stood in front of a huge palace, looking at the magnificent palace that was made by the gods, and he felt like he had come to the palace of the gods. Is this the teleporting palace? There are gods and immortals in it. Emperor Shishan was overjoyed and walked towards the gate. His steps became faster and faster, and finally he trotted through the long and steep road. When he just walked out of the door, the palace suddenly opened, and several figures walked out. Emperor Shishin's smile suddenly froze. Everyone who walked out was Chu Yang. Except for the age difference, everyone's face was almost the same. What are you doing? Emperor Shishin pointed at everyone, his body shaking like a sieve, and he was extremely frightened. Chu Yang alone is already a demon-like existence. How could there be so many in this ghost place? Exclamation mark. Magic Chu Yang asked in confusion. Where did this guy come from? Pirate Chu Yang was very excited and turned back to shout into the palace. Brothers, come out quickly, there are guests at home. Hokage Chu Yang looked at Emperor Shishin and suddenly remembered Black Zetsu and Sukuna who had mistakenly entered the Soul Palace. This person should be similar. The immortal hero Chu Yang said, no matter where he comes from, he is not a friend anyway, just kill him. Everyone nodded in agreement. Emperor Shishin was shocked and turned around and ran away. These people were more unreasonable than the one outside. They killed people at will. What kind of peerless demon king is this? Unfortunately, no matter how wonderful his light footwork is, he can't escape the flying sword that can take people's heads from thousands of miles away. Shanks suddenly appeared, and the sword light flashed. Emperor Shishin's soul collapsed instantly, leaving only a wail. No. The Soul Palace made a buzzing sound and absorbed all the fragments of the soul. Fengyun world. Chu Yang suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were like torches, and people dared not look directly at him. Without his soul, Emperor Shishin's body slowly fell down, but he did not die. At this time, his state was almost like a vegetable. Falling back to the ground, Chu Yang showed a satisfied smile. All of Emperor Shishin's martial arts were forced out by him, and this trip was fruitful. Especially the Sacred Heart art, which is highly compatible with the Dragon Elephant Mingwang art. The combination of the two will definitely produce unexpected changes. Yang, is Emperor Shishin dead? Wu Ming and the other two walked up to Chu Yang, their eyes worried, their movements faintly alert. They were not sure of Chu Yang's current state. He used the secret art of the Yuanshan to attack my Yuanshan, but unfortunately his power was not enough, and he was attacked back. Now his Yuanshan has collapsed, leaving only his body. He is a veritable living dead. Chu Yang replied with a smile. Mengai pushed Nifeng and Wu Ming away, walked up to Chu Yang, took a deep breath and said, "Are you a Yang?" Chu Yang was stunned for a moment, seemed to understand their thoughts, shook his head and laughed. The secret art of the Yuanshan. I have understood it as early as when Senior Sword Saint taught me swordsmanship. You don't have to worry. After that, he performed a Yuanshan out of the body. But his Yuanshan is more solid than Emperor Shishin, almost the same as a real person. The three were amazed, and then they believed that he was Chu Yang, not Emperor Shishin. You go first, I'll go bury Emperor Shishin's body before I go back. Nifeng and Mingyu were both injured by the Heavenly Heart Tribulation, and they really needed to go back to heal their wounds as soon as possible, so Wu Ming escorted them back to Zhanhe Pavilion. After they left, Chu Yang directly put Emperor Shishin's body into the Soul Palace and got the Phoenix blood, and the rest were Dragon Essence and Turtle blood. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 244, Slay the Dragon, and Take the Essence. The Dark-Hearted Wu Ming. The Soul Palace absorbed the fragments of Emperor Shishin's soul, and some fragmentary information also appeared in Chu Yang's mind, including the news about Dragon Yuan. Dragon Yuan is the essence of dragon, and dragons only appear in the world once every 10 auspicious days every 60 years. The time has not come yet, but Chu Yang already knows the specific location and plans to kill the dragon by force. The dragon in the Fengyun world has no intelligence, but is just a vicious beast without human nature, and is the most ferocious among the auspicious beasts, more violent than the Fire Kirin. It is much more dangerous than the Fire Kirin. Emperor Shishin also needs the power of 7 masters and 7 kinds of magic weapons to stab the 7 deadly points of the dragon at the same time. The difficulty of killing a dragon can be seen, but it is only difficult for them. It is not so complicated here with Chu Yang. Chu Yang, who knew the hiding place of the dragon, immediately set off to leave, because it would not take long. Chu Yang simply greeted Wuming. The dragon's place is in the fire lake on an island in the middle of a lake overseas. There is a clan on the island called Water Tribe. They regard dragons as their protectors and guard them here. A group of ignorant people. Chu Yang did not want to meet them, so he sneaked into the fire lake and saw a dormant dragon in the deepest part. The huge body was winding and undulating like a mountain range, and the black scales were shining, with some old scars on them. A huge black dragon was in front of Chu Yang. Many years ago, someone wanted to kill the dragon, but failed. The millstone-sized dragon's eyes suddenly opened, as if startled by Chu Yang's breath, and the eyes were filled with tyrannical murderous intent. The dragon's mouth opened, and a dragon roar was like thunder, shaking the earth. If the world level was higher, maybe I really couldn't do it to you, but unfortunately this is a world of wind and cloud. Chu Yang looked at the black dragon in front of him, feeling a little regretful. Dragons are originally auspicious, but in this world they are evil creatures, like fire unicorns. Move the mountain. Chu Yang used the source of energy to activate the power of the 5 spirits, mobilizing the rocks to completely block the way in the future, preventing the dragon from escaping by chance. Seeing that the passage to the fire lake was blocked, the black dragon had a bad feeling. The huge body flew towards Chu Yang. Although the body was large, it was extremely fast, and it rushed to Chu Yang in the blink of an eye. It's a good time to try Emperor Shishin's martial arts. Chu Yang activated the source of energy again, and used the 7 absolute realms to transform his body into thousands of wisps of mist to avoid the black dragon's collision. The towering dragon body like a mountain dispersed the mist, but in the blink of an eye, Chu Yang reappeared. The effect of the 7 absolute realms is comparable to the elementalization of the natural fruit, which is very magical. The black dragon hit Chu Yang several times in a row, but all failed. Instead, it smashed the surrounding mountains into pieces. Realizing that physical attacks might not work, the black dragon used a classic skill. Dragon breath. The extremely high temperature flames spewed out from the dragon's mouth, almost melting the rocks. Yellow spring. The icy cold yellow spring water poured onto the black dragon unexpectedly. The yellow spring water that poured into the dragon's mouth annihilated the dragon's breath, and only a ball of black smoke was left. The black dragon was dumbfounded. The human in front of him looked wrong. No matter how he looked at it, he couldn't hit him, and the fire was extinguished by the water. How could he play like this? It was a fierce beast, and it would not kill fools. Realizing that the situation was not good, it immediately prepared to escape, and crashed into the mountain wall surrounded by Chu Yang. Boom. There were several loud noises in succession, and the entire trapped fire lake shook violently, and there was another collapse of the sky and the earth. Don't struggle, you will be resurrected in a while anyway, lend me your dragon essence. Hearing that Chu Yang wanted to borrow dragon essence, the black dragon's movement suddenly became fierce, and he wanted to crash his way out. So emotional? Could it be that you can't be resurrected if you take away the dragon essence? Chu Yang felt that if the weakest of the auspicious beasts, the fire Kirin, could be resurrected, there was no reason why the other auspicious beasts couldn't be resurrected. The 4 auspicious beasts were born in accordance with the will of this world. As long as the world does not completely perish, they should not become extinct. Forget it. Whether they are resurrected or not has nothing to do with me. The source key activated the evil blood calamity, and Chu Yang used his own blood to activate the black dragon's blood. The next moment, the huge dragon body began to tremble wildly. Dragon blood gradually overflowed from under the dark dragon scales, dripping into lines, and streams of blood were sucked into Chu Yang's hands. These are all good things, don't waste them. The blood of the fire Kirin not only helped Chu Yang improve his skills, but also greatly strengthened the source martial arts body. With the idea of specializing in one's profession, Chu Yang thought that dragon blood of the same level, even if it was not as effective as the fire Kirin, should not be too bad. As for Emperor Shishin who became a living dead, forget it. Bathing in human blood was too perverted. Chu Yang couldn't do such a thing. It would be better to use it to extract the bloodline factor of the phoenix. The only blood left of the 4 auspicious beasts was the black turtle. Zio and the black turtle didn't know which one was easier to find. After an unknown amount of time, the black dragon let out a miserable whine. It was like an automatic water heater. The boiling dragon blood was constantly flowing out and pouring on Chu Yang. The moment it touched the skin, the dragon blood would disappear completely, as if it was eaten by his body. It was not until the last drop of dragon blood was squeezed out that the dragon head fell down with a bang, and the pupils were full of fear when looking at Chu Yang. I never want to see this human again in my next life. The light in the dragon's eyes gradually dimmed. Chu Yang took out the dragon essence without hesitation, and then absorbed it on the spot, sitting on the huge dragon head. The dragon essence is condensed from the essence of the dragon's whole body. It is the most rigid and yang thing. Once taken, it can be immune to all poisons, and can quickly heal wounds after being injured. However, if the injury is more serious, the recovery speed will be much slower. Dragon essence is not infinite, but it will be consumed as the body is damaged. Dragon essence contains the strong animal nature of the dragon. The personality of the user will be gradually eroded. At the least, he will become crazy, and at the worst, he will explode and die, just like the host of Kill in Blood. And all this is actually the work of the remaining Yuanshan. As long as the remaining Yuanshan of the dragon is eliminated, the so-called animal nature will disappear. The most important effect of dragon essence is that, like phoenix blood, it makes the user immortal. It is very simple for Chu Yang to refine dragon essence. It takes less than a minute to finish it. After refining, he feels refreshed, which is better than doing a healthcare. The change in lifespan is a true cleansing of the essence and marrow. He can't wait to go back and transplant phoenix blood. Walking out of the fire lake, it was drizzling outside. The death of the dragon. The world is in great sorrow, and the rain is like the tears of this world. Chu Yang smacked his lips. Why didn't you cry once when the fire killer died? A son is a son. After Chu Yang left, the water tribe came to the fire lake and saw that the place had become a ruin. They immediately had a bad feeling in their hearts. The dragon is dead. More than a month had passed since the dragon was slayed. During this period, Chu Yang transplanted the bloodline factor of the phoenix and used the bloodline factor to create artificial phoenix blood. He took several phoenix blood baths, but the overall effect was still a little worse. Chu Yang's body had absorbed 3 of the 4 auspicious beast bloods and had undergone wonderful changes. At the beginning, the 3 bloods repelled each other. In Chu Yang's body, water and fire could not coexist, forming a very strong backlash and even affecting Chu Yang's Yuan Wu true body. At the most critical moment, Chu Yang even thought about leaving only one of them and expelling the rest of the auspicious beast blood from the body using the bloodline factor technology. After thinking it over again and again, he chose to grit his teeth and hold on for a while. The pain became more and more intense, almost becoming the strongest pain he had felt since he obtained the Yuan Wu true body. It was at this time that the limitations of Chu Yang's body began to break through under the stimulation of severe pain. After the breakthrough, the blood of the 3 auspicious beasts, Killin blood, dragon blood, and phoenix blood, were completely combined, and the effect was greatly increased, and all the previous drawbacks disappeared. If the dragon turtle blood is fused again, there will be more magical changes. The heart to find Xiao Sanxio suddenly became stronger. Xiao Sanxio is more legendary than Emperor Shishan. He has lived for 4,000 years, but his heart is tough. Compared with Emperor Shishan, who is lost in time, this old man is still struggling for the people of the world. When he was young, he met the black turtle among the 4 auspicious beasts by chance, and was able to live forever. After a happy mortal life, he gave birth to 2 sons. In his later life, Xiao Sanxio often felt uneasy. In order to find out the reason for his uneasiness, he began to deduce the secrets of heaven. After paying a lot of life, Xiao Sanxio observed the sky at night and drew the 10 demons picture with the 5 element and glimpsed the future 1,000 years of great disaster. In order to prevent the arrival of the great disaster, Xiao Sanxio abandoned his wife and ran around looking for a ray of hope. However, he didn't know that the people who set off the 1,000 years of great disaster were the 2 sons he abandoned. The great devil Xiao Jingshan, the big boss Xiao Aoshi. When Xiao Sanxio returned to his hometown, after being away from home for many years, not only his wife had died, but his 2 sons had also set up their own schools and led a group of evil demons. The 2 brothers had a grudge against their father and became powerful again. They did not listen to the advice of their father Zio Sanxio, so Zio Sanxio had to use force. Who would have thought that he was not the opponent of his two sons? The injured Zio Sanxio did not leave, but poisoned his two sons with dabbly powder. The two were in great pain and almost died. As a father, Zio Sanxio gave the two brothers the antidote because of his kindness. But he did not expect that the eldest son Zio Jingshan would recover quickly after getting the antidote and immediately fled with his younger brother Zio Aoshi. The two brothers left the Middle Earth and went east to the island country to recuperate, ready to promote the great catastrophe of the millennium at any time. Zio Sanxio also hid himself from the world and concentrated on dealing with the great catastrophe. Zio Sanxio has two unique skills. The four unique skills of Hunshan. 1-Day-O-S-E-N-L-U-O. The eldest son Zio Jingshan is proficient in the 4 wonders of the universe, and the youngest son Zio Aoshi is proficient in the 10,000 Daos of the universe. These two martial arts are far more mysterious than the sacred heart art of Emperor Shishan, and are more in line with what Chu Yang has learned. Especially the 4 wonders of the universe. By absorbing the endless natural power of the essence of the sun and the moon, the power is raised to an unprecedented level. It coincides with the core of the source of the true body of Yuan Wu, the breath of the source. The 4 wonders of the universe can also use the sun and the moon as a medium to control the wind, thunder, fire, and rain to use their own power. When the 4 forces are integrated, not only the yin and yang complement each other, but also endless. The power is domineering and unparalleled. Chu Yang has the power of the 5 spirits, and it is easy to control these 4 forces. With mutual blessing, the power can be further improved. Although the degree of fit of the 10,000 Daos of the universe is not as good as the 4 wonders of the universe, it is very mysterious in itself, and it emphasizes the use of thoughts as a blade to control people's hearts. This alone is more weird than the 4 wonders of the sacred heart. In addition, 1-Day-O-S-E-N-L-U-O can freely absorb different types of martial arts for its own use. According to different personal learning, different changes can be extended. Chu Yang not only gathers the strengths of the one family, but also the strengths of martial arts in various worlds. 1-Day-O-S-E-N-L-U-O in his hands will be completely different from that in Zio's and Zio's hands. The 2 martial arts and the black turtle blood are of great benefit to Chu Yang. In order to find Zio's and Zio, he plans to spread the matter of the 1,000 years great tribulation through the Zanhua pavilion and actively lead the other party to show up. At night, Chu Yang specifically found Wu Ming to talk with him by candlelight and told him about the existence of the 1,000 years great tribulation. After experiencing the incident with Emperor Shishan, Wu Ming had more respect for Chu Yang from the bottom of his heart and regarded him as a peer. Because of the pearls and jade before, Wu Ming had a high degree of trust in Chu Yang's words. It was not surprising that a person who knew the identity of Emperor Shishan knew more secrets. Zufu, who lived for 2,000 years, was already unique. Wu Ming didn't think there was anything more scary until he heard that Zio's and Zio lived for 4,000 years. Just 1 month has really overturned my life's experience. How come these people can live longer than each other? Wu Ming's mouth was full of bitterness. Emperor Shishan, who lived for 2,000 years, was so difficult to deal with. What about Zio Sanxio, who lived for 4,000 years? Thinking of this, he subconsciously looked at Chu Yang. Chu Yang laughed and said, "Don't worry senior, the one who lived for 4,000 years is a good person." Wu Ming breathed a sigh of relief. Chu Yang continued, "It was his 2 sons who pushed the great catastrophe of the millennium, and those 2 are the bad guys." Wu Ming's breath was raised again. "How long have they lived?" Chu Yang replied, "Don't worry, they didn't live as long as Emperor Shishan." Wu Ming was relieved. Chu Yang said again, "But both of them are more powerful than Emperor Shishan." Wu Ming's heart returned to his throat and his fists clenched. Chu Yang smiled and said, "It's okay. Neither of them can beat me." With a heart in turmoil, Wu Ming finally learned his lesson. He held Chu Yang's arm and said solemnly, "Yang, if you have something to say, you should say it all in one breath. I haven't recovered from the sequelae of the last Shanks in calamity." "Okay, I understand." Chu Yang hurriedly comforted Wu Ming, fearing that he would have a myocardial infarction in front of him. If the great Jian died so carelessly, he would become a laughingstock if he told others about it. Xiangba and Ju Washan, plus the birth of Emperor Shishan, all signs indicate that the 1,000 years of calamity is imminent. We must take action first. I want to spread the news of the 1,000 years of calamity through Zhanhe Pavilion. First, I want to let the people of the righteous be prepared, and second, I want to lure Xiao Sanxio out. With him, we can be sure to prevent the worst situation from happening. Chu Yang was talking nonsense seriously. Even if Xiao Sanxio didn't exist, he could destroy Dangiying 1,000 times by himself at this time, and he could dig out the earthworms in the ground and split them in half. He didn't need anyone's help at all. After hearing this, Wu Ming patted his chest and said confidently, Yang, don't worry, I will definitely let all my fellow martial artists know about the Great Tribulation. In order to force, Senior Xiao Sanxio to show up and lead everyone to fight against the Great Tribulation, why not spread his identity as well and let the world know? Chu Yang stood in awe and gave Wu Ming a thumbs up. I didn't expect that you, a guy with thick eyebrows and big eyes, are really bad. But I like. Chapter 245 Xiao Sanxio appears. The news of the great catastrophe of the millennium spread like wildfire. The disaster of Xianmen had just come to an end, and the martial arts world was in turmoil again. For a time, everyone was in danger. According to rumors, only Xiao Sanxio, one of the 12 panics, could solve this disaster, because this strange man had lived for 4,000 years. Not only was he extremely skilled in martial arts and omnipotent, he also had a chivalrous heart. Anyway, no matter what, the news that spread out of Zhanhe Pavilion was mainly based on rainbow farts. As for how the martial arts fellows wanted to process it artistically, that was their business, and had nothing to do with Chu Yang. Anyway, the main thing was to expose all of Xiao Sanxio's privacy. It depends on whether this old man is anxious or not. As long as he is anxious, he will definitely come to Zhanhe Pavilion to find Wu Ming. It has nothing to do with Chu Yang. All plans were carried out in the name of Wu Ming, and the helpers and contacts who spread the news were also Wu Ming. If something happened, Wu Ming would be the first person responsible. As the rumors intensified, some smart people followed the clues and found Zhanhe Pavilion behind the rumors, but they had no choice but to wait and see, because Xianjian was too famous. No one knows what Wu Ming's intention is, whether the Great Tribulation of the 1,000 years really exists, or whether it is just a joke. There are more and more strangers in the town, and the number of guests in Zhanhe Pavilion is gradually decreasing. Everyone senses the smell of danger in the air. If this continues, I'm afraid that before Xiao Sanxio shows up, there will be other disasters. Wu Ming has the idea of stopping the plan. Chu Yang nodded in agreement. If it really doesn't work, he will go to Japan and capture Xiao Sanxio's 2 sons. Dragon turtle blood is inherited like Killin blood. Using Xiao Jingshan and Xiao Aoshi as the operation may be less efficient, but in the end, the bloodline factor of the dragon turtle can still be obtained. Half a month after the plan was suspended, the rumors of the Great Tribulation of the 1,000 years gradually faded, and Chu Yang prepared to leave for Japan. At this time, Zhanhe Pavilion welcomed an old man with a head full of white hair. The old man was rich, white, and fat, and smiled at everyone, giving people a kind and amiable feeling. He is Xiao Sanxio. In a courtyard, in the pavilion, Chu Yang, Wu Ming, and Xiao Sanxio, the 3 of them were drinking tea around the stone table, and the surroundings were guarded by the guys from the Zhanhe Pavilion. Nifeng and Mingai were in the attic on the 2nd floor, always paying attention to the movement in the yard. Wu Ming was drinking tea while looking at Xiao Sanxio. The old man in front of him looked ordinary and could not be more ordinary, completely different from the aura emitted by Emperor Shishan. The more this was the case, the more nervous he became. If he could not feel Xiao Sanxio's aura, it proved that the other party's martial arts had reached the realm of perfection. The word perfection has a very special meaning in martial arts. While Wu Ming was observing Xiao Sanxio was also observing Chu Yang. He saw at a glance that Wu Ming's martial arts cultivation was not enough to kill Xiangba, Ju Washan, and Emperor Shishan. Especially Emperor Shishan. The other party's sacred heart art was only 1 level lower than his own Hunshan 4 absolutes, and he also had the immortal characteristics of phoenix blood. There were very few people in the world who could kill him. It was hard to say for others, but Wu Ming was indeed a little worse. Whether it was his sword cultivation or his personal realm, it was difficult for him to kill Emperor Shishin. On the contrary, it was the young man next to him that made Xiao Sanxio feel inexplicably uneasy. When he was young, he went into the mountains to collect herbs and accidentally came face to face with a tiger in the mountains. The fear he felt in an instant was exactly the same as it was now. As his thoughts turned over and over, Xiao Sanxio came to a conclusion in his heart. How did you know about the 1,000 years of disaster? Xiao Sanxio looked at Chu Yang and asked softly. My ancestor was a disciple of the Monk Emperor. Chu Yang answered solemnly. Monk Emperor. Xiao Sanxio was stunned. This was a name that was very far away from the present. It was also because of this name that he embarked on the path of saving the people. It was the Monk Emperor who gave him the illuminating heart state that allowed him to foresee a corner of the future so that he could plan ahead to prevent the 1,000 years of disaster. Being able to say the ancient name of the Monk Emperor, Xiao Sanxio had basic trust in Chu Yang. You two spread the news of the 1,000 years Great Tribulation, probably to make me show up. Do you have a way to stop the Great Tribulation? Yes, so I need the help of the senior. Can you tell me what the method is? Kill your two sons and destroy Japan by the way. Xiao Sanxio looked at Chu Yang as if he was looking at a madman. It was not easy to kill the two brothers Xiao Jingshan and Xiao Aoshi. Even he was severely injured by these two brothers in the past. As for Japan, it was even more nonsense. There were countless masters in that place who dared to say that they could destroy Japan. If that's the kind of thing that you want to make fun of me, I'm sorry I won't accompany you anymore. Xiao Sanxio shook his head in disappointment and stood up to leave. Xiao Jingshan and Xiao Aoshi are both possessed by demons. Sooner or later, they will promote the occurrence of the 1,000 years Great Tribulation. I don't believe that you have the state of mind and still can't see this thing after so many years. Chu Yang scolded coldly. Xiao Sanxio listened to the footsteps and did not move for a long time. Finally, he sighed and said, so what? The time is not right now. We can't get rid of them at all. Neither you nor I are born to meet the needs of the times. Chu Yang smiled and said, I don't need anyone to meet the needs of the times. I just need you to tell me the martial arts they have learned so that I can be prepared. Xiao Sanxio suddenly turned around, looked up to the sky and laughed. So you are planning to attack one day OSENLUO and the four wonders of Huntian. My little friend has a good plan in his mind. I'm afraid it's all an excuse to deal with the great catastrophe of the millennium. Wu Ming said to Xiao Sanxio with a cold face. Please be careful with your words, senior. Yang is not that kind of person. Chu Yang coughed dryly embarrassedly. I'm sorry, Senior Wu Ming, I'm indeed that kind of person. He killed Xiangba, Ju Washan, Emperor Shishin and others before, which allowed the Central Plains to quell the disaster and allow the people to live and work in peace. What Yang did is enough to prove his chivalrous heart. It is biased for the senior to casually evaluate him based on his own opinion. Wu Ming's tone was tough and resounding, which made Xiao Sanxio feel a little embarrassed. He was about to say something to ease the atmosphere, but Wu Ming added another knife, making him look ugly. Moreover, the martial arts he knows are not necessarily worse than the senior's four wonders of Huntian and 10,000 Dao Shenluo. To say that he covets them is ridiculous. These two martial arts are the essence of Xiao Sanxio's martial arts throughout his life. Being looked down upon by Wu Ming, even if he has a good temper, he can't help but get angry. Xiao Sanxio narrowed his eyes and said, boy, even if your ancestors came, they would not necessarily say this to me. Wu Ming replied calmly, senior, if you are old and take advantage of your age, I really cannot argue with you. Xiao Sanxio was very angry and his white beard kept shaking. Chu Yang laughed dumbly. Wu Ming was rarely so aggressive. It seemed that he was deliberately provoking Xiao Sanxio to let him show his martial arts in front of him. Xiao Sanxio's biggest concern was his two sons, so Chu Yang used Xiao Jingshan and Xiao Aoshi to stimulate him from the beginning. As expected, he quickly lost his composure. Although he could barely maintain his composure on the surface, his heart was already in turmoil. His one thought of kindness back then indirectly caused the current great calamity. Rather than saying that the great calamity of the millennium should be on Zhao Jingshan and his brother, it would be better to say that it should be on Zhao Sanxio. He might be the first person to start the great calamity of the millennium. After so many years of worldly experience, Zhao Sanxio may have had similar thoughts in his mind, and he may have had inner demons. Driven by many reasons, Zhao Sanxio was led by Wu Ming's provocation and agreed to compete with Chu Yang. It was still the same place. However, after the last battle with Emperor Shishan, the lake next to it was left with only a dry riverbed, which looked a bit desolate. Chu Yang thought that he should fill the lake with water while no one was around. Boy, lest you say I'm taking advantage of my age, I'll let you do it first. Zhao Sanxio smiled confidently, and his white robes rustled in the wind, which really looked like a master. Senior, be careful. Zhao Sanxio would not compromise unless he showed some real stuff. So Chu Yang was no longer polite and directly used Emperor Shishan's 4 calamities of the Holy Heart. Evil blood calamity. The main feature is to draw blood. Chu Yang pinched his 5 fingers into a dragon claw shape and then raised them high. The blood in his body surged, and he led the blood with blood, driving the blood flow in Zhao Sanxio's body. Zhao Sanxio, who was full of confidence just now, suddenly changed his face, and the blood in his body was boiling, as if it would burst out of his body in the next second. What a weird skill. It's a bit like Emperor Shishan's evil blood calamity. Hiding in the human world for 4,000 years, Zhao Sanxio has been in the world twice, as long as Emperor Shishan. He also secretly observed the other party, until he confirmed that Emperor Shishan had nothing to do with the 1,000-year calamity. He knew something about Emperor Shishan's martial arts, but he didn't take it to heart. Emperor Shishan was timid and afraid of death, and the Sacred Heart Sutra he created was also biased towards survival, which ran counter to his mind. When he heard the news of Emperor Shishan's death, Zhao Sanxio didn't take it to heart, because he knew that the other party would die sooner or later. In order to suppress the blood in his body, Zhao Sanxio operated the 4 unique skills of Hunshan, communicated with the power of the sun and the moon, and suppressed the blood with the 4 forces of wind, fire, thunder, and rain. Yin and Yang complement each other, and life is endless. Chu Yang quickly opened his reincarnation eye to spy on the root of the 4 wonders of chaos. My friend, where did you learn this martial art? Why does it look a bit like? Before he finished speaking, Zhao Sanxio felt his blood and ki agitated again. He glared at Chu Yang angrily and suppressed his blood and ki again. Chu Yang's mouth corners rose and his eyes kept turning. After finally waiting for the blood and ki in his body to calm down, Zhao Sanxio was about to speak when the familiar feeling came again. You little brat, are you done yet? Zhao Sanxio was angry. Why was this guy thinking about sucking his blood? Is this the only trick you can do? Regardless of the blood flowing out of his mouth and nose, Zhao Sanxio decided to take the initiative to attack. If he continued like this, he would lose before the fight even started. The 4 wonders of chaos have 4 unique skills, corresponding to the 4 forces of wind, fire, thunder, and rain, which he used one by one. Come on. Chu Yang's eyes lit up. He used the evil blood robbery and other martial arts alternately, drawing blood while fighting with Zhao Sanxio, forcing him to use more moves. This fight made Zhao Sanxio's temples bulge with veins. He had never seen such a shameless person. His blood and ki were pulled by Chu Yang like a roller coaster, up and down, and he almost went crazy. What a little bastard. The old man who had lived for 4,000 years couldn't help but swear. If he didn't curse a few more times, he would probably suffocate to death. Old senior, if you have any other moves, just use them. You can't be worse than Emperor Shishan, right? Chu Yang continued to add fuel to the fire. The power exerted by both sides became stronger and stronger, and the damage caused became greater and greater. The 4 wonders of the universe is a domineering external skill, known for its extremely powerful strength, and the full strength attack is even more earth-shattering. In order to suppress this violent martial art, Chu Yang used the dragon elephant Mingwangju from the beginning, using his indestructible body to take the opponent's attack. Overall, there is no big problem. While Zhao Sanxio was angry, Chu Yang quietly collected a large amount of his blood, enough to study the bloodline factor of the black tortoise. But the more of this kind of thing, the better. Chu Yang, with the awareness of stealing as much as he can, continued to use the evil blood robbery to stimulate Zio Sanksio's blood. The old man's face turned pale as he beat him. If he continued to fight, the black tortoise blood would not be able to withstand it, no matter how powerful it was. Wu Ming was afraid that the super centenarian who had lived for 4,000 years would die in Chu Yang's hands, so he hurriedly shouted to stop the competition. Chu Yang stopped immediately. Zio Sanxio held the big tree beside him and panted heavily. His face was pale, just like Bei watching. The old man was out of breath and cursed. I finally understand. You two bastards really want to kill me. I admit defeat. You can kill me, or cut me up as you like. Wu Ming's face was very hot. He quickly walked to Zio Sanxio's side to support him, and then explained with a wry smile. Don't be angry, old senior. This is a martial art I learned from Emperor Shishan. I was so excited that I wanted to try it out, but I didn't know how to handle it. Please forgive me. Chu Yang was thick-skinned, but he felt a little embarrassed. After all, he was 4,000 years old and a real old man. Is it really Emperor Shishan's evil blood tribulation? Zio Sanxio looked at Chu Yang in surprise. You only fought with him once, and you learned his martial arts? No, his evil blood tribulation is not so powerful that it can trigger my blood. Your martial arts is definitely not evil blood tribulation. I have lived for so many years, and have seen many geniuses. I have never heard of anyone who can learn the enemy's martial arts at a glance. You brag in moderation. The old man said he didn't believe anything. As for whether he really didn't believe it, or was just trying to save face, Chu Yang didn't know. However, the anger on his face eased a lot. Seeing this, Chu Yang became more and more demanding and said, you still have martial arts that you haven't learned yet. Why don't you wait until you have rested well, and then we can fight again? Upon hearing this, Zio Sanxio's face turned from white to blue, from blue to red, and from red to white again, just as exciting as the face changing in Sichuan opera. His body trembled and he said, no fight, no fight. I won't fight you no matter what. Get out of here, kid. Chu Yang touched his chin. The old comrade's will was not firm enough, and it seemed that his defense was broken, but he still hadn't learned one day OSENLUO. What should he do? Thinking of this, he asked tentatively, let's fight again. I won't use the evil blood tribulation, so you can vent your anger. Zio Sanxio's heart suddenly moved, and he whispered, really not using that trick? Chu Yang nodded confidently and said, if I say no, then no. Senior Wu Ming can testify. You can rest assured, old senior. Zio Sanxio took a deep breath, pushed Wu Ming away, and said loudly, just now I saw that you were young, and I didn't want to bully the weak, but your martial arts skills are really good. Next time, I won't hold back. No holding back is good. Chu Yang's eyebrows were raised with joy, and his eyes were fixed on Zio Sanxio, whose face was gradually turning red. It's okay not to draw blood. You can't blame me if you vomit blood yourself. Chapter 246 The Great Demon God is Coming. Do you also know the 4 ultimate skills? As the sun set, Zio Sanxio was carried back to Zhanghua Pavilion spitting blood. He was seen by passers-by. So the next day, the rumor that Zio Sanxio was defeated by Wu Ming spread like wildfire. The value of 12 panic was far higher than that of Heavenly Sword. Wu Ming was on the rise this time. He was in the limelight and could sit on the throne of the leader of the martial arts world with just a wave of his arm. The development of things was so unexpected. Hiding his identity became a dream after all. With Wu Ming's current popularity, he would be recognized wherever he went. He could be called the world's #1 traffic. Yang, you have made me suffer. Wu Ming would say this to Chu Yang with resentment every day when he saw Chu Yang. It was simply taking advantage of others and still acting cute. Chu Yang despised him in his heart. It was not all bad for Wu Ming to become famous by stepping on Zio Sanxio's head. The two brothers Zio Jingshan, who were recuperating in Japan, took action. Zio Jingshan and Zio Aoshi were actually not very interested in fame and fortune. They had been holding back all their lives to kill their father Zio Sanxio. Hearing that Zio Sanxio had appeared and was severely injured, the two brothers felt like their G-spots were hit. Their hearts were constantly climaxing and they were so excited that they wanted to come to Zangyan for revenge. Not long after, Zhanghua Pavilion received a visiting card. There was no signature on it, but Chu Yang already knew who it was. Zio Sanxio, who was lying on the hospital bed, heard the news, so he sat up in shock from his dying illness, called Chu Yang to the bed, and said in panic, "Stinky, friend, I will teach you some more secrets. You must eliminate those two evil beasts, and not let them promote the great catastrophe of the millennium." What a loving father and filial son. Everyone wanted to kill each other desperately. Chu Yang nodded seriously and said, "Don't worry, old senior, I will definitely let you get what you want and kill your relatives for the greater good." Zio Sanxio smiled with relief, but he always felt that something was wrong. This kid had something else to say. The situation was urgent, so he didn't bother to think about it, and told Chu Yang about the flaws of the 4 wonders of the universe and the 10,000 Deosuo. The two brothers are proficient in a unique martial art, and after painstaking research, their attainments have surpassed Zio Sanxio, the creator. But there is one thing, although these two martial arts are extremely powerful, long-term practice can easily cause problems in the practitioner's character. Zio Jingshan and Zio Aoshi's misguided path is closely related to these two martial arts. The higher the attainment, the more extreme the sword. Zio Jingshan's 4 unique skills have been practiced to a shocking level, so it has also produced huge flaws. At night, his power is perfect and no one in the world can defeat him, but during the day, his power will leak out, and he is no different from an ordinary person. Zio Sanxio reminded Chu Yang that, if Zio Jingshan really wants to come to Zhanghua Pavilion, he will definitely choose the night, and he only needs to find a way to delay it until daytime, and he can easily kill him. The problem is Zio Aoshi. He will definitely not miss the opportunity to kill Zio Sanxio himself. There is a high probability that the two brothers will come together. Zio Sanxio thought that, even if Chu Yang could beat him, his chances of winning against the two brothers were not high. He had fought 1 against 2 in those days, and they were still young Zio Jingshan and Zio Aoshi, but he lost miserably. Now the two of them are much more powerful than they were back then, and he felt that Chu Yang would have a hard time against any one of them. If you have friends, just find them. There is no need to talk about the code of conduct when it comes to fighting demons and defending the way of the world. We can just fight together when the time comes. As long as we can drag it out until dawn, Zio Jingshan will definitely die. As expected of an old man who has lived for 4,000 years. He is not particular about details and has very flexible moral standards. After giving instructions for a long time, Zio Sanxio couldn't help but fall asleep slowly because of fatigue. While waiting for Zio Jingshan to come, Chu Yang was busy extracting the blood of the dragon turtle while sorting out the shortcomings of the 10,000 Deosuo and the 4 wonders of the Hundian. There is basically no need to worry about the side effects of corroding the mind. There are still Tuz and Pakuto in the depths of Chu Yang's soul, which can protect Chu Yang from losing himself easily. Chianqua has a very strong ability to cleanse all kinds of negative buffs targeting the soul and mind. What needs to be compensated is the problem of dissipating the power during the day. Zio Sanxio does not seem to have similar troubles, so it is a problem that will only occur when Zio Jingshan practices the 4 wonders of the universe to a deep level. This proves that there is a certain defect in the practice method, and it needs to be supplemented. Chu Yang decided to start from the direction of the 5 spirits. The wind, fire, thunder, and rain and the 4 wonders of the universe are far less balanced than the real 5 spirits, especially the rain, which is somewhat incompatible with the other 3 forces. Chu Yang thinks it is better to deduce the 5 wonders of the universe that are more suitable for him, based on the core of the 4 wonders of the universe. With his reserve in martial arts, plus the assistance of many clones, it is not difficult to do this. Compared with the 4 wonders of the universe, Wandeo Senluo seems to be more versatile, with a variety of special effects, which can control people's hearts, predict the enemy's actions, and integrate martial arts. It's just that the effect may be a little worse against opponents with strong will. Wandeo Senluo, who uses thoughts as a blade to control people's hearts, has a good compatibility with the Soul Reaper curse, one of the 3 unforgivable curses. The combination of the two can create a more powerful control method. 5 days later, Chu Yang created a new technique based on the two techniques and added their own magical skills. He also gave it a familiar name. Dao Heart Planting Demon. I don't know if it was God's will. On the night when Chu Yang created the Dao Heart Planting magic, guests came to Zhanghua Pavilion. At night, the cold wind was howling and the rain was pouring. The door of Zhanghua Pavilion was kicked open by someone, and dozens of black shadows entered one after another, filling the lobby in an instant. The leader looked around and then ordered to go to the backyard. Suddenly, thousands of sword lights rose like thunder, slashing at dozens of figures in the darkness. The heavenly sword that everyone admires actually has such a mean method. The leader was naked, with muscles all over his body, red hair and beard, like an evil ghost, and his eyes were shining scarlet like a beast. It was the great demon god Zhao Jingshan. Facing the sword energy, Zhao Jingshan calmly delivered a punch. In an instant, lightning and thunder roared, and the pure killing intent broke through the sword energy. The fist pressure was like a giant dragon rolling in, and the lightning and lightning snakes roamed, destroying everything in the way with a crushing force. A chicken and a dog, nothing more than this. As soon as the voice fell, a more domineering fist force suddenly broke out in the darkness. Not only did it instantly annihilate Zhao Jingshan's 4 unique skills of Hunshan, but it also rushed straight to Zhao Jingshan with a more domineering residual power. Zhao Jingshan's pupils shrank, and the muscles in his arms swelled. He punched out with both fists at the same time, one punch for fire, and the other for wind. The wind helped the fire, and the sky fire spread all over the prairie. The domineering momentum surged out like a tide. The two punches were thrown together to barely offset the terrifying fist force. Zhao Jingshan immediately restrained his contempt and took a posture to prepare for the battle. The rest of the people were horrified when they saw this, especially Zhao Aoshi, the big boss behind Zhao Jingshan, whose body trembled suddenly. However, Wu Ming, as Zhao Jingshan expected, did not appear. Instead, a rather young figure came into view. As expected of the great demon god, your martial arts skills are quite impressive. I thought that punch just now could kill you directly. Low footsteps came from the darkness, and Chu Yang slowly walked in front of the crowd and said something that made people smack their lips. As expected, exclamations came one after another, followed by murderous looks. They were Japanese masters who followed the great demon god. They admired him very much in their hearts. When they heard Chu Yang's insulting words, they naturally became angry. It's a pity that you little devils are not well trained. Your eyes can't kill people. Let me teach you how to kill people with your eyes. Chu Yang's voice was full of coldness, his pupils were shining, and his eyes were like torches. All the Japanese masters who looked at him died with blood gushing out of their 7 orifices, with faces full of fear. In just a few breaths, most of them were killed or injured. Everyone close your eyes and step aside. Zhao Aoshi realized that something was wrong and immediately warned his masters to dodge. He also cleverly avoided Chu Yang's eyes and only looked at his feet. Zhao Jingshan, who had a violent personality, didn't care and looked directly into Chu Yang's eyes. It was more painful than death for him to avoid the enemy's edge. The 4 unique skills of Hunshan were instantly running to the peak, and the power burst out with all his strength. His body shot out a series of ki like wolf smoke. Zhao Jingshan groaned. A trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, and he withstood the shock. His arms spread out like a rock, and fist shadows burst out all over the sky. The fist pressure tore through the airflow around his body, and the whole Zhanghua Pavilion was roaring and shaking. He has never been a person who passively takes a beating. Zhao Aoshi, who noticed that his enemy was extraordinary, quietly activated one DOSENLUO when his brother was going all out, trying to control the enemy and create a flaw. Who would have thought that the next second, the mysterious young man opposite smiled at him. For a moment, Zhao Aoshi's inner alarm bells rang. A terrifying sense of crisis surged in his heart, and it seemed that someone whispered a few words in his ear. The heart of Tao grows demons. The heart of Tao grows demons? What kind of martial arts is this? The thought flashed through his mind, and Zhao Aoshi, who could not get an answer, fell into endless darkness. When he woke up again, an inexplicable feeling surged in his heart. He moved his body and felt a strange sense of awkwardness. It was as if this body was like his own, but not his own. The strange feeling made Aoshi sweat coldly on his forehead. He could only suppress the uneasiness in his heart and cooperate with his brother to attack Chu Yang. He punched hard, but it hit Zhao Jingshan's back. Aoshi. Zhao Jingshan turned around suddenly and looked at his brother in disbelief. "Brother, I didn't mean it." Zhao Aoshi waved his hands quickly, took a few steps back, and looked panicked. "Don't be distracted." Zhao Jingshan suppressed his anger, reached out and touched his swollen back, turned around and stepped forward, his fists dancing, and the shadows of his fists flew. Chu Yang continued to activate the Dao's Zangamo calmly. Zhao Aoshi's eyes flashed with black air, and he followed Zhao Jingshan like a ghost, raising his leg and kicking him again. The refining like key abruptly broke Zhao Jingshan's fist, and the latter turned around and glared at him. Zhao Aoshi's face was pale. He always felt like he was weird. "What on earth do you want to do?" Zhao Jingshan was furious. Once could be considered a mistake, but twice he cut off his fists, which was clearly intentional. But he didn't understand. When did Zhao Aoshi turn against him? Why didn't he see any signs? "Brother, I really didn't mean it." "Forget it. I guess you don't believe me either." Zhao Aoshi gritted his teeth and attacked Chu Yang, but when he threw a punch, the target of his attack became Zhao Jingshan. "Good boy." Seeing that Zhao Aoshi really dared to attack him, Zhao Jingshan's anger instantly broke through the peak, but he was more heartbroken. For so many years, the two brothers depended on each other, regardless of who they were. How could they betray each other today? It seems that it takes time to stimulate the Dao Heart Demon Seed before the Demon Seed can fully take effect. The living furnace cauldron will not completely die itself, but will change its cognition little by little. This is affected by the soul-taking curse. This is the first time I have used this technique. I need to practice more to understand it more deeply. When the two brothers were fighting, Chu Yang stood aside and watched the fight, silently analyzing the problem of the Dao Heart Demon Seed. However, Zhao Aoshi was obviously not Zhao Jingshan's opponent, and he was always suppressed by the other party, and this was when Zhao Jingshan stopped. Although his nickname was the Great Demon God, Zhao Jingshan had not completely abandoned his feelings for his brother. He spared his life and wanted to ask Zhao Aoshi why he betrayed him. On the other side, Zhao Aoshi was almost frustrated to death. He had no idea why he became like this. He clearly wanted to attack the young man, but he always hit his brother inexplicably. Thinking of this, Zhao Aoshi was shocked and tilted his head to stare at Chu Yang, inexplicably surprised. He also knows Wandao Senluo? Exclamation mark. Even though he knew that the reason was that mysterious young man, Zhao Aoshi couldn't say it out loud. His awe of this person became stronger and stronger. Seeing that Zhao Aoshi was about to be beaten to death, Chu Yang estimated that the time was about right and immediately attacked. The sound of the bursting of the Genki made Zhao Jingshan's hair stand up. He subconsciously retracted his fist and crossed his arms to protect his face. The sound of breaking air followed. The rolling fists were like a great river, overwhelming the demon, making him almost breathless and bending his back. The four powers of wind, fire, thunder, and rain were running at their peak, but they still couldn't withstand the terrifying fists. Zhao Jingshan gritted his teeth and stood up to take Chu Yang's fists. The fists in the sky collided fiercely. The wind, fire, thunder, and rain and the power of the five spirits were like a raging tide. "You also know the four unique skills of the world that old guy taught you." Could it be that all this was his plan? He was filled with grief and anger. Zhao Jingshan's momentum was like a mountain rising from the ground, overwhelming everything. The Zhanhe pavilion could no longer withstand the tossing and falling. Zhao Jingshan flashed and came to the street, letting the heavy rain hit his body. I don't know if it was rain or tears left in the corners of his eyes. He stared at Zhao Aoshi and Chu Yang's hand. Zhao Aoshi had no words to say. The moment he saw Chu Yang perform the four wonders of chaos, he was sure that it was the other party who did it. The 10,000 Dao Senluo was even more bizarre in Chu Yang's hands. Compared with the other party, his years of hard training seemed like a joke. Chu Yang casually threw Zhao Aoshi to the side of the road, and the rich sword energy blocked the rain outside. Four wonders of chaos? Take a good look at whether this is the 4 wonders of chaos. The power of the 5 spirits replaced the wind, fire, thunder, and rain. The more balanced and complementary 5 wonders of chaos were more powerful than Zhao Jingshan's pride. Seeing this, the latter stood there in a daze. Chu Yang delivered a punch and knocked him hundreds of feet away. The wind and rain immediately poured back, clearing a vacuum zone. Zhao Jingshan, covered in blood, lay on the cold blue stone slab, trembling all over, not knowing whether he was angry or desperate. Brother, let's admit defeat. Zhao Aoshi crawled to Zhao Jingshan's side, his face full of bitterness. A flash of lightning flashed across the darkness. Chu Yang's figure appeared in front of Zhao Jingshan. He looked like a demon. Chapter 247 Bloodstained Painting. Firepower is king. The 2 brothers Zhao Jingshan were planted with demon seeds by Chu Yang and obediently returned to Japan. According to Chu Yang's instructions, they were ready to kill people there. Before leaving, Chu Yang gave Zhao Jingshan the 5 wonders of the chaos, asking him to make up for the shortcomings of his own skills. The 2 left with tears of gratitude. The great catastrophe of the millennium ended before it even began. It can be said that the previous emperor died halfway through his career. Zhao Sanxiao, who had been lying in bed for half a month, gradually recovered his vitality and chose to leave without saying goodbye. It was probably because he was afraid of Chu Yang's questions and really didn't want to be drawn blood. Zhonghua Pavilion was beaten to pieces by Chu Yang and Zhao Jingshan and is now being rebuilt. Wu Ming was disturbed by his reputation and decided to move to another place to escape from the world and gave Zhonghua Pavilion to Chu Yang to manage. Fengaian world entered a rare period of peace. Soul Palace. Fengaian Chu Yang handed over the dragon vein that absorbed the luck of the central plains to damning Chu Yang. The latter will take it back to his own world to continue absorbing the luck and then use the refining treasure technique to refine the dragon vein into the spine. Dragon, Phoenix, Unicorn, Black Tortoise, the power of 4 auspicious beasts. Now Chu Yang himself only lacks the power of Black Tortoise. During the half month, when Zhao Sanxiao was recuperating, everyone worked overtime to extract the blood of Black Tortoise. It has just been completed. After refining the blood of Dragon Tortoise, the blood of auspicious beasts in Chu Yang's body reacted. 4 different powers were like the 4 absolutes of the universe balancing each other. The violence hidden in the blood of auspicious beasts gradually calmed down and even had a little sacred meaning. The 4 auspicious beasts evolved in the direction of the 4 sacred beasts. Feedback to Yuan wasn't. Naturally there was another wave of improvement. After the auspicious beast blood was refined, damning Chu Yang, who got the dragon vein from Fengaian Chu Yang, returned to his own world. Today's damning, because of the promotion of alchemy, has exploded with amazing vitality. From the martial arts sects to ordinary people, killing monsters is regarded as a trend. No matter how talented you are, as long as you have the blood and flesh of monsters in your hands, you can go to the government to exchange for elixirs. With elixirs, martial arts practice is advancing by leaps and bounds, and children without qualifications in ordinary people's families also have the opportunity to stand out. The era of killing monsters by all the people has arrived. The monster disaster in the territory of the Ming Dynasty is disappearing at a very alarming speed. In addition, the Qi family army has suppressed the rebellion in the south. The whole south has gradually settled down, and the people have the right to live. If the problem of monsters can be solved together, then the Ming Dynasty will no longer have worries, and the people everywhere can live and work in peace. Chu Yang wanted to completely solve the monsters, but he couldn't find the source, so he could only deal with the monsters first. The weapons of the Qi family army have been prepared. The whole army is equipped with new firearms. The army is stationed in Wanglong City, facing Japan across the sea. There is also movement from the monsters. It seems that they are unwilling to sit and wait for death. A large number of monster soldiers are stockpiled on the sea. Not only that, there are also sea tribes under the sea ready to move. Qi Jigwen realized that the usual warships might not be able to withstand such a war. A brand new warship is needed to deal with the monsters in the sea tribe. So shipbuilding became a big deal. Almost overnight, a dock appeared near Wanglong City. Even with a dock, it would be difficult for the craftsmen of the firearms camp to build new large ships in a short period of time. They are good at firearms, and shipbuilding is only qualified. Chu Yang thought about it and decided to use elixirs as rewards to invite skilled craftsmen from all over the world to Wanglong City to build ships. At this moment, the demons in Japan are precious elixirs in the eyes of countless people. Not to mention that there is no elixir reward as long as they can get a share of this war. Countless people will rush to it. The imperial edict was posted in major cities, causing a fierce response. Any warrior who had knocked on iron twice claimed to be a craftsman, and they would do anything to qualify. The former low-level profession suddenly became popular. In addition to craftsmen, formation masters were also invited. Like new firearms, an excellent battlefield cannot be separated from the blessing of formations. So the sects on the mountain couldn't sit still, and sent their disciples and formation masters down the mountain. Chu Yang had previously killed Mudeo Ren in Kiksha town, and the elders of all the major sects had witnessed it. The effect of killing a chicken to scare the monkey was very good, and everyone cooperated with the court's actions. From the court to the people, everyone worked together. No matter what the purpose is, when the national strength of the entire Ming dynasty is concentrated at one point, it will produce an awe-inspiring and huge force. Warships appeared on the sea like dumplings, and many of them were built by the Qi family army using steel, based on the drawings given by Chu Yang. There were many eye-catching steel monsters in the warships. Suddenly, I really thought they were modern warships. The vigorous shipbuilding business naturally could not be hidden from the demons on the other side of the sea. They were curious and terrified about the steel-wrapped warships, and the unknown things could cause the most fear. But at the moment, it was too late for the demons to inquire, so they had to urge their companions in the north to speed up the progress and try to make the Ming dynasty attacked from both sides. The Jianu fought against the demons for a long time, but they were eventually defeated by the demons because they did not have the art of combined attack. Nearly 2/3 of the tribesmen died in the battle, and the remaining people were transformed into demons. After becoming demons, their lives and property were controlled by the demons, and they became their vassals, and were driven by the demons. The remaining Jianu thought that this was the end, but they did not expect that the demons forced them to attack the city the day after the transformation was completed. Attack Wanlizu and Bing City on the northern border of Daming, including the old, young, women and children. A mighty 100,000 people gathered and headed for the border of Daming. After receiving the news, Chu Yang asked Zhu Zhengwo and Gu Santong, two great masters, to rush to Wanlizu and Bing City to deal with the Demon King entrenched in the north. Jiuo Bujing volunteered to go with them. Chu Yang had rejected him many times before, but he was determined and had to agree. Because the Shenhao mansion was responsible for demon affairs and could not be moved lightly, the three of them took some of the 6 gates men to the north. After a few days, Zheng Dongliu broke through the pass and successfully swept away the inner demon. With the help of the elixir given by Chu Yang, he was promoted to the realm of Grand Master. It happened that the 6 gates and the Shenhao mansion were in a state of being leaderless, so Chu Yang ordered Zheng Dongliu to command the 3 major agencies, stabilize the central plains, and preside over the overall situation. At the same time, the news that the demon tribe attacked the city at the northern border spread. Immediately, many people from the rivers and lakes went north to kill the demons together, becoming another new force. 10 days later, the demon army drove the Jianu tribe to the foot of Wanlizu and Bing City and launched a fierce attack on the border. Thousands of demon-killing crossbows were lined up on the top of the city. Li Chengliang ignored the cries of the Jianu people under his feet and ordered the attack with a cold face. The crossbow arrows rained down. The crossbow arrows that were enough to penetrate the body of the big demon exerted a terrifying force in the crowd, and often a crossbow arrow could penetrate several people. Strings of blood goods were suddenly hung on the snow, like a blood-stained canvas. The Battle of Wanlizu and Bing City started, and the warships of Wanglong City were also ready, with hundreds of thousands of troops ready to go. Inheriting the glorious tradition of the old Zhu family, Chu Yang decided to lead the army in person. Zhu Zhengwo and others were not in the capital, so no one cared about him. In addition to the hundreds of warships of the court, the famous sects also secretly built a few ships, and it is estimated that there were dozens of them. After lining up on the sea, the scene was extremely grand. Chu Yang's dragon ship was in the middle, like a moon surrounded by stars. The demon clan was also not to be outdone and assembled a large army to wait for the enemy to tire. The two sides met near the coast of Japan and launched a fierce battle. The demon clan warships were relatively backward, and it was difficult to approach them under the fierce artillery fire of the human race warships. In the early stage of the war, they were always in a passive position. Seeing that they were in an absolute advantage, the dozens of warships belonging to the Jianghu sects left the team without authorization and approached the demon clan warships. Money can move people's hearts. Each corpse of the demon clan is a precious treasure. Rather than being torn apart by artillery fire, they thought it would be more cost effective for them to pick up the bargain. This group of people in the martial arts world seemed to be sure that Chu Yang would not fire at them. After all, they had just helped the court to build so many warships not long ago. Dozens of warships approached the demon clan warships at the fastest speed with peace of mind. On the deck of the dragon ship, Chu Yang and Kijigwang both saw this scene. Seeing this, Kijigwang said worriedly, "Your Majesty, don't you remind them to come back? The demon clan obviously has a backup plan." "It doesn't matter." Chu Yang waved his hand and said, "Even if you tell them, they won't listen. Look at the way they look. They can't tolerate anything else, even their lives." Kijigwang sighed, "But letting them die here is a big blow to morale, and will be detrimental to the next battle. We should still support them a little. As for how many people can come back alive, it depends on their luck." Chu Yang nodded. At this moment, something strange happened. The sea surface suddenly became like boiling water, with countless bubbles emerging from the bottom of the sea. Then everyone saw a terrifying scene. There were densely packed figures under the warship. Some of the less courageous female disciples saw this and immediately screamed. The sharp scream seemed to be some kind of signal, which not only caused chaos in the warships, but also caused a reaction under the sea. One after another, dark figures exploded from the bottom of the sea, jumped directly onto the deck, revealing their ugly and hideous true bodies. The sea monsters are strange and far more bizarre than the monsters on land. Among them, there are very few human-like sea monsters, and without exception, they are all royal families. The sea tribe drove the sea monsters to attack the warships. The violent shaking caused the people standing on the edge of the deck to fall into the sea. The sea surface instantly turned blood red, and the fragmented limbs floated on the sea surface and were soon swallowed by the sea monsters. This scene fell into the eyes of everyone, and they felt horrified, so they all moved to the center. Seeing this, the sea creatures who jumped onto the deck immediately launched an attack, hoping to take advantage of the moment when these people lost their minds and caused huge casualties to the enemy. The sound of fighting echoed endlessly. A large number of warships turned around and disengaged in a hurry, but ended up colliding with each other one after another and were in danger. The next moment, the roar of artillery fire rang out. The sea surface was churning, and countless sea creatures died under the coverage of artillery fire, and their bodies floated on the sea surface. The artillery fire stared at the sea surface, and the sea creatures dared not show their heads. The besieged warships had a breathing space and drove back frantically. There were still a large number of sea creatures standing on the decks of some warships. However, those sea creatures did not expect what kind of hell they would see when they passed by the Key family army. The soldiers held new firearms in their hands and placed them on the edge of the deck. The huge barrel was almost the same size as the gun barrel, and the bullets were dragged on the ground like chains. There were wheel-like pressure valves on the left and right sides, and the copper tubes were like knotted muscles. The inside of the barrel was engraved with formations, and every bullet fired was amazingly powerful. Of course, the consumption of the user's true essence is also amazing. The minimum requirement for a gunner is to be a first-class master who has exchanged blood 7 times. If it was before, there were not many people in the Key family army who could meet the requirements, but now, the supply of elixirs in the Key family army is the highest standard in the Ming dynasty, and there are many soldiers who have exchanged blood 7 times. Therefore, in addition to artillery, the deck of each warship is also filled with the latest Ming Siba machine gun developed by the Firearms Battalion. It was made based on the blueprint of the Maxim heavy machine gun given by Chu Yang. The flames bursting from the muzzle formed a line, which was more dazzling than the spotlight. The sea people on the deck subconsciously blocked their eyes, and before they could see what it was, their bodies were torn apart by the powerful firepower. People were forced into the cabin by the sea people, so the Ki family army could pour out firepower without scruples. In the blink of an eye, the decks of dozens of warships were cleaned up, leaving a bloody ground. The survivors walked out of the cabin and cheered, and some people hid in the corner crying and mourning their dead companions. After this, the dozens of warships representing the major sects in the martial arts world no longer dared to act recklessly and followed the Ki family army obediently. Under the continuous suppression of fierce firepower, the Sea tribe and the Demon tribe suffered heavy losses, but they did not care. The two tribes were large in number and had strong reproductive capacity. No matter how many died, they would recover quickly after the war, so it was not a pity at all. As long as they could use up the ammunition on the warships, they could wait for the opportunity to turn the tables. This was the truth summed up after years of fighting with General Ki. Unfortunately, they did not know that the Ki family army's firearms had been upgraded. Even if the ammunition was exhausted, the soldiers could still use the true essence to replace the ammunition. Even if the true essence was not used, there were other substitutes that provided energy. In short, it was impossible to shoot empty. The sound of artillery fire rang all day, and the nearby sea area was dyed red. The Sea tribe did not know how many lives were left on this battlefield. As time passed, their shadows gradually disappeared. Those sea monsters were completely defeated and fled this sea area. Kijigwen observed the battlefield and concluded that the alliance between the Demon tribe and the Sea tribe had probably collapsed. Without the Sea tribe to contain them, the warships of the Demon tribe were unable to fight against the Ki family army. They were beaten back and retreated until they returned to their homeland. At the moment when the Demon tribe fled, 7 terrifying auras rose at the same time and pressed towards the Ki family army. Demon King. Kijigwen was very familiar with this aura. He had seen it in Wanglong City last time. But there were 7 similar auras. Of the 12 demon kings of the Wanyeo kingdom, 2 were killed by Chu Yang and Jinling City, 3 went north to attack Wanlizu and Bing City, and the remaining 7 were all here. 7 huge bodies with a sense of oppression hung in the sky, making the soldiers of the Ki family army subconsciously clench their weapons and sweat. 7 demon kings. But this is not the end. After the 7 demon kings, there are 3 more powerful auras that overshadow them. The air was filled with the smell of blood. It was as if a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood were rushing in front of them. Not to mention those people in the martial arts world who had never experienced the battlefield were trembling. Even the soldiers of the Ki family army had their teeth chattering. Get lost. The cold voice exploded like thunder. Chu Yang took a step forward, his figure flashed, and he suddenly appeared in front of the 7 demon kings. He carried the sun and the moon on his shoulders, and the dragon and the elephant rod. On the tip of his fist, the starlight flickered, and he smashed it down fiercely. In the state of Yuan Wu's true body, Chu Yang hit with all his strength without reservation, destroying everything in front of him. Before the 7 demon kings could even announce their names, they were turned into dust under the power of this punch. The world suddenly became quiet. Chapter 248 Kunpeng. No one can escape. The Demon King and the Grand Master are both the pinnacle realms known to the world. Since the great changes in the world, the Ming dynasty has only produced a few Grandmasters in all these years, and they can be counted on one hand. Before the elixir came out, there was only one Grandmaster, Zhu Zhengwo, in the open. This shows how rare the Demon King was, and it was once considered a legend. The moment the 7 Demon Kings appeared, all the major sects fell into speechless shock. The moment the 7 demon kings were killed by Chu Yang with one punch, the shock of the major sects turned into extreme fear. That was the Demon King, the peak existence of the demon clan who was on par with the Grandmaster. But it was just like killing a demon beast, and it was wiped out at will. The horror of Chu Yang's strength made them afraid. The demon clan was also extremely frightened. The entire battlefield was so quiet that even the sound of breathing could be heard clearly. Whether it was a human or a demon, there was only strong awe in their eyes when they looked at the figure in the sky. But Chu Yang only cared about the 3 auras in front of him that were more powerful than the Demon King. The rumors were true. Above the 12 Demon Kings, there are 3 Demon Kings. However, the Demon King's auras are powerful, but they seem very strange, which reminds Chu Yang of Zhu Wusi, the iron-hearted god Marquis, before he was possessed by the devil. The filthy smell is looming, proving that the 3 demon kings of the demon race have been infected by the demons and are trying to resist the erosion. Even the demon king is infected. No wonder the Wanyeo kingdom, which has 3 demon kings and 12 demon kings, dare not take the initiative to attack the Ming dynasty. According to this situation, there should be a large number of demons in the Wanyeo kingdom infected. Chu Yang frowned. After the matter is over, he should go to the Wanyeo kingdom. The light of the sun and the moon hangs above everyone's heads, illuminating all the false illusions, and the true bodies of the 3 demon kings gradually appear in front of people. 2 men and 1 woman. Among the 2 men, there is an octogenarian and a mighty man in his prime. The old man had grey hair but bright eyes. He was hunched over and coughed from time to time, just like an ordinary old man. However, Chu Yang noticed that the old man's arms were very slender, almost hanging to the ground. His palms were full of calluses, as if he had been holding heavy objects for many years. His arm strength should be amazing. The middle-aged man next to the old man kept staring at Chu Yang, and he could feel his resentment from a distance. Deep resentment. The resentment of the demon clan was normal for Chu Yang, and there was nothing to worry about. The woman among the 3 had an exquisite foxy face, and her clothes were revealing her amazing legs and cleavage. The top courtesans in the brothels of the capital would pale in comparison. Many disciples of the major sects, both men and women, lost their minds the moment they saw the foxy woman, staring at her with dull eyes, and their bodies involuntarily walked forward. The headmaster and the elders could not stop it. They were also struggling to hold on, fearing that they would become zombies in the next second. Shanks flew out on its own. Without Chu Yang making any move, it emitted a clear sword sound, and the air was rippled. The disciples of various sects who heard the sword sound recovered from their trance. Their eyes gradually became clear, and cold sweat suddenly appeared on their foreheads. Seeing this, the foxy woman's pupils shrank, looking for death. Chu Yang looked at the foxy woman with murderous intent in his eyes. Shanks also sensed the owner's heart, and the sword body flashed and disappeared. Whoosh, the sound of breaking through the air exploded beside the foxy woman's ears, and the amazing sword intent was like countless sharp blades piercing her body. The moment the pain came, she let out a sharp cry, waved her white hand, and pink smoke drifted away, protecting her body. Shanks shook the sword body. 1 turned into 100, 100 turned into 10,000, and 10,000 flying swords were like a violent storm, crushing the pink smoke with overwhelming force. Seeing that the situation was not good, the foxy woman transformed herself and revealed her true form. A 9-tailed fox as big as a mountain appeared in front of everyone. Damn human race. The moment the curse sounded, the 9-tailed fox was surrounded by a strong wind, forming a huge tornado to protect her. The old man and the middle-aged man were not idle either, and they all took action to help the 9-tailed fox out of trouble. The middle-aged man was extremely fast and had spatial abilities. When he caught up with the flying sword, he could suck the flying sword into his stomach by opening his mouth. The old man was even more straightforward and smashed the flying sword with his fist. His strength was so great that he could almost smash a flying sword with 1 punch. Except for the main body of Shanks, the rest of the flying swords were differentiated from the 10,000 swords technique. When damaged to a certain extent, they would turn into source ki again. Chu Yang observed the old man and the middle-aged man, and had an idea of their background. As demon kings, the 3 of them had strong physiques and magical powers, but they still couldn't escape unscathed from the thousands of flying swords transformed by Heavenly Palace. Soon, the 9-tailed sky fox was the first to be injured. One of the 9 tails was cut off by Heavenly Palace. The tail is the basis of most fox demons, even the 9-tailed sky fox. After Chu Yang cut off one of its tails, it would have to eat at least the people of the entire city to make up for the loss. After losing one of its tails, the filthy aura on the 9-tailed sky fox suddenly surged, and its eyes were immediately filled with violent colors. Seeing this, the old man suddenly became anxious and hurriedly stepped forward to suppress the filth in the 9-tailed sky fox's body with his demonic power. The middle-aged man protected the 2 and revealed his true body to resist the remaining flying swords. The sky suddenly darkened, and a body that was even larger than the 9-tailed demon fox blocked the sunlight above everyone's heads. Chu Yang took a look and thought of that very famous article in his mind. There is a fish in the North Sea. Its name is Kunpeng. The middle-aged man with extremely fast speed was actually a huge Kunpeng. After Kunpeng appeared, almost everyone from the major sects, from the leaders to the ordinary disciples, lost the will to resist. How could they have the ability to fight against this monster that only appeared in myths and legends? There was no other way out except to be killed. That thing could swallow all the warships in one bite. However, Chu Yang noticed that Kunpeng, who had turned back to his original form, had a flash of pain in his eyes from time to time, as if this form would bring him great pain. On the contrary, it would be much better to maintain the human form. Kunpeng opened his mouth and sucked all the remaining flying swords into his stomach, and then immediately turned back to human form. His face was not very good, and he still stared at Chu Yang with hatred. Chu Yang suddenly thought of something and asked with a strange look on his face, "That golden winged king is your offspring, right?" Kunpeng's face turned pale and he rang out in a hoarse voice, "Yes, so what?" "Nothing." Chu Yang shook his head and grinned. "I have to thank you for giving birth to a good son and providing the flesh and blood elixir for my human race, which gave us 2 more grand masters for nothing." Kunpeng's eyes burst open when he heard this, and the space in front of him surged like a tide. The next moment, he appeared in front of Chu Yang, and his 5 black fingers were like fine steel, grabbing down fiercely and tearing the space apart. Chu Yang raised his hand and punched, blowing up his entire arm. Kunpeng was horrified, and his figure disappeared again, retreating to the side of the old man and the 9-tailed fox. "TSK, TSK, TSK, you want to avenge your son just like this?" Kunpeng asked himself that, even if he didn't turn back to his true body, he could still kill the Grand Master in his human body. But when he faced the young man, he was defeated with an absolute disadvantage. The other party used his physical strength to blow up his right arm. For a moment, he even doubted who was the demon clan. Kunpeng was about to go crazy with anger. If it weren't for the damn demonic filth in his body, how could he fight this man in human form? The old man next to him looked solemn. He could blow up Kunpeng's right arm with one punch, so the opponent's strength was not inferior to his. "Are you the new emperor of the human race?" The old man suppressed the filth in the body of the 9-tailed sky fox, turned around and bowed to Chu Yang. "I'm the king of the Ming dynasty." Chu Yang looked calm, looking down at the 3 demons coldly. "You still have something to say when you are about to die." Kunpeng's right arm recovered at an extremely fast speed. Hearing this, he clenched his fists, as if he was about to fight Chu Yang again. The old man held out his hand to stop him, and said to Chu Yang in a gentle tone, "Your Majesty, please listen to me. The reason you attacked us today is nothing more than because you are worried that the demons will invade the borders of the Ming dynasty. I can make a vow that the demons will never step into the borders of the Ming dynasty again. Can you stop here?" Chu Yang smiled without saying anything, with sarcasm on his lips. The old man gritted his teeth and said, "The Ming dynasty needs the flesh and blood of the demons to refine elixirs. We can use the flesh and blood of 100,000 spirit demons to compensate for the losses of the Ming dynasty." As soon as the voice fell, Chu Yang's ears rang with rapid breathing, almost all of which came from the martial arts sects. The flesh and blood of 100,000 spirit demons can produce so many first-class masters who have exchanged blood 9 times. It is really unimaginable. Hearing about the blood and flesh of 100,000 spirit monsters, Kunpeng could not sit still. He walked up to the old man and said sternly, "Old monkey, what do you want to do?" The old man glanced at him and secretly transmitted his voice, "It's just the blood and flesh of 100,000 spirit monsters. As long as you and I are still here, it's only a matter of time to recover. But if you and I fight with the emperor of the Ming dynasty, the result is unpredictable. Even if you win, you can't suppress the demonic filth in your body. Sooner or later, you will become a new demon. What kind of demon is a demon king? I don't need to remind you, right? By then, the demons on this island will be really finished." Kunpeng remained silent and then stood quietly aside, but his face was full of humiliation. The old man looked at Chu Yang happily and asked, "Your Majesty, how about this condition?" Chu Yang shook his head and said, "No big deal. The old man's smile suddenly froze and became a little embarrassed. 100,000 spirit monsters are not enough, so let's add a little more. Double it. How about 200,000 spirit monsters? Chu Yang still shook his head. The smile in the old man's eyes was gone, and he took a deep breath and said, where are the 500,000 spirit monsters? On the warships below. The sound of inhalation came one after another. Not to mention those people in the martial arts world. Even the soldiers of the Ki family army were a little unsettled when they heard about 500,000 spirit monsters. What is the concept of 500,000 spirit monsters? It is enough to make the entire Ki family army become masters who have exchanged blood 9 times, and there will be a lot more. If you are lucky, you can also give birth to many masters. Which force in the world can resist such a temptation? However, the next moment, everyone saw Chu Yang continue to shake his head, his eyes full of disdain. The sound of heartbreak sounded. The heads of many sects covered their hearts, as if they could not bear this kind of blow, always feeling that the cooked duck flew away. Ki Jigwon's eyes flashed with relief. In his heart, if His Majesty agrees to the peace talks of the demon clan, he will obey as a soldier, but he will be very unwilling in his heart. So many soldiers and civilians were buried in the belly of the demon clan. How should the Ki family army explain to them? Peace talks are not the answer that the people and soldiers want. It is not the answer that Chu Yang wants either. Could it be that the Ming dynasty still wants millions of spirit monsters? The old man sneered. Your Majesty, your appetite is a bit too big. Chu Yang laughed loudly upon hearing this. The deafening laughter made the 3 demon kings feel uncomfortable and a faint sense of uneasiness rose in their hearts. After laughing, Chu Yang looked at the 3 demons with pity and said, bargaining with me with my things? Are you crazy, old man? The demons of the entire island, as well as the 3 of you, are all in my pocket. None of them can escape. The 3 demons' faces were livid, and they were shaking with anger. The soldiers of the Ki family army burst into fierce cheers. Ki Jigwon looked at Chu Yang's back excitedly. Yes, that's how it should be. Even if the Ki family army is exterminated, we will never accept peace talks with the enemy. But you did say one thing right. Chu Yang sneered. I do have a good appetite. Seeing Chu Yang so aggressive, the old man also had a bad face and threatened in a stern voice. We are not afraid of you, but we don't want to consume too much and turn into demons. If you want to perish together, you must be prepared to face 3 Demon King level demons. Boy, I advise you not to underestimate the demons. Chu Yang smiled and said, the demons transformed by the Demon King are quite intimidating, but don't worry, you have no chance of becoming demons in my hands. How shameless. Kunpeng, who had suppressed his anger, could no longer hold back and turned back into his original form again, wanting to fight Chu Yang to the death, even if he became a demon. Chu Yang also had the lives of his own children in his hands, and the 2 sides were mortal enemies. As Kunpeng made his move, the negotiations collapsed. The old man's eyes were filled with murderous intent, and he murmured, you forced us to do this. The old man took a step forward, and his body suddenly grew. In an instant, he turned into a giant ape that could move mountains. He held a meteorite stick that was 100 feet long in his hand. With a wave of his hand, the sky and the sea turned upside down. The power of this monster was comparable to that of creatures at a higher level. Even in the world of immortals, it was very amazing. The old ape understood that, since he had to fight, he had to do his best to kill Chu Yang in a short time, so as to avoid the risk of demonization. If he dragged it to the end, no one or monster here would be able to walk out alive. The 9-tailed fox, who was almost demonized just now, was the last to act. She hesitated more than the other 2 demon kings, because in her current state, she had the highest chance of demonization among the 3. With concerns in her heart, she couldn't take care of both ends on the battlefield. Not to mention killing the enemy, she also dragged her companions down. The sun and moon hanging in the sky turned into a big millstone and pressed towards Kunpeng. The size of Kunpeng's body would increase the size of the sun and moon millstone. Kunpeng was extremely fast, but when illuminated by the light of the sun and moon, his body would slow down like being stuck in a quagmire. The light of the sun and moon ruthlessly eroded his body, and a large amount of flesh and blood fell into the sea, causing the sea tribe to scramble for it. Now it was the turn of the major sects to get anxious, and they hurriedly drove the warships to pick up Kunpeng's flesh and blood. Kijigwen shook his head helplessly when he saw this. These people still only remembered to eat and not to be beaten. As expected, the old ape who was fighting with Chu Yang sneered, turned around and smashed down with a stick, and half of the warships capsized in an instant. Chapter 249 Hunting Ground. Preaching. Once, twice, but not 3 times. Chu Yang has given them enough opportunities, but these people only have elixirs in their eyes. Since you like to die, then go and die. The warship capsized, and countless people fell into the sea. Soon, a large amount of blood gushed out. Your Majesty, if you stop and leave, I promise not to attack the remaining human race. If you don't know what's good for you. The old ape looked at the Ki family army and threatened, I'm afraid your loyal soldiers will lose their lives. Old beast, what a big talk. Kijigwen raised his head and sneered, why should I? The soldiers of the Ming dynasty fear death. If you have the ability, come and try. Deputy General Chen Dacheng drew his sword and roared, I'm willing to fight to the death with your majesty. The roars of nearly 1,000 warships rose and fell, shaking the world. Fight to the death. Fight to the death. One call and 100 responses. Hundreds of thousands of soldiers gathered their blood and energy, turning into a blood-colored dragon, breaking through the sky. The silent pressure was like a mountain pressing on the shoulders of the mountain-moving giant ape. No matter how powerful he was, he could not move the spirit of the soldiers of the 3 armies. How dare you? The old ape's aura became extremely violent, and he raised the meteorite stick and smashed it down fiercely. Xian'an of Wangxiang. The huge meteorite stick was sucked by an inexplicable suction force. No matter how hard the old ape tried, the meteorite stick was motionless. He turned his head and looked at Chu Yang. His violent eyes were blood red. The next moment, he gave up the meteorite stick without hesitation and punched Chu Yang. If you are stubborn, then go to hell. In the 10,000 monsters, among the 3 demon kings and 12 demon kings, the mountain-moving giant ape is the undisputed number 1 in terms of arm strength. Even the other demon kings and demon kings together are not his opponents. The old ape hit with all his strength, and the airwave rolled, causing the surrounding space to peel off like bark. The demonic filth flowed freely in his body along with the demonic power. It would not take long for him to be completely demonized. Even so, the old ape would risk his life and do his best to kill the human emperor in front of him. He was fighting for his life, not only for himself, but also for the hundreds of millions of demons. Chu Yang also threw a punch, the 5 wonders of chaos, one punch with 5 styles, containing the power of the 5 spirits, wind, fire, thunder, earth, and water. 9 heavens mysterious wind, heavenly fire, thunder without form, overturning mountains and seas, snow and ice, using the power of hundreds of dragons and hundreds of elephants to drive the 5 wonders of chaos. Chu Yang's power climbed to the peak with strange visions. A hearty punch. Compared with the giant ape that moves mountains, Chu Yang is as small as a grain of light, but his fist is like the brilliance of the sun and the moon, illuminating the world. The 2 fists collided. The rolling airwaves lifted the sea surface, and the earth-shaking roar suddenly broke out. Thousands of warships of the Ki family army were almost overturned and blown hundreds of meters away by the airwaves. The sea below seemed to be pressed down by something, revealing a semicircular vacuum of half a mile, and countless sea creatures were crushed into dust by invisible forces. When the waves subsided, Kijigwen and countless soldiers standing on the deck looked up at the sky. Everyone was shocked. The giant ape that moved mountains and stood on the sky was now only half of its body, and everything above the waist was gone. Giant ape that moved mountains. Die. Old monkey. Kunpeng, who was suppressed by the light of the sun and the moon, cried out in grief and was extremely frightened. In terms of strength, the giant ape that moved mountains was the strongest among the 3 demon kings, but he was beaten to death with 1 punch. This Ming Emperor was a natural demon, and no one could defeat him unless the demon clan leader appeared here intact. Kunpeng cried out with tears in his eyes. Then he gave up resistance and let the light of the sun and the moon consume him, and blood and flesh fell all over the sky. Chu Yang shook his sleeves, and a huge suction force sucked in Kunpeng's flesh and blood, followed by the half-body of the mountain-moving giant ape and the meteorite iron stick. Kijigwen and the soldiers stared with their eyes wide open. The scene just now was so incredible that it could not be explained by martial arts at all. In fact, all the means Chu Yang used up to now could not be explained by martial arts. In everyone's mind, he was more like a fairy than an emperor. This move, the universe in the sleeve, was created by Chu Yang, based on the traceless extension spell and the all-encompassing heavenly attraction, and combined with other magic abilities. It was far from the original version, but it was very suitable for him to use at present, and the effect was not bad. If he could improve it in the future, it might not be impossible to use it to fight against the strong. As soon as Kunpeng and the mountain-moving giant ape died, the nine-tailed fox immediately surrendered, turned into a human form, and sat pitifully on the coast. She couldn't fight anymore. Not to mention, whether she could win, she couldn't win. The demonic filth in her body was almost uncontrollable. If she continued to fight, she would die anyway. If she turned into a demon, the demon descendants on the island would be infected immediately, and all their hard work would be in vain. I'm willing to be killed, and please, your majesty, leave some blood for my demon clan, and don't kill them all. The nine-tailed fox cried and complained, her delicate body trembling. Chu Yang shook his head indifferently and said, "You are not qualified to make conditions with me. If you are not convinced, you can just change back to your original form and fight me. If you can survive my punch, I will let the monsters live." The nine-tailed fox turned pale and smiled bitterly. "Even the old monkey can't withstand your punch. How can I do it? I hope your majesty will have mercy. The human race already has the method of refining pills. If the monsters are wiped out, what can we use to refine pills? Please think twice, your majesty." Chu Yang said with a smile. "Do you want me to use this island as a pasture, raise those monsters in captivity, and use them as medicinal materials?" The nine-tailed fox trembled suddenly, lowered his head and sobbed. "The law of nature is cyclical, and retribution is inevitable. In the past few decades, the monsters have used humans as blood food. Now it is time to repay the debt." Chu Yang heard the hidden meaning in her words, and stared at her coldly. "Do you want to say that one day the human race will also be repaid with blood debts, and will be turned into blood food again, and become part of the cycle?" A big hand pressed on the top of the nine-tailed fox's head. She was immediately terrified. She closed her eyes, and felt that she was going to die soon. Her heart and gall were broken, and her mind was lost. The nine-tailed fox was easily planted with the devil seed by Chu Yang, but she herself did not feel much until the hands left her head. Chu Yang raised the corners of his mouth, and said with a smile, "I'm afraid there is no possibility." The nine-tailed fox didn't know what this meant, and the uneasy mood always lingered in her heart. Millions of spirit monsters, and the Japanese on the island, don't spare a single one. After saying that, Chu Yang turned around and left, returning to the dragon boat. The nine-tailed fox knelt down and kowtowed, with a respectful expression. Kijigwen came forward, and saw that Chu Yang did not kill the nine-tailed sky fox. He asked in confusion, "Your majesty?" Chu Yang smiled and said, "The fox demon said something right. In the past few decades, the demons have been feeding on humans. Now it's time to pay back the debt. It's too easy to just kill them all. We need to make their descendants live in fear of humans, just like the people in the south in the past few decades. Only in this way can I get rid of the hatred in my heart." Chu Yang and Kijigwen looked at the island together. From now on, Japan will be arming hunting ground, and it will be like this for generations to come. 2 of the 3 emperors of the demon clan died and 1 was injured, and the war ended. Ki's army stayed in Wanglong City, and Kijigwen accompanied Chu Yang back to Beijing. This battle was a success, and the whole world was shocked. The people lined the streets to welcome them. On the other hand, the martial arts sects were in mourning, and almost every family was in mourning. The stick of the mountain-moving ape had cut off the entire martial arts world. You have to know that those who dared to go to Wanglong City to share were the top martial arts sects, and the small sects did not have the courage at all. Then most of these famous sects, from the head elders to the elite disciples, were buried in the sea. Now there is a lack of successors, but the small sects are thriving. The timing was just right. After Chu Yang returned to Beijing, he ordered Zheng Dongliu to integrate the power of the Jinai Wei and go to the martial arts world to establish rules. From now on, the establishment of a sect needs to be recognized by the court, and even the successor to the position of the head must be selected to come to the capital. As the elixir continues to circulate, there will be more and more grandmasters in the future, and even grandmasters will emerge rapidly like mushrooms after rain, and the management of the sects needs to be stricter. The burden of the Jinaiwi will become heavier in the future, and it will need to absorb more masters from the people. With this thought, Chu Yang thought it would be better to come here to the martial arts world and wipe out these mountain sects to avoid the trouble of management in the future. After learning Chu Yang's idea, Zheng Dongliu tried to dissuade him, saying that the rebellion had just been suppressed, and the people had finally had a few days of peace, so it was better not to start a war. Moreover, judging from the current situation, all the sects in the world were intimidated by Chu Yang's power and looked up to him. They were in awe and trembling all day long, as if walking on thin ice. Not to mention having second thoughts, they were even terrified to live. Chu Yang gave up the idea of riding a horse to the rivers and lakes after hearing this. Time passed in a flash, and more than half a month passed. The northern border sent a victory report, and the only 3 remaining demon kings of the demon clan were also killed. Zhu Zhengguo, Gu Santong, and Jiuo Bujing each killed one. Jiuo Bujing broke through in the process of fighting with the demon king again, and became the 4th master in the court, to be promoted to a grand master. The demon clan was completely defeated, and most of them were killed by the army. Only a small part escaped to the extreme north, where the weather was extremely cold, and it was not advisable to go too deep. The end of the war in the north meant that the war between humans and demons was completely over. Now there are only demons left. Imperial study. Your Majesty, do you really want to take the risk alone? I will never allow this to happen. If your Majesty wants to leave, then take me out and execute me first. Zhu Zhengguo, who had returned from the border, and Zheng Dongliu, and others stood in the hall with Chu Yang and confronted each other. The world has been pacified. Chu Yang called everyone to give instructions on state affairs, and prepared to go to the kingdom of 10,000 demons alone, which resulted in fierce opposition from everyone. Zheng Dongliu was the most emotional. It was not easy for the world to be peaceful. If something happened to Chu Yang, there might be another bloody storm. How could he sit back and watch Chu Yang mess around? Exclamation mark. Zhu Zhengguo, who was mature and prudent, also disagreed. The Divine Marquisate has sent people to search for the Wanyao kingdom, but there is no news yet. If your Majesty is anxious, Brother Gu and I can intervene in person. I hope your Majesty will think twice. Jiuo Bujing clasped his fists and said, I can also go there. The 6 gates and the Divine Marquisate will work together, and should be able to find some clues. Your Majesty must not take risks. On the civil servant side, Zhang Zhuzheng and Heir Yui were standing aside, staring at Chu Yang with their big eyes. Heir Yui was standing next to the pillar, and was about to bump into Chu Yang, and threatened him if he disagreed. The son of a rich man should not sit in the hall, let alone the dignified emperor. Heir Yui's eyes were wide open, and his head was less than a foot away from the pillar. I have killed a dragon before. Chu Yang frowned and said unhappily, remember to change your words next time, or I will slap you. Heir Yui was startled, then a little embarrassed, and bowed, saying, Your Majesty, I'm sorry for your words. Chu Yang looked around and said coldly, also, I don't like the title of Son of Heaven either. Remember to change your words in the future, from the court to the people. Zhang Zhuzheng shook his head and smiled bitterly. This emperor was really unique. He didn't like to call himself I or others called him Son of Heaven. He had a lot of strange rules, but other than that, he cared very little. He didn't care about some red tape at all. He liked to keep things simple and only looked at efficiency in everything. The upper level led to the lower level. The atmosphere in the court was also changing, including the cabinet. All officials only looked at efficiency when doing things. Everyone selectively put aside the trivial things. When Zhang Zhuzheng thought of the change in the atmosphere in the court, he felt very relieved. Once upon a time, this was a scene that would only appear in his dreams. Finding the kingdom of 10,000 monsters is of great importance. Before the 3 emperors of the monster clan died, they mentioned the existence of the leader of the monster clan. I suspect that it is related to the source of the monsters. Chu Yang said frankly, this matter has a great impact. You can't handle it. No matter how many grandmasters there are, it's useless. I must go there myself. Speaking of the leader of the monster clan, everyone fell silent. The Monster King is already an unattainable existence, let alone the leader of the monster clan. Zhuge Zhengwo bowed his hands and sighed in a deep voice, I'm ashamed that I can't help your majesty. Chu Yang waved his hands and said, when human power is limited, there is nothing to be ashamed of. No matter how powerful the monster clan is, it has become a thing of the past. Now it is time for the human race to climb higher. Jiuo Bujing nodded and said, please rest assured, your majesty, I will try my best to break through the realm of the Grand Master, follow your majesty, and open the way for the human race. Speaking of opening the way, Zhuge Zhengwo's face was full of bitterness. He stayed in the realm of the Grand Master for a long time, and didn't see where the road was. He looked at Chu Yang with hope in his eyes. May I ask your majesty, what should we do next? Chu Yang did not answer, but demonstrated Teikai to everyone. Among many martial arts, he practiced Teikai the most. This martial art is in line with the breath of the source, and can be regarded as the foundation of his martial arts. The meaning of Teikai is to point directly to the Great Way, which is broad and profound. After watching, everyone was fascinated, and even Zhang Zhuzheng and Heir, who did not know martial arts, were deeply attracted by it. This fist contains the mysteries of heaven and earth, and it is full of meaning, which touched their hearts. Use martial arts to enter the Tao. Learning martial arts is to practice the Tao. While tapping the potential of the body, we must also seek the true meaning of martial arts. Chu Yang smiled and said, if you don't understand, you can start with my Teikai, and feel what the Tao is, and then ask about your own martial arts. Zhuge Zhengwo bowed and said, please teach me, your majesty. Chu Yang continued to perform martial arts for everyone, and explain the mysterious Tao, until the sun set in the west. This preaching gradually came to an end. Everyone in the Imperial study room gained something, but whether they could make a breakthrough or not depended on their own luck. Chu Yang's path was actually different from theirs, and he didn't want to interfere too much, just like he didn't want to interfere with the development of the firearms camp. Different worlds produce different fruits, and that's what he needs. The day after the preaching ended, Chu Yang left Beijing alone, looking for traces of the 10,000 Demons country. Chapter 250. Welcome back, the Emperor. According to rumors, the Wan Yao Kingdom is located in the southwest, hidden deep in the endless mountains. The Shenhao Mansion sent a large number of people to the southwest to verify, but found nothing. Chu Yang felt that the legend should be correct. Judging from the level of activity of the demons in the south, they must be in the southwest. They just hid themselves in a special way. Just like the Hyung Villa. It is not uncommon to hide one's location with the formation formed by nature, but the Wan Yao Kingdom is so large that it needs a larger natural formation to hide. Is there really such a huge natural formation in the world? Chu Yang planned to find it. It took only half an hour to reach the southwest by riding the sword and riding the wind. At a glance, the dense vegetation between the thousands of miles of mountains was like endless blue waves. To understand the natural formation, you must first cause the vibration of space. Chu Yang summoned Fengdu and Xiang and controlled the two flying swords to shuttle through every corner between the mountains. Wherever the flying swords went, they could always cut a narrow space crack. Using this method to find the location of the 10,000 monsters kingdom might cause some unnecessary trouble, but he didn't care about it anymore. Although the method was crude, it was very effective. Not long after, Chu Yang noticed the abnormal location. In the deep mountains, there was a dilapidated ancient temple. A faceless statue was enshrined in the temple. When approaching, there was a faint sound of ghosts crying and wolves howling. The sun shone in through the broken roof, but it still couldn't dispel the darkness of the ancient temple. Something seemed to be twisting in the corner. The sense of space distortion is so serious. The entrance to the 10,000 monsters kingdom should be here, but Chu Yang looked around and murmured, this ancient temple seems to be some kind of forbidden method. Is the entrance to the 10,000 monsters kingdom artificially sealed? Who did it? A strange feeling rose from Chu Yang's heart. He shook his head. It was useless to stand outside and think about it. It would be better to go in and find out. Then, he stepped into the ancient temple. The inside and outside of the ancient temple seemed to be two worlds. The moment he walked in, the light completely disappeared, leaving only a pitch black darkness. That kind of darkness was not only in the visual field, but also the five senses of the body seemed to be useless. The surroundings seemed to be in a state of absolute silence. Playing tricks. Chu Yang opened his palms, and the dazzling lightning suddenly exploded. Electric snakes roamed every corner of the ancient temple. A series of strange figures and extremely filthy auras appeared. Demons. The power of the five absolutes of the world swept around with Chu Yang's fist. One punch in five styles. The power of the five spirits of wind, fire, thunder, earth, and water penetrated the surrounding black shadows. The ancient temple shook. Sharp wailing sounds rang out, and the figures of demons in the darkness exploded one after another. After a few breaths, everything returned to nothingness. The filthy aura did not decrease, but instead felt more and more intense. After the demons died, the ancient temple finally became a little brighter. Chu Yang looked up at the faceless statue, and a twisted vortex appeared in the center. The entrance to the kingdom of 10,000 demons. Chu Yang pondered for a moment, and walked into the vortex. The familiar feeling of weightlessness came, which was often felt when traveling through space. After landing, Chu Yang was somewhat dazed. Everything he saw showed no signs of a kingdom, only a gloomy and ghostly place. He felt as if he had arrived in the underworld. The grey sky and earth, the dilapidated buildings, and the howling wind. Many broken utensils rolled past Chu Yang's feet. Chu Yang picked them up and looked at them carefully. Some of the utensils were written with the words of the demon clan. This is indeed the kingdom of 10,000 demons. But why is the kingdom of 10,000 demons like this? The country has been destroyed like this. No wonder the demon clan left as a whole and abandoned their ancestral land. The disaster of demons is really terrible. Where did the demons come from? Where did they break out? And when did they start? There is no record in the history of the Ming dynasty. It's as if they suddenly appeared one day. The kingdom of 10,000 demons was terribly silent, with no signs of life. All that could be seen was a grey area, like an old black and white photo. Suddenly, a sound came from the end of the street, a hungry and rapid breathing. Soon, a strange demon rushed out and ran straight towards Chu Yang, opening its mouth and wailing excitedly. It seemed that it had not seen a living being for a long time. The strong excitement made it want to tear everything it saw to pieces. Not only that, greedy eyes came from the broken walls and ruins and fell on him, just like being entangled by a slippery and wet poisonous snake. In the dead 10,000 demons kingdom, only demons were left, and these demons were transformed from a large number of demons. Demons appeared one after another on this street, and even the air had an indescribable smell. The wind blew even harder. Suddenly, a dazzling light bloomed between heaven and earth. The sun and the moon rose, illuminating the dim 10,000 demons kingdom. Two flying swords hovered beside Chu Yang, killing demons one by one with the might of thunder. That filthy power could not affect Fengdu and Chiang. Chu Yang strolled in the 10,000 demons kingdom, and the corpses of demons behind him had piled up like a mountain. Where is the source of the demon outbreak? Where is the demon leader mentioned by the demon king? Whether it is death or demonization, there should be some traces left. Chu Yang did not see anything else here except demons. Where is the palace? The buildings of the 10,000 demons kingdom have become ruins, and it is difficult to find the location of the palace. Chu Yang can only lean towards the place with the most filthy aura. His intuition tells him that there is a palace and the demon leader. I don't know how long it took. A big mountain appeared in front of him. The mountain is in the shape of a dragon head, and the belly of the mountain is hollow. You need to enter from the dragon's mouth. The answer is inside. Chu Yang walked in. Along the way, there are some murals carved on the stone walls on both sides, which seem to tell the origin of the 10,000 demons kingdom. 12 demon kings, 3 demon kings. The murals tell their situation before the world changed, and also tell when they became intelligent, and when they practiced to the current level. For the demons, this may be a very inspiring growth history, but for the human race, it is a bloody history of countless innocent people. The birth of every demon king was achieved by stepping on the mountains of human corpses and seas of blood. The mural traced back to the part of the demon clan leader. At the very beginning, it was a picture of a spiritual little flower absorbing the essence of heaven and earth under the moonlight. Its growth was not participated in by the blood and tears of human beings, but just quietly bloomed between heaven and earth. The mural stopped here. Chu Yang also came to the deepest part of the palace, an extremely wide platform. The surrounding area was full of corpses of demons, some of which had just died not long ago, and in the center, where there were the most corpses, a beautiful flower bloomed. On one side of the flower was the human world, and on the other side of the flower was the boundless hell. This is the demon clan leader. Who is it? A gentle female voice came to Chu Yang's ears. The voice was very weak, and there was a tremor of pain. Are you the demon clan emperor? As he spoke, Chu Yang strode over, with two swords flying beside him, sweeping away the demon corpses around. Soon, the entire platform became clean. Monarch of the demon clan? Those little guys do call me that, but I don't think I'm an emperor. I'm just a flower. The flower's voice was ethereal. After the demon's corpse disappeared, she seemed to be relieved. As the leader of the demon clan, can't you even transform? Chu Yang stood in front of the flower, with his hands behind his back, looking at the flower coldly. It was a very ordinary flower. It didn't look amazing on the outside. Not to mention, that you wouldn't even look at it. If you passed by, you could even step on it, and kill it by accident. It was just such an ordinary flower. It was possible before, but not now. All my strength is used to maintain the balance between the human world and the underworld. The flower said tremblingly. The underworld? Chu Yang's heart moved slightly. Are you a human? Hua asked curiously. How did you get here? Chu Yang replied calmly. Of course I walked in. The flower's petals opened to the maximum extent, and it looked very excited. The human race is so powerful that it should be able to resist these ominous things. In this way, I don't have to worry about the underworld affecting the human world. Chu Yang frowned and said, the human race is powerful. What are you happy about as a demon? Aren't you worried about the extinction of your race? What is the connection between the human race's power and the demon race's extinction? The gentle female voice revealed confusion. Is the relationship between the two races not good? Chu Yang did not answer, but asked, how long have you been here? Hua replied, I have always been here. Chu Yang sighed. The so-called demon race leader did not know that the demon race and the human race were incompatible. She gave the method of cultivation to the demons she met, and as for devouring humans to increase their Taoism, it was the choice of those demons themselves. The flower guessed something from Chu Yang's silence and whispered, did those kids do something bad? Chu Yang told him all about the conflicts between the human and demon races, including the fact that the demon race used humans as blood food to improve their cultivation, and the current situation of the demon race being imprisoned in Japan. There was a long silence between the two. Everything is my fault. I'm the beginning of the disaster. I brought the underworld and the unknown to me. A female voice came intermittently, full of guilt and sadness. The underworld? Chu Yang frowned slightly. Is it the underworld? No. The female voice paused. To be precise, it's not yet. The world has revived, and the 6 reincarnations have restarted first. It is still in a state of chaos, so it is just the state of the underworld. There is no order at all. The ominous comes from the underworld. It is in a state of being born, but not yet born, and dying but not yet dead. It defiles the living, blasphemes the dead, and bears all sins. It is the filthiest thing between heaven and earth. Only when the 6 reincarnations are fully revived and order appears, the ominous will completely disappear and return to heaven and earth. It's only because I have communicated with the underworld that I brought the ominous that does not belong to the human world. The demon race is also cursed because of this. Seeing it is ominous. The kingdom of 10,000 demons was created because of me, and it also died because of me. Chu Yang took a deep breath. It was not until now that he knew the true origin of the demons. He was even more curious about the flowers that could communicate with the underworld. What exactly are you? I am the first red spider lily in the underworld, but I grow towards the sun and grow in the gap between the human world and the underworld. The red spider lily revealed its identity and said with regret, if I hadn't been greedy for this beautiful world and forced to take root in the human world, the underworld would not have been attracted by me. I'm the culprit of all this. Chu Yang looked at the red spider lily in the gap between the two worlds. In order to prevent the underworld from further affecting the human world, she was at the cost of wearing herself out to prevent the two worlds from getting closer. The flower was about to wither. It was just craving for sunlight, but it paid a painful price. It can't be said to be sympathetic. After all, the human race is not living a good life because of the demon race and monsters. Chu Yang just felt a little emotional. 6 paths of reincarnation. Since approaching the red spider lily, Chu Yang felt a throbbing from the Fengdu sword, as if urging him to enter the underworld. The red spider lily was still talking to itself. I don't know if I can hold on until the 6 reincarnations are shaped. After so many years, I'm already very tired and want to have a good rest. Those ominous things are increasing. Is it because the killing in the world is increasing? The filthy breath suddenly surged, and the petals of the red spider lily flashed with a bewitching light, as if it was a sign that it could not hold on. At this moment, Shanks made a crisp sword sound, and the soft white light shone brightly, making the grey world in front of it briefly colorful. The red spider lily regained its composure and asked in disbelief, what kind of power was that just now? Chu Yang shook his head. He himself did not know much about the ability of Shanks, so he could not answer the red spider lily at all. Can you send me to the underworld? You want to go to the underworld? The flower was startled at first, then remembered the magic of Heavenly Palace, and suddenly hope ignited in her heart, saying, I can send you to the underworld, but you have to be careful. The 6 reincarnations have not yet taken shape, and it is very chaotic and dangerous there. Chu Yang waved his hand and said, it's okay, please send me away. A petal fell from the flower and floated into Chu Yang's hand. The voice of the flower rang in his ears. Take my petal and walk forward to reach the underworld, but you have to think clearly. I can't help you come back. Chu Yang nodded, holding the petal and striding across the other side of the flower. The cold breath hit him in the face, and when he came to his senses, he was already standing on the underworld. The bone-piercing cold air like the water of the underworld came from all around, and the deathly silence around was very similar to the Nei Bridge. The sword of Fengdu kept trembling, as if it was extremely excited. If Chu Yang hadn't restrained it by force, it would have almost pierced the sky. How can we restart the 6 reincarnations without Fengdu City? Chu Yang smiled and spread his arms, as if embracing this piece of underworld. Bankei. Fengdu disappeared, and a large seal appeared in Chu Yang's hand. In the void, the shadow of Fengdu City loomed, and gradually became real. When Fengdu City fell on the underworld, the entire underworld began to shake wildly, experiencing some kind of drastic change. Ominous roars echoed one after another on the underworld, like fear, but also like relief. The chaotic aura wandering in the underworld all poured into Fengdu City, and the whole world gradually became clear. The wind rose on the ground. Ominous things disappeared one after another with the wind. At the same time, the 4 famous detectives are leading the detectives of the Shenhou Mansion to fight against demons near the Wanyao Kingdom. The situation is extremely dangerous and everyone is injured. Shenhou is unfortunately infected and is on the verge of becoming a demon. Just as she was about to die with the demon in front of her slowly dissipated. Even the injuries on her body no longer worsened. The demon is gone. Wanyao Kingdom. The red spider lily quietly bloomed, and a beautiful woman walked out of the stamen. She bowed down and knelt devoutly to the majestic figure in the underworld, crying and complaining. Welcome the return of the emperor. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.